Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku entered the Transformers world. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. The devastation was incredible. Ruined buildings, smoke everywhere, rubble piled in the streets, and survivors running for their lives to escape shockwaves coming from a single point. No one would believe that so much destruction came from only two people fighting, but that was exactly what was happening. Izuku Midoriya felt the weight of it. He realized he could not fight at full power without causing a disaster. He decided he needed to take the fight away from the city. If he did not, civilians would die. Protecting people came before his title as a hero. He resolved to do whatever it took to stop Tamura Shigaraki. Tamura taunted him as he always did, mocking Midoriya for the destruction that followed him wherever he went. Midoriya froze for a moment and remembered why he had left UA. Even after being accepted by friends and teachers, he could not risk putting them in danger just by being near them. He had left to protect the smiles of his friends and to protect the innocent. Now that Shigaraki had risen again, Midoriya intended to end the threat once and for all, no matter the cost. Midoriya swore he would never hand over One for All. He had sworn to protect the innocent with the power, and he would not let Shigaraki use it for his crimes. Tamura spread his hand and touched the ground, beginning to spread his decay. Midoriya pushed his body to full cowl at 60% and launched himself at Tamura, landing a powerful kick that sent him skyward. He extended his black whip quirk, lashing it at nearby buildings to propel himself and reach Tamura with a knee strike. Tamura replied with a flurry of nail-like projectiles aimed to steal One for All. Midoriya countered with another black whip strike. The tendrils and projectiles tangled around them, pulling the two combatants together in midair. Both staggered as they traded blows. Tamura's decay touched the right side of Midoriya's torso, and Midoriya's strike grazed Tamura's face. Neither had delivered their full strength, but Tamura was briefly disoriented and Midoriya was left reeling with intense pain where the decay had grazed him. The effect was alarming and painful, though without graphic detail. Tamura demanded that Midoriya hand the power over and lunged again through the air. Midoriya met him head-on and spun at the last second into a powerful axe kick to Tamura's head, then followed with a Detroit smash that sent Tamura plunging downward. Midoriya used Black Whip to pull Tamura back and then punched him, slamming him into the ground. Tamura screamed in frustration. They crashed back into the city to continue their battle, the impact echoing across the streets. The collision produced a cloud of dust and smoke that hid them from each other and from bystanders. Midoriya lay on the ground for a moment, then pushed himself up to fight on, hoping the civilians had been driven far enough away to be safe. Tamura refused to relent. He struck again, sending Midoriya into weakened, dilapidated buildings and causing them to collapse. Midoriya was jarred by the fall but managed to keep moving. Tamura ranted that even if One for All remained in Midoriya after death, he would not hold back this time. He threatened not only to take the quirk but also Midoriya's life, claiming he could still topple Japan and force the heroes to their knees even without One for All if Midoriya stood in his way. His twisted smile never left his face as he delivered the threat. A fierce exchange continued across the ruined city, each attack fierce and cinematic, like an intense sequence from an action anime. There were no graphic injuries described, only the staggering effects of their powers and the escalating destruction of the environment. Later, in the darkness, emerald electricity flickered like a faint remnant of a hero. Izuku wandered in that void, disoriented and unsure of why he was there or what had happened. He clutched his head in pain as memories returned and he understood the cost of the battle. He thought of his mother, his friends, and All Might, and a few quiet tears welled up. Knowing that they would be safer now that All for One was no longer leading the villains brought some comfort. Suddenly, a burst of color and light filled the darkness. Figures appeared, the previous holders of One for All, their presences warm and steady. Each appeared with gratitude and relief. Nana greeted him with a kind expression. Daigoro and En and Yoichi acknowledged him as well, each conveying thanks and recognition for what he had done. They told him that he had completed the duty of One for All, that he had carried out the quirk's mission and fulfilled the will of those who had wanted to stand for what was right. Their gratitude made clear that the sacrifices made against all for one had not been in vain. Izuku felt overwhelmed and tried to respond, his voice catching as he struggled to find words. His emotions were a mixture of exhaustion, relief, and the quiet hope that he had done the right thing. Izuku acknowledged that he would not have succeeded without each of them, and that their gifts had been key to the victory. He insisted that he had not defeated the enemy alone but that they had done it together. Izuku faltered and tried to speak to Nana. Nana told Izuku not to worry and reminded him that he could not have known. There had been no other way. She had tears in her eyes because they were speaking of her grandson. Nana drew Izuku into an embrace and, breaking into tears, repeated that there had been no other choice. Izuku returned the embrace and, finally crying, admitted that he knew but wished it had not happened that way. Yoichi expressed his gratitude to Izuku for stopping his brother, even though the cost had been unbearably high. He referred to the powerful blast Izuku had unleashed and to Tenko Shimura's death. Izuku sniffed and said that it no longer mattered. He had fulfilled his purpose. He regretted many things, but he would never regret giving his life for others. Red beams of light began to appear as something tried to force its way back in, the presence of someone who had fallen and seemed powerless. All for one erupted in rage, calling Izuku a stupid quirkless brat and refusing to believe he could have been defeated. He demanded how he could have lost. Izuku replied that such details no longer mattered. What mattered was that he had kept everyone safe and that All for One had lost everything. All for One spat that Izuku had used his connection to One for All, questioning whether that connection had served him. Izuku calmly declared that the connection no longer served All for One and bade him farewell. All for One cursed the hero as he began to fade. He lashed out at Yoichi, accusing him of starting everything and calling him an idiot. Yoichi accepted the label, saying that if he was an idiot for trying to stop All for One's madness and cruelty, then so be it. All for One ranted that society needed him and that heroes were worthless, but his words became weaker until he vanished completely. Yoichi noted that he was gone. Izuku affirmed that, this time, he was gone for good. Green beams were manifesting in an alley of a large city, shifting from emerald green to bright blue as they intensified. The beams turned pale cyan and multiplied, forming a silhouette. The silhouette took the shape of a young man, no older than 16. The beams seemed to be materializing him. Izuku wondered where he was and what had happened. The beams, a blend of emerald green and sky blue, still flowed across his body as his materialization finished. He had returned from death, though not in the way he had expected. Izuku asked aloud where he was and whether he had been in the core. Nana replied that they did not know. Yoichi explained that something had come into contact with One for All, altered it, and allowed Izuku to manifest. Izuku leaped to the edge of a building and wondered if he could return. It was night, the starry sky offering a wide view of the city, but the skyline did not look like Japan. It resembled a city in the United States. There were no hero advertisements anywhere, though Izuku paid it little mind, unfamiliar with the customs here. He decided he needed to find out where he was and contact Yue. He searched his backpack and found that his phone was dead and showed no signal. It seemed to have been damaged. He resolved to hide his costume to avoid attracting attention and began to look through his bag for something useful. He found some yen and started walking while thinking about what he could do with it. Izuku observed something unusual about the society around him. He noticed no signs of mutation quirks among the people. Despite the hour, the streets were busy. Not far away there had been disturbances caused by an interesting event. Izuku thought the local heroes would handle it and that he needed to find a way to return home. He did not realize that whatever was happening nearby was one of the reasons he had been brought here and that he would become involved sooner or later. Izuku asked what had happened to One for All and mentioned that he had seen it as a pale blue color when he returned. Nana said she did not know exactly. Yoichi clarified that it was an energy. Izuku repeated the word in confusion. Yoichi explained that this energy had come into contact with One for All, giving the power to materialize Izuku, and that the energy had mixed with the core so it was now part of One for All and part of Izuku. Izuku found it hard to accept the news and asked what he should do. Nana reassured him that it would not be impossible to control, that it was not as powerful as one for all on its own, but that one for all had amplified it and adapting to it would be difficult. Izuku protested that he had not fully mastered one for all yet only about 60%, and now he had to deal with this new energy. Nana acknowledged that they could not change what had happened. The energy had fused with him and brought him back. Yoichi warned that they did not know what would happen if whatever had materialized him were expelled from one for all. Izuku accepted that it would be imprudent to try forcing anything and asked what he could do to contact All Might. He decided to send an email and rent a computer to do so. Nana suggested that using a generic email might make him seem like a fan and that there might be a more feasible option. Yoichi agreed that a different approach could be better. Izuku, having no better idea, resolved to try the email for the time being. Nana worried silently that he might learn about this through other sources if they were not careful. He found an internet cafe that, for some reason, was still open. The place was nearly empty. The clerk greeted him and asked how they could help. Izuku requested a computer for 1 hour and asked how much it would cost. The clerk said $5. Izuku paid the equivalent in yen since he had not exchanged his money. Seated at the rented computer, Izuku searched for an official All Might fan site to find the hero's contact email and hoped to reach him. The search returned no results and the website was not found. A new day began in Izuku's life, or in his new life in an unfamiliar world. He no longer knew how to label his situation. The streets were full of people starting their day, cars, traffic, and the usual morning discomfort of a busy city. Izuku observed it all in silence, largely ignoring the bustle around him. He concluded that, in short, he was in a world without quirks. He had recovered from his earlier shock and now tried to analyze the situation. Nana suggested that it seemed that they were not in Japan, and she could not recognize their location. Izuku wondered aloud what he would do next, then sighed and resolved to find a way to survive in this place. He doubted there was any way to return to his own reality. Nana told him that the important thing now was to learn about this place and understand its people. Izuku said he would go to a library to research. Nana encouraged him, saying that perhaps he had a purpose here and that he could face whatever awaited him. Izuku admitted he felt worried and uncertain, but he wanted to find that purpose. He set out to learn about the history of where he was and to locate a library. Asking for help seemed possible, but he had not expected it to be so difficult to find one. As he walked, he attracted several stares, perhaps because of his hair color or his foreign features, but he either ignored them or did not notice. The walk was long, and he used the time to observe societal differences, buildings with ordinary doors and normal structures, clearly designed for people without quirks. Each detail reminded him that his life as he had known it was over. Izuku admitted to himself that it would not be easy. Nana reassured him that she believed he would manage and that perhaps he was in this place for a reason. Izuku decided he would search for that purpose, and Nana suggested that perhaps it would come to him. When he finally reached the library, Izuku resolved to research the most important historical facts and to identify the city they were in. He realized he had ignored that detail for too long. He gathered as many books as he could, opening and closing volumes as he searched for useful information. After assembling the necessary references, he sat down to read. He found books on history, technological advances, and even picked up a newspaper that he assumed was from the previous week. He thought his English and his familiarity with a hero named Present Mike might help him understand the articles. For hours he read through the history of the world he had arrived in, but he still had much to learn. From what he read, technological development seemed behind that of his home world. He thought he might be able to use that to his advantage. He learned that the world had experienced 2 world wars and an internal conflict many years ago. The newspaper suggested he was in the United States, possibly Los Angeles. One article described an attack on an operations base in Qatar with no survivors and no information about the attackers, hinting at rising tensions. As Izuku read, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his head. He clutched his temples and groaned that he did not know what was happening. Nana called out in concern. Izuku could only say that he did not know what was wrong and that the pain was intense. Suddenly, Izuku fell into darkness again. The voices of the holders were replaced by a strange, deforming sound. He wondered aloud where he was and whether any of it had been real. Then his body began to glow with an intense blue light, and a vast sphere of energy appeared before him, shrinking until it was the size of a small box. As the cube stopped shrinking, Izuku reached toward it, wondering if it was connected to what he had seen before or to the fact that he had not died. The cube dissolved, his body ceased to glow, and reality snapped back. Before he fully returned, he heard a whisper that left him with many questions. "Finish what is about to begin, save my race." The voice had been deep and strangely peaceful, and someone had asked for help, a moment that marked him profoundly. Back in the library, Izuku gasped and asked aloud what had just happened and whether he had been asked for help. Nana asked what he had heard. Yuichi explained that Izuku's connection with One for All had closed and they had been unable to contact him. Izuku tried to describe the experience: first darkness, then a great blue sphere compressed into a small cube, and a voice asking him to finish what was about to begin and to protect their race. Yuichi suggested that the energy might have been the representation of whatever had connected to One for All and brought Izuku here. Izuku said he did not know, but if someone was in trouble, he would help them. Nana expressed trust in his judgment and urged him to be careful. Izuku thanked her and left the library, relieved that his headache had not drawn attention or caused any incidents. As he walked away, Izuku wondered what the dream had meant and what he should do next. Izuku wondered if something was going to happen soon. Nana told him that he should prepare for his role in whatever was coming and asked how society would receive him in this world. Izuku groaned that he did not know and admitted it would be harder than he had thought. Nana suggested he start thinking of a plan. Izuku, thoughtful, wondered what it could mean to save his race. Nana warned him to be careful and said she would leave him to think and that they would communicate later. Izuku agreed and said goodbye. Later, Izuku decided to look for work. He walked the streets trying to clear his mind of whatever he had dreamed, scanning for shops that might be hiring. If he did not find work, he imagined he would end up living like a drifter. When he passed a television store, a news report caught his attention: a multiple vehicle crash on the terminal highway. The scene in the footage seemed wrong to him. Guardrails along the highway were destroyed, but there were no other cars nearby. The overturned vehicles were oddly far apart. A bus had been split in two as if something much larger had struck it, yet no larger vehicle was visible. Izuku felt that something did not add up and suspected an attempt to conceal the real cause. He wondered how the bus could have ended up like that. He sensed that a new conflict might erupt and that his sense of heroism would draw him into it, pushing him toward a new adventure on the path to freedom that was about to begin. Fighter jets began flying low over the area where Izuku was heading. He found their altitude strange. They should not be flying so low unless there was something unusual going on. Suddenly, a large explosion erupted several blocks away. Izuku started running toward it, torn between using his power and first assessing the situation. He ducked into an alley to put on his costume, determined not to delay dressing until the last moment. Watching people run and hearing distant detonations, he told himself it hardly mattered what a teenager in cosplay looked like amid the chaos. As he approached the blast zone, the sounds of smaller explosions grew louder. At a street corner just before he turned, a car with people inside was launched into the air from the next block. Time seemed to slow for him. He debated whether using his powers in such a public place was the right choice, but the thought vanished and he moved to act. Energy flared around him, shifting from green to blue as he secured his mask and leapt into the air, deploying a tether to catch the car. The occupants screamed in terror. Using controlled floating and his tether, Izuku lowered the vehicle carefully and guided it to the rooftop of a nearby building. He muttered in frustration at the unfolding chaos. The streets were in turmoil, people running, fighter jets overhead, and giant robots exchanging fire with each other in dramatic, destructive combat. A metallic gray aircraft that did not look of this world flew close to Izuku. It abruptly transformed, reshaping into a towering, intimidating robot that appeared to be searching for something. The machine declared itself Megatron. Izuku tightened his guard as the blue energy around him intensified, reacting to the nearby presence. The robot also seemed to react to him. He kept his distance, alert and cautious, facing something entirely new and unknown. He felt a new rush of power as the blue energy wrapped around him, though he had no clear sense of what effects that power might have on his body or mind. Explosions and gunfire erupted around the city. Civilians fled while military forces moved toward the heart of the disaster. From his vantage on the rooftop, Izuku watched, uncertain of what to do beyond observing. Someone shouted from below for people to fall back, calling out that it was Megatron. Izuku heard the warning echoing through the streets. He noticed that not everyone in the area was an enemy, but he would not be careless. He had not read about anything like this in his research and wondered whether this was the first time such an event had occurred in the world. He resolved to analyze the situation carefully before taking further action, though he found himself momentarily frozen, unsure whether he should act and what he should do. Izuku did not know exactly what was happening. It seemed like there were good people and bad people, but he could not tell who was who. While he considered this, he noticed that others were protecting a young man who ran desperately carrying what looked like a cube. Whatever it was, it had to be important. They clearly wanted to get him out of there. Izuku decided he needed more information and resolved to follow. A feeling told him that the cube would give him answers, but first he had to act. The fire showed no sign of stopping. Innocent civilians had become trapped at the start of a deadly confrontation, and military and police officers did everything they could to prevent further tragedy. The task was difficult because they were not facing an ordinary threat, and the help they received would not be ordinary either. An officer shouted that they needed to evacuate civilians to avoid more casualties. Another officer reported that rubble was blocking the way and told everyone to find another route. They warned that those things were approaching and ordered people to get out of there immediately. A traffic jam clogged the street. Many civilians climbed out of their cars to save themselves, while others clung to the hope that their vehicles could still be a means of escape. Overturned cars and debris at the end of the road made the situation desperate and chaotic, and the fight was drawing closer to their position. An officer urged people to get out of their cars and move to safety. Another officer explained that crashed vehicles were preventing some from leaving. The approaching conflict meant not everyone would make it out in time, or so some believed. A blur of emerald and sky blue streaked through the streets. It moved so fast it was almost a single flash, about the size of an average person, flying so quickly that it created waves of air. From that electric blur, black, whip-like tendrils flicked out now and then. The blur slammed down near the traffic jam, kicking up a curtain of dust and drawing everyone's attention. An officer ordered everyone to target that thing, and as the dust settled, a black plume of smoke rose to reveal Izuku, who had his whip-like tendrils raised and the electric energy of one for all flickering around him. Izuku thought that avoiding collateral damage was essential and that it would be better if no one recognized him. He activated the black whip quirk. The black tendrils began moving cars and shifting debris, freeing trapped civilians. They pulled people from vehicles and set them on safe ground. Then Izuku channeled one for all into a powerful technique, unleashing a concentrated air burst that shattered the rubble blocking the road. The resulting pressure wave pushed back some officers who had not yet moved and still pointed their weapons in his direction. Izuku admitted to himself that he had perhaps gone a bit too far. Before he could do anything more, 3 massive machines arrived, exchanging heavy fire as they advanced. Izuku remembered why he had cleared the way for the civilians. He focused and used the black whip to gather the remaining people and the officers, guiding them into a nearby building just before an explosion erupted in the street where they had been standing. He thought that the machines were everywhere and that collateral damage was escalating. He realized he could not run from place to place trying to prevent every injury. The most effective course might be to stop the threat at its source. He worried, though, about making a mistake about causing harm to those he meant to protect. If he acted wrongly, everything he believed in and everything he had learned could collapse in an instant. An officer then noticed him and shouted for him to stop and raise his hands. Izuku had forgotten that the smoke curtain he had used earlier had already dissipated. He almost spoke, but then he saw fear and desperation in the officer's eyes, a natural fear of the unknown, and one he recognized in many of the civilians he had just saved. He felt the same emotions himself, but he also knew he could do something to help. He remembered that the life he had led before his recent death had been about helping others amidst chaos. He activated another smoke screen and slipped away before anyone could react. He could not afford to waste time on new doubts while people in this unfamiliar world needed aid. He would do everything he could to provide it. Izuku resolved not to lose time to hesitation and asked himself what the next step should be. At that moment, something caught his attention and made him think. The young man with the cube was still running. He was nearly struck by a vehicle, and when the near collision happened, a pulse of electricity burst out from the cube, similar to the strange energy Izuku had felt within himself. Izuku wondered if that energy was what had brought him here. He decided he should take a closer look and perhaps find out who the real villain was in this situation. The pulse of energy had already set off several odd reactions, and whatever came next would likely be important. Izuku thought that perhaps the site had been deleted after All Might's retirement, or that his current location simply did not show content from Japan. Nana called to him. He noticed the UA site still existed and tried to access the community page for students by entering his email, but the site could not be found. Izuku considered that something from the war might have erased it. If he entered his email, he could at least send a message to his contacts. Nana called his name again. The system replied that the username had not been found. Izuku observed that there were many hero web pages and that if he managed to get someone's attention, he might ask for help. Nana tried again, but the site remained unavailable. Izuku took a breath and searched for information on quirks, but there were no results. Panic swelled in him when he realized the date. On September 28, 2016, Izuku's world collapsed. He had suspected it, but he could not accept that after returning from a brush with death he might not be able to see his loved ones again, no matter how strong he became. A bystander asked if the young man was all right. Izuku apologized and said he had to go. The bystander tried to stop him, but Izuku insisted and ran away. The night was darker than usual and the streets were empty. Rain began to fall beneath the starry sky. Izuku ran without direction, noticing the differences in this society as he moved through it. He activated One for All. Green lightning shifted towards cyan and lit the streets. He cut into an alley, leapt up to the roof line, and ran across rooftops. He reached a taller building, paused, and looked at the stars and himself. Izuku demanded to know why his hopes were always crushed when he thought he had a new chance. He asked Nana why she had not told him, when she had known. Nana called to him to calm down. Izuku accused her of hiding the truth, desperate to know when she had known. Nana explained that they had known from the start. Everything felt different when they arrived and they had wanted to distract him from it. Izuku insisted he would have found out sooner or later and asked why they concealed it. Yoichi intervened, reminding Izuku that he had just found hope of returning to a normal life after all for one fell hope he had lost with his final blow. They had not intended to take that hope away so bluntly. They planned to reveal things gradually. Nana tried to explain that she understood why he was angry about being kept in the dark. Izuku, on his knees and holding his chest, shook with tears. He was not angry so much as terrified. He did not know what to do, did not know where he belonged. He felt like he had no life here. Izuku closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was in the core, standing before the previous holders. Yoichi told him he would move forward as he always had. Nana said that this time it would be different. They were with him, and he would likely find others here who would support him. Izuku asked how she could be sure. Nana reminded him of all the times people had risen to support him when he had felt the world against him. He remembered his mother, who had supported him despite lacking a quirk, and his classmates in Class A, who had not abandoned him when responsibilities fell to him. Later, in the city, Izuku watched as an ordinary vending machine suddenly transformed into an intimidating, aggressive robot. The machine began firing wildly. Izuku realized that many of the projectiles were aimed at civilians inside nearby buildings, so he moved to stop it. He activated One for All at 60% and used a Delaware smash, launching 5 concentrated air projectiles that intercepted the machine's shots and caused them to detonate harmlessly before they could hit anyone. The robot turned its attention toward him. Izuku resolved to end the threat quickly to prevent further damage. He produced a smoke screen to obscure the scene and approached cautiously. The robot was flung into a building wall by a powerful strike, and a distorted phrase reached Izuku's ears in a language he did not expect, but its meaning came through clearly in his mind. The machine threatened to kill him and called him miserable. Pain ran through Izuku as the robot's energy washed over him, then his emerald one for all returned. The machine fired again and struck Izuku hard enough to send him flying into a building wall. He coughed and tried to catch his breath, stunned that he had understood the machine's words despite the strange language. He heard the mechanism of the robot cycling, preparing to fire another volley, and turned his gaze back to it. This was not the moment to investigate. An explosion erupted down the street. Izuku moved with one for all flowing through him, determined to end the fight. He noted that 60% had hurt the machine but had not been enough to finish it in a single strike. He decided not to exhaust himself and resolved to finish it with a burst at 60%. Izuku could hear something from the robot before it powered down for good. The robot signaled that it needed Decepticon reinforcement. A celestial energy coursed through him for a moment, and then the message entered his thoughts. He understood that the call for reinforcements was a clue to identify the enemy and might be the key to ending the chaos once and for all. The first step, he realized, was the massive metallic giant that was rampaging and destroying everything in its path. The giant demanded the cube. He pushed himself to catch the young man carrying the cube. Izuku believed that staying near that object would yield answers. Celestial sparks coursed through his body as he braced for the mental message the presence might bring. The name All Spark echoed in his mind. Izuku was certain that Megatron had to be stopped. The metal giant thundered through the streets in a furious rampage, smashing anything in its path. Civilians fled in terror, some barely escaping the robot's path. Izuku resolved that he would not allow them to be harmed. Izuku activated One for All and leapt into the street to rescue the frightened people. He used the Black Whip appendages to gather each of them and set them safely aside moments before Megatron's destructive sweep reached them. Izuku noted that this was bad and that the number of victims would grow if he did not act. Before he could consider his next move, a car carrying a family was hurled into the air. Izuku launched himself again with One for All, extending the Black Whip to catch the vehicle and lower it gently so no one was hurt. When he saw the path of destruction, Izuku realized Megatron had already moved on. He promised himself he would do everything possible to stop the robot and end this chaos. Floating on the flow of One for All, he began to scan the city from above in search of the mysterious cube and Megatron. The new energy inside him surged when he imagined being near that object. He told himself he would find them both. Distant detonations reached his ears. Rather than waste time, Izuku decided to help elsewhere for the moment and vowed to return to Megatron later. The battlefield he found was a disaster. A group of soldiers facing an enormous mass of weaponry and metal. The robot attacked soldiers and civilians alike, confirming it as a clear enemy. Heavy fire seemed to have no effect on the machine, so Izuku decided to intervene with caution. He watched his hands and his fingers as he formulated a plan. He reminded himself that he did not want to reveal his identity to so many people yet. He knew he had to provide support from the shadows. A devastating missile struck amid the front line, throwing the soldiers into a desperate fight for survival. Fear did not change their duty. They had to hold the line so civilians could evacuate. Lennox coughed and warned that the machine would not die easily. He ordered a regroup and told everyone to get the wounded out while others distracted the enemy until evacuation was complete. The missile had caused heavy casualties and some could not rise, so the priority became getting those wounded to safety. Lennox urged them to hurry and not wait for perfect conditions. Devastator resumed its assault and everyone scrambled for cover. Their temporary allies had left them in charge of this sector while those allies handled something more important. Soldiers were told to keep firing and prevent the machine from recovering. The exchange of gunfire echoed through the streets and drew attention from another quarter. Amid the chaos, an unseen force slammed into Devastator and hurled it several meters away. Lennox asked what had happened, trying to picture the stranger as a vigilante. Izuku confirmed that he had hit his target and urged the soldiers to keep firing while the giant was distracted. The sudden strike had clearly unsettled Devastator. Izuku moved into action. Air pressure blasts and explosive impacts from the soldiers' weapons pushed Devastator back, but Izuku knew he could not stay still while the machine unleashed a barrage. He observed Devastator firing wildly, ignoring human targets to try to land a shot on him. Lennox called for concentrated fire to prevent Devastator from escaping. Izuku dashed from place to place with a blur of motion in a technique he called Torino style, and when he stopped he unleashed a powerful strike he named Delaware Smash. The green blur weaved between buildings as Devastator's missiles tore into structures but missed people. From the rooftop of a building, Izuku prepared to bring the robot down. A warning fused in the air like the name of a move, Detroit. A strained roar and then a forceful blow in midair generated a pressure wave that slammed into the robot, knocking it down and opening a window for attack. That impact triggered another round of coordinated strikes from the air and the military's heavy weapons. Devastator staggered and fired back indiscriminately, then chose to withdraw. It released a cloud of dust to cover its escape. Izuku vowed that it would not get away after all the destruction it had caused. Lennox ordered pursuit. At 70% one for all, Izuku closed the distance and overtook Devastator in the sky. He returned with even greater force and landed a solid blow to the robot's face. Devastator crashed to the ground, creating a crater and a plume of dust. Izuku used the dust to conceal his descent and engaged in close-quarters combat. He told himself he would not let any of them escape. In the dust-shrouded fight, with the military still mobilizing, Izuku struck, retreated, then struck again to avoid the robot's heavy cannon. Each time he closed in, Devastator answered with bursts from a Gatling gun, forcing him to reposition. A powerful smash connected as Izuku landed a full hit. Devastator fell, and for a moment it seemed the battle was over. The robot lowered its guard and drew near. Izuku wondered why they were fighting, what the enemy wanted, and why these machines attacked people. He resolved to keep pressing for answers and to stop the threat however he could. Why do they destroy everything in their path? What are they looking for on this earth? Izuku Midoriya asked himself in the middle of the battle as he prepared to deliver the final blow, until he was interrupted. A cannon on the robot fired and struck him, sending him crashing through a building. Silence fell over the battlefield, but it did not last long. The military arrived and opened fire on Devastator. The giant machine struggled to rise and responded to the assault, targeting Izuku. Izuku lay smashed against a wall, then dropped to his knees and finally lost consciousness. Izuku wondered where he was. Nana told him he was in the core. Izuku recognized Nana and Nana told him that he had gotten himself into serious trouble but still had not given up on being a hero. Izuku explained that he could not allow otherwise and could not help it. Nana acknowledged this and said that the impact had rendered him unconscious and that, automatically, he had been placed in the core. Izuku noted that the others had been very quiet lately. Nana, sounding tense, explained that they had been analyzing the situation and had not wanted to distract him. They were waiting for him to request help before communicating. Izuku accepted that and insisted he had to wake up because the machine had not been defeated. Nana asked what he thought they were and where they came from, and whether he wondered about that. Izuku replied that it did not matter what they were. He would make sure to save as many people as he could again, even if he came away injured. Determination shone in his emerald green eyes. He had not given up and was about to prove it. He resolved to give everything to save everyone, perhaps with a smile. With that resolve, a greater power within him began to unlock. He writhed violently, clutching his head as overwhelming memories flooded him. A celestial energy ran through the core of One for All and enveloped him, and with it some of the answers he sought came to him. Images and words came in a torrent. Cybertron, Megatron, Decepticon. A faction that would destroy living beings to ensure its survival. Autobots, another faction that defended living beings, arguing that freedom was their right. The vision clarified that two factions were involved. Izuku understood that one faction did not care about destroying life to secure its survival, while the other defended life and freedom. Nana confirmed that this was the situation. Izuku deduced that they had come to Earth to search for something the Decepticons would use to build an army and destroy humanity, while the Autobots wanted the same thing to rebuild their homeworld and to protect humanity. Nana said it was good that he had allies in this new situation but warned him not to trust them easily. He had to be cautious. Izuku said the new energy inside him had shown him where it came from. Nana suggested it might come from the power source they sought to rebuild their planet and warned him to be careful how he used it. Izuku promised to be careful and acknowledged that he could not take the situation lightly. A single shot had left him unconscious. He had to grow stronger if he wanted to help. He decided it was time to leave. He had obtained the answers he wanted, but the conflict was not over and much remained to be discovered. Nana wished him luck and urged him to be a hero once more. Izuku affirmed that he would. A black mist covered him until it consumed him completely and he emerged from the core. Nana admitted she could not act yet, not with everything confronting him. An unseen voice observed that Izuku had already begun to notice the changes and that they would not remain with him forever. Nana lamented that he was still essentially a child who had not enjoyed a normal childhood and had been burdened with responsibilities that made him live for others instead of himself. Yoichi reflected that despite everything, Izuku had kept moving forward. Nana worried about him being in a strange world and taking up the mantle of hero once more, as they might be the only ones he could speak with without holding back. With the one-for-all objective fulfilled, Yoichi said their will had been satisfied and they were disappearing gradually. Nana fretted over how Izuku would continue on his own, and Yoichi reassured her that he would keep advancing in this world with more companions, as he always had. Nana remained concerned. Izuku opened his eyes with a jolt, disoriented, but remembered how he had ended up and went immediately on guard. He activated One for All and left the ruined building. From a window he saw Devastator facing off against the region's military. Izuku prepared for the final strike. He leapt from over 7 stories high and landed on the street, immediately activating a smoke screen. Devastator, furious to see the one who had caused him so much trouble alive, targeted Izuku with everything he had. The black smoke enveloped them both, but neither moved at first. Then Izuku reached deep and pushed One for All to 75%, accelerating toward Devastator at full speed. Devastator unleashed a barrage of missiles and machine gun fire that Izuku was forced to dodge. He weaved and dashed, closing the distance. Devastator shifted into an alternate mode to brace for the impact, but Izuku struck with a powerful Detroit smash. The attack forced Devastator into an offensive mode and sent him flying several meters. Izuku declared he was not finished and refused to let Devastator continue his chaos. Before he could continue, missiles and energy spheres slammed into Devastator, finishing him once and for all. Izuku took a step back and withdrew from the area. From the top of a building, a yellow robot watched the scene. The robot appeared allied, judged by how the soldiers approached it and by the young woman guiding it with a crane so it could move. It had been the one responsible for taking out the tank that had caused so many problems. Izuku wondered whether those enemies of non-biological origin deserved to be destroyed indiscriminately. He would find out for himself whether those mechanical beasts that attacked humanity deserved a chance. If they did not, he would have to stop them. The first enemy the robot had faced had been different, mindless, almost like a Nomu, so it had not cost the robot much morally to neutralize it. He would investigate the motive behind that later. For now, the robot prepared to leave before being noticed and to look for the answers it sought. 2 entities, however, did notice its presence and watched it go. One wondered whether it was a friend of their new allies. The other considered the same question. There was still a great deal to discover in this new world, and those words applied to Izuku and many others. An F-22 flew low while another squadron patrolled high above. Izuku suspected the ship had started the attack of the giant machines that were destroying property and threatening people. His suspicion was confirmed when he watched the craft transform and stop atop a building. He did not know what it was doing there, but he intended to find out soon. Izuku focused on a single detail, the insignia stamped on its gray metal. He thought that, primitive as it was, it would be enough to identify the enemies for now. 2 helicopters approached a building marked by a red flare. Izuku saw an adolescent carrying a cube preparing to board one of those helicopters. He assumed they were going to evacuate the boy. That assumption shattered when he heard something he could not immediately place. The transformed jet was aiming a missile at the helicopter. Izuku rushed at full speed toward the jet and struck it with a punch that sent both of them tumbling off the building. Even so, he saw the helicopter begin to plummet, though the youth with the cube appeared to be unharmed. The jet returned a furious glare, and with wind in his face and the force of the impact behind him, Izuku's mask came off, revealing his face to the Decepticon. The mechanical being looked at him with a mix of fear and confusion. While they fell through the air, Izuku demanded to know what they were seeking there. The Decepticon refused to answer and spat an insult about humans and whatever else Izuku might be. Izuku thought he could understand that refusal, then ordered the Decepticon to leave. The strike sent the machine crashing to the ground, where it lay immobile. Izuku steadied himself in midair and used floating to head for the helicopter that was still going down. He worried that if anyone had seen his face, there would be consequences, but he forced himself to focus on the rescue. He put his mask back on and pushed acceleration, using his whips to gain momentum toward the wreck. A desperate dilemma then presented itself. The boy with the cube was now falling from a point higher above the helicopter. Both falls would be fatal. Time seemed to slow for Izuku as he assessed the impossible choice. He could not be fast enough to save both. The painful phrase that had haunted him echoed in his mind, "You cannot save everyone." He hated the truth in those 5 words, hated how many times he'd been told them, and how hard it was to accept even when facing it directly. Before the choice became final, a potential ally resolved the dilemma. A robot intercepted Izuku and the falling boy, catching them in midair. Izuku noticed the insignia stamped on its metal as it steadied them. Midoriya. Izuku was exhausted. He lay on the ground amid total chaos that, by some small mercy, seemed close to ending. A crashed helicopter lay at his side, leaving a trail of destruction behind it. The passengers were unconscious but alive, and Midoriya had checked them himself. He heard another helicopter arrive and watched the silhouette of a robot transform into a jet and depart in haste. He needed to get up once more to stop whatever was happening a few streets away. The roar of several F-22s filled the sky over the zone. Moments earlier, he had seen something fall from a building, the very thing he had been searching for, and he summoned his focus. Midoriya activated One for All at full cowl in a quiet whisper to himself and recalled seeing the figure fall from a building before it had been caught. He scanned the area. All of the jets and military attention seemed concentrated on this side. He had no idea what to do. No matter how he searched, he could not find a clear path. Then he noticed a group of soldiers heading down an alley and decided to follow them. They stopped, and he climbed to the top of a nearby building to watch unnoticed. From there he saw Megatron rising from the ground, ready to fight for the cube. Midoriya prepared himself to intervene, but before he could act, a helicopter deformed and transformed into a robot that leapt into the scene, moving as if intent on attacking Megatron from behind. Midoriya intended to approach without drawing attention, but he also realized they might need help. He watched the newcomer prepare to strike, and he prepared as well. He engaged One for All at 60%. The attackers were about to open fire as the F-22s approached, but the Decepticon whom they had thought defeated had recovered and was wrecking their attack options. Midoriya realized the support would be delayed. Without it, he had little chance. The newcomer received the name Blackout courtesy of the dark power he displayed. He and the soldiers braced for impact. A single shot from Blackout unleashed a powerful blast that radiated outward and destroyed everything within a short radius. Midoriya moved, unseen, and threw the soldiers out of the blast radius to safety. Midoriya warned that the weapon was extremely dangerous and that a single shot caused massive destruction. He decided not to worry about staying hidden. He charged at Blackout to draw attention away so the others could launch their attack. He struck with a heavy move that pushed Blackout back several meters, though the robot did not fall. Blackout then aimed at Midoriya. Midoriya rolled away from the wall where he had been braced just before an explosion struck it. The soldiers opened fire on Blackout. Midoriya noted that his strikes barely affected the enemy and searched for a way to defeat him. Lennox ordered the troops to aim carefully, saying that the robot's armor was weak beneath the chest. The F-22s were approaching slowly, but the earlier recovery of the Decepticon had complicated the situation. Midoriya realized he would not have a chance without that support. He surrounded himself in green energy and moved toward Blackout. He resolved to give the others an opening or to create one himself. Seeing the F-22s delayed, he decided to act alone. He reached Blackout, seized the robot with black whip-like energy from his left hand, and began hitting its chest with his right. He intended to wear down its defenses so the soldiers could finish the job. Held by the left hand and striking with the right, he tried to penetrate the armor. He wondered why his attacks did not have the same raw force they once had. He considered that he might be a damaged vessel. He cursed but refused to give up. He vowed to bring it down, even if he had to push himself to the limit. Blackout struggled to shake Midoriya off while projectiles slammed into it. Its resistance made the struggle difficult. Midoriya kept thinking that he was at 60% power and tried to figure out why he did not feel the old strength. The fight wore on. The soldiers were firing and Blackout fought back. Inside his mind, a dim red flame flickered in a dark landscape, fading and flaring. It looked like it might burn out forever, but Midoriya's determined cry released something that prevented it from dying and fed it until it grew stronger. A blinding, sky-blue light rose in that bleak place, transforming into energy that nourished the dying flame and made it burn brighter and larger. A surge of energy wrapped Midoriya's arm in pale blue lightning. The power felt immense, so intense that moving the limb seemed like it might break. He was still clinging to Blackout and needed to act. Time seemed to slow. Midoriya realized something new was happening to him and prepared to use it. He unleashed a powerful, focused strike in an anime-like burst of force, aimed precisely where Lennox had indicated the armor was weak. The blow landed with explosive impact and sent Blackout reeling backward dramatically but without graphic injury. The soldiers took advantage of the opening and concentrated their fire on the exposed area. The combined assault forced Blackout to stagger. Midoriya felt the new power settle in, stronger and steadier than before. He kept his grip on the fight, determined to see it through. The jets and ground forces rallied, and the battle shifted as allies pressed the advantage. Midoriya steadied himself, breathing through the adrenaline and the strain, ready for whatever would come next. Deku felt the energy more unstable than One for All itself. He questioned whether he should use it and worried about what it might cause, but if he did nothing, he might not be able to stop Blackout. There was no time for doubt. Determination hardened in his eyes. Deku told himself to control it. He whispered inwardly that he must regulate the energy, temper its power, and keep his arm from exploding. He focused until he could sense the power at the lowest possible level he could reach, and even then it felt too strong. He let out a war cry and readied his new technique, invoking One for All in a barely audible whisper as he steadied his stance. He gathered the unfamiliar energy and named it within himself, Energon Booster. He drove his fist toward Blackout with the power dialed down as far as he dared. A bright flash of blue light erupted across the battlefield when his strike connected. The blow had tremendous force even at reduced output and sent Blackout tumbling backward a few meters, leaving a streak of blue in its wake. Blackout collapsed under the sudden display of power. Deku watched, baffled by how this was possible. He landed among rubble and began to feel the consequences of wielding this new power. He clutched his arm. It was not broken, but a faint cyan electricity had traced along it before subsiding, and the pain was intense. He felt unusually exhausted. He reasoned rapidly, the habit of drawing conclusions never leaving him. This was a form of energon, the energy he had sensed earlier. The strike seemed to have drained most of it in an instant, leaving him fatigued. He had to learn to make this power adapt to his body, if it remained. He scanned the battlefield. Blackout was not down for good and was still moving. Its armor had been shattered. A few more hits and it would be finished. Deku prepared to move in again, but a voice called out. A soldier on a motorcycle shouted at him. Lennox, the rider, told him that he had just arrived at the fight and that Deku's allies were a few blocks away battling other Decepticons. Lennox pointed out that one of Deku's kind was ahead trying to retrieve a cube and that Blackout was blocking the path. Lennox explained that if Megatron obtained the cube, everything would be lost. Deku wondered why Lennox assumed he belonged to that side. Lennox made it clear that their mission was to push forward and secure the cube. When intercept fighters arrived, they would strike with everything they had. He asked Deku to open a path by dealing with Blackout so the soldiers could advance, then to proceed forward and help with the cube. Lennox added that Deku had already left Blackout in bad shape, so it would be easier for them to finish it off. His tone made it clear this was personal. Deku was tired and too fatigued to continue fighting at full strength. He knew it was risky to stay. If he remained, they might lose the battle. Reluctantly and trusting them to handle Blackout, he agreed to move on to the main objective, stopping Megatron from getting the cube. Missiles from the approaching F-22s began to strike Blackout as it tried to recover. Lennox signaled that it was time. The motorcycle skidded away, and Deku rose unsteadily to run alongside it, dizzy from the aftereffects of using the energon. He focused on his goal. He had to keep the Allspark away from Megatron. Deku activated one for all full cowl to boost his speed and not fall behind. He surged past the motorcycle and launched himself toward the fight ahead, ready for whatever awaited. He channeled kinetic energy into his legs and used his black whips in a technique that redirected his momentum. Black whip combined with FA gene propelling him through the air. From above, he saw the soldier and his team land the finishing blow on Blackout. They disabled its energy core and ensured it would not rise again. Deku allowed himself a brief, relieved smile. Ahead, the true confrontation awaited. Megatron and his weapon, the threat that could devastate this world. As Deku approached, he observed another figure standing against Megatron. Optimus Prime, the Autobot leader who believed that freedom was the right of every sentient being and who stood as a symbol of peace. Megatron taunted that fighting for the weak was the reason his opponents always lost. The words brought a cold shiver to Deku, recalling the tragic clash he had seen in memory of his world, the battle between All Might and All for One. The resemblance in ideology between Optimus and All Might sent a chill down his spine, a reminder that he was no longer in his own world and that the ideals he recognized had been tested in terrible ways. Deku pushed that thought aside. He refused to let tragedy repeat. He prepared himself to face what was coming, resolved not to turn away. No matter how heavy the cost, he would not allow this to happen again. Optimus opened his eyes wide. He was watching a titanic fight that was, regrettably, tipping in Megatron's favor. He had to act. Optimus was losing, and the one person who might stand up to Megatron and stop him from taking the Supreme Spark was faltering, though that person hoped otherwise. Deku assessed the scene and considered luring Megatron far away from the spark. He thought he could corner him with support from the jets, but he hesitated when he realized how fatigued he was after the energon blast. Deku acknowledged that his One for All had lost power because he was a damaged vessel, though he still had energon. He needed to move. Megatron stalked closer to Sam, demanding the Supreme Spark. Deku refused to let him touch it. Deku launched into action, shouting the name of his move as he struck, and appeared dressed in green rags with a yellow cape. His mask hid his face, but his eyes showed fierce determination. Emerald green eyes met bright sky blue ones. Deku drove Megatron back with a powerful kick that sent the Decepticons skidding several meters. Megatron raged at the interruption and charged. Deku waited for the right moment, noting that he had Megatron's attention. He had to defeat him or at least push him away from the spark. Deku activated One for All full cowl at 70% and closed in. Megatron swung and Deku narrowly dodged, then countered with a punch that forced Megatron to recoil. Megatron fired his single-arm cannon at Deku, but Deku was faster and evaded while moving in. Megatron kept firing, trying to drive Deku off so he could seize the Supreme Spark. Deku leaped straight at Megatron. Nearby, Optimus watched and warned that he did not know if this newcomer belonged to their side. He told his companion to be ready. The Supreme Spark could draw interest from more than the Decepticons. He urged Sam to stay close in case Optimus fell. Back with Deku, he mounted Megatron's back and rained blows down to deal as much damage as possible. He clung with black whip-like grapples and kept his danger sensor active to anticipate attacks. Megatron threatened to kill him if he dared try to stay on. Deku whispered that he wanted to see him try, and kept striking. An explosion nearby caught Deku's attention as a jet had gone down. Starscream was knocking the jets out to deny the military an aerial advantage. But when Deku focused elsewhere for a moment, something seized him and slammed him to the ground. He looked up into an unfavorable situation. Megatron had him pinned and aimed his two-handed cannon. A blue flash on the barrel warned that a shot was coming. Megatron stamped on him, crushing any hope of escape. Deku gritted through the pain. Megatron declared this would be the end for him, but Deku thought that this was only the beginning. As the cannon fired, Deku braced and the shot never reached him. An energy blast struck Megatron, disorienting him and knocking his weapon off target. Deku seized the opening and unleashed Delaware Smash, the burst of air lifting Megatron off and putting distance between them. He kept his guard up. Optimus interposed, pointing his weapon and insisting that Megatron had no right to decide the fate of the spark. Optimus had joined the fight. Megatron vowed to finish Optimus, then go after the youngster and claim the supreme spark. Deku registered the term youngster with a flash of irony and prepared himself, returning to one for all at 70% full cowl. Optimus charged while both exchanged fire. When they closed, a brutal close-quarters clash erupted. Megatron reconfigured his arms into a cannon and blasted Optimus, sending him crashing into a building. Optimus scrambled to rise. Megatron taunted that Optimus fought for humans and that they should all be extinguished. Deku struck Megatron from behind and balanced on his head, suspended in the air. Megatron tried to grab him, but Deku hooked the black whips, used them to launch himself, and prepared a kicking attack. Deku delivered St. Louis Smash with a powerful kick that staggered Megatron, though Megatron rose again. Deku searched the battlefield for Prime. He admitted to himself that this would be difficult and scanned for a new plan. He paused briefly to gather his resolve and consider his next move. A unit strained to establish a connection with the core. Since arriving, it had trouble maintaining the link and could not communicate. It felt alone in the effort. Optimus rose to face Megatron and reminded him that by the end of the day one would prevail and the other would fall. Megatron dismissed him as always being obstinate. The battle resumed. Optimus struck, forcing Megatron to his knees, but Megatron recovered and landed a blow that sent Optimus back a few meters. Deku seized the opening and struck Megatron across the face with one for all at 70%, a level he could control but that was difficult to sustain. While Deku was suspended mid-attack, Megatron swatted him, sending him flying into the wall of a building. Deku recomposed himself and prepared to attack again, but then he noticed reinforcements arriving and allowed himself a small smile as the support reached the battlefield. Soldiers approached, ready and motivated after dealing with blackout. The engines of F-22s thundered overhead. The pilots had managed to drive Starscream away and were prepared to finish the fight. Deku intended to take advantage of that. Optimus declared that Megatron would not obtain the Supreme Spark and that he would die if necessary to stop him. Megatron responded that he welcomed the challenge, and they clashed again in a close, even fight until Megatron landed a blow that brought Optimus to his knees. Suddenly, Megatron began to gain the upper hand. Deku launched himself into the fray, aiming to strike Megatron and separate him from Optimus, to put him in the line of fire for the military jets. He called out Detroit as he prepared his attack, but Megatron turned and stopped the attempt with a single hand, ordering Deku to disappear. Deku vowed not to go without taking Megatron with him and activated Black Whip. Only Sam and Optimus heard Deku's cry. Deku's Black Whips tangled around Megatron, anchoring him to the ground and buying time. Lieutenant Lennox ordered the soldiers to open fire. They assaulted Megatron with everything they had: grenades and gunfire, and the jets were ready to launch their missiles. Deku recognized he needed to move away from the immediate danger. A jet pilot confirmed the target and a storm of fire descended on the street where the battle raged. Smoke and ash filled the air. Megatron emerged from the haze, no longer interested in Deku or Optimus but focused solely on the Supreme Spark. Megatron demanded the Supreme Spark. He rushed toward Sam, but stumbled when Optimus intervened and got between them. The military continued firing, and another wave of F-22s closed in. The streets filled with smoke and ash once more. Deku watched, thinking that despite all the attacks, Megatron did not stop and was only a few steps from the Supreme Spark. He looked at his hand and realized one for all had reached 100%. Deku told himself that if One for All had lost power, this surge should not harm him, and then he committed fully to the attack. With One for All at 100%, Deku launched himself at Megatron with Detroit Smash. A powerful blast of wind swept the area, lifting Megatron several meters and forcing him back, giving the others a chance to subdue him. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned but more determined than ever, seizing the opportunity. Deku panted and reduced his power back to 60%, admitting it had been difficult to maintain but glad there was no lasting damage to his teammates. Optimus shouted for Sam to run. Megatron declared that the supreme spark belonged to him. Optimus urged Sam to run and to place the cube on Optimus's chest. Megatron demanded that the boy hand over the cube, insisting no one would protect him this time. The robot was clearly disoriented. The green blur's attacks were unlike anything it had encountered. The opponent was small and fast, struck hard, and seemed highly resilient. It was beginning to irritate the machine, and the attacker was skilled at that. Deku activated One for All full cowl at 65% and adopted Gran Torino's close-quarters style. He leapt from building to building, using speed and force to make the technique effective even in the open streets. Each jump connected with the machine, building kinetic energy for a final strike. Deku thought that just a little more and it would be over. He watched the machine falter with each hit, unable to land a shot due to Deku's speed. From the street, all that could be seen was a streak of green striking at a frenzied robot. Deku paused on a rooftop and thought that he had accumulated enough. The machine assumed it had a chance to counterattack, but that moment marked its end. Deku combined FA Gene with One for All and pushed toward a pseudo 100% output, unleashing a devastating smash. The blow drove through the robot's chest and the machine collapsed into scattered, inert fragments. A helicopter swooped down and grabbed the young man as he fell through the air. Deku realized he could not intervene with whatever was happening to the other person. He had another duty to attend to. He sped to the front of the helicopter, braced himself against its nose, and extended his black whips as far as he could to slow or cushion the fall. They hit the streets and skidded along, dragged by the helicopter's momentum. Deku gritted his teeth and strained to reduce the impact. He groaned in pain and dug his feet into the pavement as best he could. The people inside the helicopter were terrified and stunned by what they were witnessing. Deku kept fighting the fall until finally he managed to halt the helicopter and collapse to the ground, exhausted from the sustained effort. A boom sounded a block away. Deku forced himself to rise again. He was one step closer to the truth and to the end of this grueling battle, and perhaps to witnessing the outcome of the war over humanity's fate, or maybe just the beginning. Through the new energy within him, Deku learned that the Allspark contained pure energy that, if in contact with the life source of Autobots or Decepticons, would be corrupted and destroy them. He rose again, battered and bleeding, adrenaline fading and pain setting in. It was his last move. Deku decided there was no other option. He launched himself at Megatron with everything he had. Optimus Prime crawled towards Sam to protect the cube, sacrificing himself so Megatron could not take it first. Deku knew he had to stop Megatron from claiming the cube. Deku charged and struck Megatron with a powerful St. Louis-style smash to the head, forcing the Decepticon to his knees. Deku landed in front of him, and everyone seized the moment to strike while Megatron faltered. As Megatron tried to rise, one of his arms began to deform. He attempted to reconfigure it into a cannon. Deku declared that he would not allow it. He activated multiple black whip tendrils and bound Megatron to the ground, determined to keep him down. Megatron cursed and demanded to be released, threatening retaliation. Behind them, Sam hesitated, unsure of what to do. He could place the Allspark into Optimus's chest to prevent Megatron from obtaining it, but at a tremendous cost. Afterwards, who would stop Megatron? Or he could hope the green-clad fighter would defeat him. Sam did not know what to choose. Deku strained and told himself he would not let Megatron go. Megatron had to fall here. He had decided Megatron was a threat that must be eliminated. The black whips were beginning to strain and his arms hurt. Optimus, low on strength, warned Sam that Deku would not hold much longer and urged him to put the cube into Optimus's chest immediately. Sam reluctantly hesitated. Megatron thrashed against some of the whips and shouted at anyone in his way. Deku admitted he did not know how much longer he could hold on. Optimus urged Sam again to act now, and Megatron threatened Sam to stop him. Deku felt it was unfair that everyone else was giving more of themselves, some willing to sacrifice, others risking their lives while he had not yet poured everything in. He resolved to go all out. He activated One for All full cowl and pushed beyond his previous limits to 100%, committing fully. The black whips lashed at Megatron, entwining him and forcing him to his knees. He fought to rise but could not. Deku groaned, feeling his muscles tearing under the strain, and urged Sam to put the cube on Megatron's chest immediately. Sam heard him, afraid but without other options. Deku insisted that the cube be placed on Megatron. Sam scrambled across the ground and positioned himself beneath Megatron despite the Decepticons' protests. Deku pushed himself to maintain the 100% output and the hold, resisting with every ounce of strength. Sam lifted the cube. The Allspark's pure energy surged into Megatron. The energy overwhelmed his systems and began to corrupt his core. Megatron writhed as the Allspark's power consumed him, and then he fell silent and inert to the ground. It was over. Megatron had been neutralized. The Allspark, the source of power that could save a planet and a people, had been used to prevent the destruction of another world. The energy from the Allspark released blue rays that reached toward Izuku. They were the same energy that had been in the core. They made contact and flowed into his body. Deku gasped and deactivated One for All, collapsing from utter exhaustion at the same time Megatron fell. Dark and empty surroundings enveloped him as he lost consciousness. He awoke in complete darkness and heard a calm, serious voice narrate. He listened intently. The voice explained that the Allspark had been a source of life for their planet and for them an advanced technological utopia that had been threatened when Megatron tried to use the cube for evil. The ensuing war consumed their world and the Allspark was lost, eventually crashing to Earth where Megatron had tracked it and become frozen in the ice before he could achieve his goal. Deku continued to hear the story of the Transformers and gathered new information he intended to understand later. Strange symbols and images filled his mind, offering clues about a new danger that he planned to analyze afterward. He woke up still lying on the floor. No time had passed. In fact, it felt like nothing had happened. He fixed his gaze on the surroundings as more Autobots arrived and Optimus rose to his feet. Optimus met his eyes and said that he had been left no alternative, calling him brother. Optimus showed a trace of pity for Megatron, reflecting that a warrior who, despite everything, still clung to the belief that freedom is a right for all, even someone as reviled as Megatron. Optimus repeated that they had been left no choice. Again, everything was dark for him. He floated in a void-like space, without pain or physical sensation, feeling nothing. He did not think, only wondered why he was there, and for some reason the question dissolved. He felt so relaxed that he no longer cared where he was. He only wanted to rest for a moment. Celestial energy flowed through every inch of his body, moving like waves against a shore. Slowly he grew accustomed to it and his body adapted to the energon. It seemed he was there just for that. He intended to either reflect or rest in that place as dark as the void itself. He had not taken a real break in a long time and he truly wanted one. Izuku sighed and thought that this was madness and that he only wanted to rest. He would worry about everything else later. As the ninth bearer of One for All and the human wielder of Energon, he prepared to rest and forget his problems, even if only for a moment. After all, he could do nothing now that he was once again confined to a hospital bed. Izuku called for Nana and Yoichi, then sighed and accepted that they were disappearing. He was going to be left alone in such an unfamiliar and dangerous environment, and he could do nothing to stop it. The will of One for All and its previous wielders had been fulfilled. That was why they were disappearing little by little. Izuku wondered if they really believed he would not notice. He noticed how his connection to the core was growing weaker, how his link to them was fraying. He asked himself, with a broken voice, what he was supposed to do now, how he would manage alone in this new world, how he would carry the weight of guilt for participating in a war that seemed endless. He had never let himself unload his burdens to anyone. He had always carried everything himself. Now he could not hold it in any longer. Izuku demanded an answer from whatever might be listening. He had so many emotions built up: anger, sadness, frustration, fear. Floating in the darkness with energon flowing through his body, Izuku Midoriya questioned why his life felt like such a mess and pleaded for a response that never came. Meanwhile, the Autobots gathered at a temporary air base to discuss what to do about staying on Earth and defending it from Decepticon threats. Optimus began by pointing out that, besides all the other changes they had to adapt to, there was something important they needed to investigate. The other Autobots asked what it was and listened intently as Optimus explained. Optimus recounted that someone had helped defeat Megatron from the shadows, a small green warrior who seemed human. The Autobots reacted with disbelief and concern. Ironhide insisted they had told Optimus before that humans hid things from them. Ratchet asked why it was so important. Optimus replied that although many humans had assisted them, this one was different. He had done things beyond what a normal human could do. Ironhide pressed for specifics. Optimus said the stranger had sent Megatron flying with a single blow. Optimus remembered the force of that impact clearly. Ratchet admitted that this was worrying. Ironhide asked if the assailant had been human-sized. Optimus said the voice had sounded human, but he had not seen the face to be certain. Ratchet asked if Optimus was sure, and Optimus explained that for a moment he had sensed an energy coming from the stranger similar to the energy of the Supreme Spark. Ironhide accused humans of experimenting on themselves to gain such power and keeping it secret. Ratchet argued that it would be biologically and technologically impossible for humans to reach that level. Optimus declared they would get to the bottom of it. Ratchet offered that if he could analyze the phenomenon, he might understand it. Optimus told Ratchet there would be an opportunity later. For now, what mattered was that the stranger had helped defeat Megatron and, in doing so, had saved both humans and their new home, Earth. Optimus emphasized that it was important to know what new allies they had. He planned to see Sam and ask if he knew anything. The Autobots continued their discussion while they remained stationed at the airbase, deciding how they would proceed. Time had blurred. Izuku found himself again in darkness, floating through a void he could not identify. He did not care about the surroundings. His thoughts were fixed on everything that had happened since his arrival. Alien races, a new world, an imminent threat, and his own problems with his power filled his mind. Izuku reflected that the Transformers were an alien race, autonomous robotic organisms from the planet Cybertron. Their war had raged for millennia, and now that war had come to this planet at the same time he arrived. He considered whether he should intervene in their conflict. Even though Megatron, leader of the Decepticons, had died, the war was not over. He resolved to decipher the symbols in his head to learn what was coming. He focused on the energon merged with his One for All. It seemed part of that energon had fused with One for All and was the reason he had materialized here. It had helped him take form. According to what he had learned from the cube, it was an energon in a near-pure state, almost as pure as the Supreme Spark itself. It appeared he could use it similarly to One for All, but its activation was slow. Izuku deduced this as the blue energy around his body began to dim. He told himself he needed to learn to control it. It could be very useful against the danger approaching. He stared into nothing, turning over the situation in his mind. He imagined himself still unconscious in a hospital on another world after being struck by a projectile from a giant non-biological alien. Nothing in his life made sense, and he did not know what awaited him when he woke, nor what intentions those who had brought him here might have. He thought of Yoichi, and he suspected the connection to the core was weakening now that the core had fulfilled its purpose. He realized he was alone in this, just as he had been for most of his life. Nana felt that Izuku did not need to be so troubled. Yoichi explained with regret that Izuku could not hear her. Nana wondered why life had been so unfair to him. Yoichi reflected that, although Izuku had lost everything, the life he had led had driven him to save millions of people. Nana asked at what cost. Yoichi answered that Izuku had not even been able to enjoy the peace after the fall of All for One. He had lost his childhood, his friends, his family, his home. Despite all of that, Yoichi emphasized, Izuku always helped anyone who needed it, whenever they needed it. He always rose above adversity. From the moment he arrived in this new conflict, he threw himself into helping however he could. Yoichi insisted that Izuku was a hero and heroes did not give up. He believed Izuku never would. Nana asked how Yoichi could be so sure. Yoichi invited her to see for herself. Izuku resolved that, even so, he would work to end this war so that no innocents and no one who only wanted peace would be harmed. He prepared himself for whatever was coming and decided to begin by mastering this new power. Against all odds, Izuku committed to helping in the war that had drawn this new world into chaos. Celestial light gathered around his hand and he watched it, then smiled, because he knew this was what the people he loved would have wanted, that he should not give up. Yoichi declared that the ninth bearer of One for All had made his determination. He also believed Izuku would not be alone on this new journey. Izuku pictured how those who cared for him would never want him to give up. They would want him to face everything and bring this to an end. He thought of All Might, his mother, and his friends and resolved not to let them down. Putting his personal problems aside again, ignoring the feelings that had grown since he abandoned his dreams, Midoriya decided to try to save an entire society once more. He spoke the vow to himself in the dark, floating in the void of his mind and body, with celestial energy coursing through him. Suddenly and without warning, the celestial rays stopped flowing and vanished. Izuku felt himself slipping away from that dark space and waking. As he came to, he wondered how long he had been out, where exactly he was, and who the person had been that he had seen as he slipped into unconsciousness. He resolved to be ready to fight when he woke, and to avoid using One for All so he would not become a spectacle. He thought the world already had enough to worry about with the Transformers and hoped nothing else bad would happen. He woke on a bed. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a white ceiling. Hospital immediately came to mind. White sheets, drawn curtains, a white gown, and a saline drip at his side. A small table on the other side held a potted plant he did not recognize. He did not claim any expertise in plants. As he regained enough awareness, he noticed a television on the news channel reporting on repairs in the battle zone, questions about the attack, and the fighters involved. He could not listen much further. The window let in the sounds of the city, car horns, people moving about. Outside his room, emergency carts hurried back and forth, phone calls, rapid footsteps, and pagers calling names for assistance, the ordinary clamor of a hospital. He tried to sit up and felt pain across his torso and other parts of his body. He winced at the discomfort. He looked down at the white hospital gown. His hands found bruises, and bandages wrapped parts of his arms. When he touched his face, he felt adhesive patches covering wounds. He realized he was worse off than he had thought. Memories of losing consciousness came back. Someone had brought him here. Panic made his torso hurt more as he moved on the stretcher. He lifted his gown and saw his abdomen tightly wrapped in bandages, part of his chest also covered. The bandages were secured to his shoulders like a makeshift vest. He recalled that Brawl had fired at him at the moment he believed he had disassembled the threat. That scrap of metal had been the last thing he remembered from that fight. He did not remember any injuries from the battle against All for One when he first arrived here, which confused him. He sat there, staring into the distance and trying to think. In his hand he noticed faint flashes of celestial light. He wondered if that energy had anything to do with how he had ended up here. He thought of Energon, the legendary source of life for the Cybertronians, and how this Energon, part of the Prime Spark, might be a purer form. Now it was inside his body and he could manipulate it. He questioned whether it would help him find answers. He remained seated, reflecting alone in the room. Footsteps approached and the door opened. A nurse entered the room and, relieved to find him awake, moved to fetch a doctor. Izuku watched her leave and sat quietly, continuing to think about the Energon in his body and whether he could use it the same way he used One for All, whether it could be used independently or only to augment the power of One for All. What else could he do with this, Izuku wondered. Many questions would be answered along the path that awaited him. A man entered the hospital room and greeted the patient politely. He did not dress like a traditional doctor. He wore casual clothes under a white coat, walked with a cane, and carried the tired, slightly stooped bearing of someone who had seen too much. His brown hair framed a face that seemed perpetually annoyed. He introduced himself as Dr. Gregory House and announced, bluntly, that the team had found no records for Izuku, no files, no photos, no paperwork. In short, he did not exist in any database. House, limping slightly, added that Izuku had a lot of explaining to do. He told Izuku his injuries were severe but non-graphic, signs of major internal trauma and a significant wound in the abdominal area, along with numerous bruises and facial contusions. House asked what Izuku remembered. Izuku replied that all he could recall was his name, Izuku, and that he could not remember much else. He suspected amnesia. He tried to imagine what had happened. He pictured explosions everywhere, a great shadow falling over him, strange noises, and then losing consciousness. He thought he might have been in the middle of the chaos of the so-called incident, caught up in some fierce confrontation. House sighed and agreed with that reconstruction. He explained that large robots had caused a spectacle downtown during the incident and it had been chaotic. House noted again that even though Izuku fit a certain appearance, there were no records of him anywhere. He asked whether Izuku might be an immigrant, but Izuku could not remember. House informed him that he was now in the system and that the people who had brought him in had been notified of his awakening. He described them as an outgoing woman and her husband, whom he half-jokingly called the stingy one. When Izuku tried to thank them, House dismissed the gratitude and ordered him to rest, warning him not to get up because the abdominal wound had not fully closed. Izuku then asked how long he had been unconscious. House replied that it had been about 15 days. He teased Izuku about sleeping a lot and then left the room, vanishing into the bustle of the hospital and leaving Izuku stunned and unnerved. Alone, Izuku considered whether the energon inside him had been adapting during that time or whether he had simply been recovering from a massive release of energy. He doubted a single wound could explain a 2-week coma. Energon seemed involved. Knocks sounded at the door, ending his train of thought. Two voices bickered about who should enter first, and then an older man and a taller woman stepped into the room. The man had a little gray in his hair and a serious but kindly expression. The woman was slender, with brown hair and a lively, cheerful air. They introduced themselves and fussed over Izuku, speaking like concerned neighbors or relatives. The woman revealed her name as Judy Witwicky and said the man beside her was her husband, Ron Witwicky, jokingly nicknamed Stingy. They explained that their son had been caught up in that area during the incident as well but had come through unhurt. Ron muttered that it might have been some kind of government experiment, and Judy teased that Ron saw experiments everywhere. When Judy asked for Izuku's name, he decided it could not hurt to answer. He told them his name was Izuku. Judy admired the name and then asked for his surname. Ron asked whether anyone else had come to see him, and when Izuku admitted he could not remember his parents or anyone who might be family, Judy pressed gently about his family situation. Izuku whispered the word mother when the thought surfaced, but no clear memories followed. Ron then asked Izuku's age. Izuku replied that he was 16. Judy commented that he was younger than their son. Ron, noticing Izuku's green-dyed hair, asked why he had chosen that color. Izuku smiled awkwardly and asked if they would believe it was natural. Ron responded skeptically, as if green hair by nature was impossible. The visitors continued to fuss and ask questions, and Izuku listened, caught between the faint threads of memory and the strange newness of being unknown in every record. Ron asked how Izuku knew that. Judy said it was nice. Izuku replied that he just knew and that he must not have forgotten some things. Ron commented that it was strange. Judy told Ron not to call the boy strange. Izuku admitted it was a little odd and gave a small, relieved smile that rarely appeared now. Judy accepted Izuku's answer. Ron said they had to leave for now and promised they would return later. Judy explained they had wanted to check on him after bringing him there and to get to know him better. Ron added that they might be able to help in any way. Izuku insisted there was no need and that they had already done too much. Judy countered that he was just a child and should know when to ask for help. Ron urged him to listen to her, warning that he would not want Judy to scold him. Izuku stammered that he would keep it in mind and thanked them. Ron said goodbye and Judy wished him well and told him to take care. Those people left the room, leaving a deep silence. Izuku sat and thought over the conversation he had just had. Night was falling, which meant it would soon be time to sleep, but since he had already slept a lot and still needed to investigate, he decided to use the night for study. He planned to try to understand how to control the energon and to investigate its origin and power. Above all, he needed to reflect on what to do next in this new world where he had no identity, no friends, no family, and no one else, because the bearers had disappeared from the core. Izuku told himself he would come up with something and wondered what he could do with this. He manifested the energon on his arm and faint sky-blue currents of energy shimmered from his hand. Izuku resolved that he would find out. A hero who would bring hope would soon rise when he was needed most. Dr. House insisted that they keep the young man under observation. The Witwickies reacted with confusion. A long discussion was about to unfold in the doctor's office. The room was odd. White walls, a white desk, white chairs, and an ugly rug with a dark stain at its center. The office felt strange. Dr. House explained that, for now, the boy would be placed in a foster home until he reached adulthood. He said there were no records for him, as if he did not exist. When he was discharged, they would create an identity for him and register him in the system. But Dr. House warned that Izuku appeared naive, and naive young people rarely fared well in those circumstances. The Witwickies considered his words. It was true that many who grew up in those places ended up failing or succumbing to addiction. Judy worried for Izuku. She said he seemed like a good boy and she would not want him to end up that way. Ron and Judy exchanged quiet, hesitant responses, and Judy urged them to try again to help him. Dr. House added that the boy seemed to be hiding something. His diagnosis had revealed nothing that could explain his amnesia. Judy wondered if he was lying. Ron suggested he might simply be afraid to talk about what happened. Dr. House summarized that either option was bad news and that was why he wanted them to watch over him and care for him. He pointed out that they were the ones who had brought him in. With the right closeness they might earn his trust and learn what had happened. He also doubted the boy would accept leaving with strangers after what they had done for him. Ron reacted with surprise at the idea that the boy had nearly bled out in the street, that his injuries could have worsened or a wrong move could have made a fracture worse. Judy's fear grew at the thought of how bad Izuku's condition had been. Judy's maternal instincts flared at the thought of Izuku. She insisted they help him. Sam was about to go off to college and the house would be quieter without him. Ron, after some grumbling, agreed, partly because he liked the idea of the house being less empty. Dr. House made the decision official. Within 3 days, the green-haired boy would be ready to leave the hospital. Judy marveled at whether his hair color was natural. Dr. House noted that the tests had turned up something unusual and that the tint had not washed out after several baths. That might mean it was natural, but he dismissed it as unimportant and urged them to go inform the boy. Judy declared they would keep it a surprise. With that they took their leave. Dr. House hoped that the green-haired boy was harmless and that whatever secret he carried would not be dangerous. Dealing with the situation was tiresome. Night fell and lights dimmed as Izuku prepared to sleep. He lingered a while before succumbing to rest, lost in thought. He wondered what he would do now. The doctor had said he would be placed in the system, perhaps sent to an orphanage. Would he have a normal life again? He felt a war for survival brewing in his mind. Strange symbols seemed to warn that something larger was coming. He worried his life might always be caught in conflict. He wished he could speak with the other holders, but they were not present. He questioned why he felt compelled to intervene in these events. He had already suffered enough with Shigaraki, yet he told himself that was what heroes did. Memories of All Might's motivational words came to him, lifting him from the darkness. A hero endures and rises above any challenge. Nana's voice also returned in memory, reminding him that when everything seems lost he should remember his origins and draw strength from them. He recalled the dark alley where he had arrived in this world, the moment he realized he was somewhere else, and the instant he leaped into danger as the city center descended into chaos. Soldiers were exchanging gunfire and trying to evacuate civilians. The scene had been frantic and dangerous but not gruesome. In that chaos he had acted to help. He remembered soldiers calling for cover and ordering the injured to be pulled out. During an explosion, a soldier had become trapped under falling debris. Izuku had rushed in and freed him just before rescuers arrived. The soldier, disoriented, had asked who he was, and Izuku had slipped away before the rest of the squad could see him. He resolved to save as many people as he could. In another flash, Izuku had kept a suspended car from falling, using his strange abilities like black tendrils. The terrified people inside had watched as he secured them and set them down safely before disappearing into the crowd. He could not give hope to everyone in that chaos, but he could protect as many innocents as possible and be a symbol of hope in this unfamiliar world. With those intentions in mind, he finally allowed himself to rest after what had been one of the last simple days. The next morning, Izuku rose to continue his new routine. He washed, awaited his bandage change and the replacement of his hospital gown, and did what exercises his injuries allowed. If anyone found out how much he pushed himself while hurt, he knew he would receive a stern lecture, the kind of reprimand he had once received from Gran Torino reproaches he secretly missed. He wondered if things would be all right now. Izuku wondered if he had truly recovered. He wished he could have seen the faces of those who learned he had defeated Shigaraki. He looked at himself, at his arms and at the marks left by his inexperience, then surveyed the room around him. He felt he had barely made it. He only hoped for the day he could leave. He did not want to be sneaking around again. In that condition it would be difficult, and he was tired of it. He planned to wait and learn what they intended to do when he was discharged, and if necessary he thought he could escape with the help of One for All. He did not yet know that would not be necessary. 3 days later, time passed and Izuku kept to his morning routine. He made sure no one was nearby before doing his exercises. During his short stay he had been repeating the same movements, and the previous afternoon Dr. House had evaluated his condition. Dr. House had reported a noticeable improvement and said Izuku could move with greater freedom, but warned that overexertion could aggravate his injuries and cause them to reopen. Knowing this, Dr. House had informed him that they could discharge him that afternoon. Izuku had no clear plan for what he would do when released, and his uncertainty showed on his face. Dr. House told him he had one more piece of news. Izuku remained motionless in doubt until the door opened and Judy rushed in, scolding him for being reckless. Ron chuckled and told him to relax. Judy admonished that he must rest and had no choice but to take it easy. Ron teased that Judy sounded like his mother, and Judy shot back that she was his wife, creating an awkward, light-hearted moment. A short time later, only 3 people remained in the room: Izuku, Dr. House, and a nurse who were removing the bandages from Izuku's body. Dr. House noted that Izuku had improved but needed to be careful and said he did not want to see him back so soon. Izuku expressed his gratitude to Dr. House, who replied that Izuku could just call him House, and then steered the conversation to the important question of where Izuku would go after discharge. Izuku was taken by surprise. It was clear to everyone that he had nowhere to go. No one had visited him besides the Witwikis, so he could not hide that fact. He chose to be honest and admitted that he did not know. Dr. House suggested sending him to a foster home, though he acknowledged Izuku's age might not make it a perfect fit. Izuku thought that was not what he wanted. Dr. House then mentioned another option: the Witwikis. He explained that the Witwikis were willing to take responsibility for Izuku and help him, but that the decision was Izuku's. Dr. House told him that few people in society would be willing to do what the Witwikis offered, and that Izuku should take advantage of the opportunity. He left Izuku to speak with them privately, and the nurse and Dr. House exited the room. A memory surfaced of Ochako telling him he did not have to carry everything alone and to let others help him this time. Izuku almost rose to speak when the door opened again and Judy barged in excitedly to announce that Izuku would go with them while he recovered and learned more about himself. Ron added that Judy had loved the idea when it had been proposed. Izuku kept his head down and felt tears fill his eyes. He asked, voice trembling, why they cared so much about him, why they had come all the way to see him, why he mattered to them, and why they were willing to take him in when they did not even know who he truly was. Judy began to stammer, and Ron stepped in. Ron admitted they did not know him personally, but he said they could tell Izuku did not have bad intentions and had been through things no child should face. Ron observed that despite everything, Izuku had not given up. He told Izuku that they cared, and that was the important thing. In the brief time they had known him, Izuku had become someone they wanted to help. Overcome with emotion, Izuku broke down in tears at the thought that someone could care for him so quickly. When they embraced him to console him, he felt warmth and a sense of belonging, the comfort of a home, of family. Judy teased that for the moment he was a witwicky, and Ron said they would go home for a short while and return, warning him to be ready when they came back. Izuku sniffed and promised he would be ready. As they left, Izuku called after Ron in gratitude. Ron told him to call him by his name, and Izuku corrected himself and thanked him properly. After they departed, Izuku sat quietly, thinking about everything that had happened and waiting for his discharge. Suddenly he called out to Dr. House, loud enough to startle him. Dr. House complained that the shouting would give him a migraine. Izuku asked where his hero costume was, asking about his suit and his disguise. Dr. House, sweating at the outburst, listened as Izuku continued to press about his costume. Izuku sat on a bench outside the hospital wearing a formal outfit from his backpack instead of his hospital gown. His suit was neatly folded in the bag. Fortunately, no one had inspected him closely enough to realize it was far too advanced to be a simple cosplay. Ron called Izuku and Judy called for him to come over. They stood in front of a beautiful 1967 green Austin Healey 3000 Malawian kwaches 3 convertible. The Witwickies were ready to take Izuku with them. Ron asked if Izuku was ready. Judy said she could not wait for Izuku to meet her son and that she was sure they would get along. She also mentioned that her son had a lovely girlfriend and suggested he might introduce Izuku to some of her friends. Ron told Judy to leave the boy alone, and Judy laughed that she was only making conversation. Izuku bowed slightly in thanks, which made the Witwickies a little uncomfortable. Ron brushed off the gesture and told him not to be so grateful. Judy agreed and suggested they leave. Izuku accepted and thanked Dr. House for everything. Dr. House replied that it was nothing and hoped not to see him back at the hospital soon. Dr. House silently hoped Izuku was not hiding anything dangerous. Izuku gave the hospital one last look, turned around, and saw the people who had literally saved his life offering him their hands once more. He adopted a determined expression and walked toward them. Izuku announced that he was ready to go, promising to repay their kindness when he could. This was one more reason to fight in the struggles of this new world. Sam Witwicky could hardly believe the events of the past weeks. It all began when he finally got his first car, which turned out to be an alien mechanical being that could transform into whatever car he wanted. The vehicle had appeared to protect him from others of its kind who were after the information Sam possessed, an object that reportedly contained the location of a powerful device capable of rebuilding their home planet or providing an army to the Decepticon leader Megatron. That explanation remained conjecture for now. Sam reflected on how many days had passed since everything happened and how he still did not understand why the car had decided to stay with him. He addressed the vehicle by name, Bumblebee, and the car responded with friendly confirming sounds. On his way home from school, Sam had to pretend surprise as everyone talked about the incident. Much of what had happened had been suppressed, but videos of the encounter kept surfacing and being taken down, only to reappear again. One controversial video in particular sparked debate. Despite its shaky quality and abrupt cuts, it had helped the public see that the Autobots were allies and that not everything from space was immediately hostile. In the video, a passerby filmed 2 towering figures engaged in a fierce but stylized clash. Megatron declared that humanity was unworthy, and the image quality blurred as the camera swung back and forth. Optimus Prime countered that such a decision was not his to make. The footage showed dynamic bursts of energy and dramatic maneuvers as the 2 titans fought. Megatron hurled Optimus through the air, and the sequence cut to a short scene of Megatron preparing a powerful weapon. Optimus rose and deployed an ion blade, firing first. The blast struck but did not immediately stop Megatron. Megatron then unleashed a massive fusion blast that sent Optimus crashing into a building. The recording ended when the person filming chose to run for safety rather than continue. Sam was glad the public had seen part of the truth. Autobots were protectors, not inevitable enemies. Returning home in his new Camaro, he recalled that once the government raided his house and took his parents, explaining the car's origin became easier than he had expected. Not everything had gone smoothly, but the presence of evidence in the public eye had offered some clarity. A flashback to the earlier scene with his parents played in his mind. Judy had panicked and demanded that Sam get the car out of her garden. Sam had reassured her that the car was his friend and the vehicle his father had bought. Judy had confronted Ron, questioning whether he had known what he was purchasing, and Ron had protested that he had not realized he could buy aliens at a corner store for $400. Sam insisted the car would not cause trouble and looked to Bumblebee for confirmation. Bumblebee had nodded and made confirming sounds, communicating affirmatively through its radio interface. Judy suggested the car stay in the garage, and Ron, puzzled by Bumblebee's affirmative response, asked if the car spoke through the radio. Sam began to explain that Bumblebee communicated through electronic sounds and signals. A short moment of silence followed before Sam continued to deal with the consequences of the extraordinary reality that had become his everyday life. He had lost his voice in one of his battles, and his companions were looking for ways to help him. Judy felt embarrassed and apologized for the awkwardness. Sam asked whether the government had told them everything. Ron replied that they had only shared what they considered necessary. Sam guessed they would learn more later and asked Bumblebee if that was true. Bumblebee affirmed and made a small gesture that meant more or less. Sam asked what that meant. Many things had happened, and many more were still to come. Sam wondered what the government was doing with Optimus and the rest of the Autobots. The car radio was playing when it suddenly cut to static. Sam questioned the interruption as the Camaro swerved sharply off the road. The sun dipped below the horizon and night fell, the kind of dark that seemed to invite unknown things to appear. Moments later, the Camaro rolled into a meadow and stopped beneath a tree on a small rise that offered a spectacular view. The stars shimmered and the moonlight painted the scene. Sam scolded Bumblebee for scaring him like that and admitted the jumps were getting to him. Strange noises came from the car. Thin blue lines traced across the bodywork, reflecting the moonlight. Until the vehicle began to shift and take a new shape. The car unfolded into an impressive robot standing over 4 meters tall. The rear wheels became feet, the doors settled onto his back, and the bumper formed his chest. His head rose and his eyes glowed an intense blue as he completed his transformation and stood in the meadow. Bumblebee had emerged in his alternate mode. Sam hoped seriously that they were only here for the view. A new voice answered that it was a majestic sight, but they were not there for the scenery. Sam turned and found the great leader of the Autobots approaching, Optimus Prime, towering over 8 meters, painted blue with red-orange flame accents. Truck parts were integrated into his form, the windshield and hood were set into his chest, exhaust stacks rose from his shoulders, and 4 rear wheels were visible on his legs. His head bore several markings, and his eyes reflected a mixture of feelings, the strongest being compassion and courage. Sam acknowledged Optimus by name. Optimus expressed regret that Bumblebee had brought Sam there so abruptly but stressed that the matter was important. Sam said it would have been better if he had been warned. The sudden turns were frightening. Optimus explained that Bumblebee's vocabulary was limited and that it would have been difficult for him to explain beforehand, and he apologized for the surprise. Bumblebee made a discouraged noise. Sam reassured Optimus that it was all right and lightly chided Bumblebee not to take it so hard. Bumblebee responded with excited noises and a nod. Sam asked what was so important and wondered where the rest of the Autobots were and whether they should have been informed. Optimus told him that the rest of the Autobots were aware of the situation, as were Sam's leaders. Sam clarified whether Optimus was referring to the government. Optimus said the choice of words did not matter. What mattered was that there was a potential danger to the planet and to Sam, something none of them fully understood. Sam asked what it was. Optimus said it had intervened during their battle with Megatron and the Decepticons and had shown them firsthand what it could do. They knew very little about it. When Sam asked who it was, Optimus named it the Green Flash. Sam confessed he did not understand the name. Optimus said the being had told Sam what to do with the Matrix, had sent Megatron flying with a single strike, and had helped neutralize several Decepticons that day. Sam immediately remembered the event. It was difficult to forget something so terrifying. Sam recalled that the being had subdued Megatron with black tendrils that extended from its arms. At the time he had wondered whether it was a Decepticon who had changed sides. Optimus said that no Cybertronian had been seen at that size before and that the being had been shorter than Sam. Sam found that strange and asked what else it could be. Optimus compared it most closely to the Min-Icons but noted that Min-Icons did not usually take such a humanoid form, and those he knew of had been allied with the Decepticons on Cybertron. Sam asked whether another alien race might be interested in the cube or in Earth. Optimus conceded that it was possible and reminded Sam that the being had offered an alternative to get rid of Megatron at the cost of the cube. Sam wondered what it would want with Earth. When Sam asked whether it could be an ally, Optimus said only time would tell. For now, Sam and Bumblebee needed to remain alert. They did not know what the Green Flash's next move would be. Sam then raised the possibility that humans might have created it, asking whether the government had hidden things from them. Optimus said that human authorities had come to the Autobots with questions about the being, so he doubted they were its creators. He added that it would take time before humans revealed everything they knew about their own species. Optimus took his leave, advising Sam to take care and to stay safe. Sam said goodbye. Sam thought that what he needed now was one less alien after him. Bumblebee called out to him. Sam told Bumblebee not to take offense but admitted it was too much for him to handle. Bumblebee conveyed a hopeful promise that they would try to make things feel like before, his words coming through in clipped phrases as if borrowed from radio snippets, but Sam understood the meaning. They decided to go home. That night, Sam went home to sleep without dinner. The moon hung high and witnessed everything that had left him mentally exhausted. He hoped there would be no more surprises the next day, though he suspected there would be. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime was uncertain. Life on this planet was so different that he might never fully understand why humans did what they did. That did not matter for the moment because he had to focus on leading the Autobots, maintaining the alliance with human partners, and tracking the Decepticons. He steeled himself for what would come. Dead did not mean the war was over, someone else could still take command. Optimus had arrived at the base where they were currently stationed and decided to meet with the rest of the Autobots. Ironhide asked whether Bumblebee was aware of the situation. Optimus reported that he had informed Bumblebee of the most important points for the moment and asked whether anyone knew anything about the Flash. Ratchet replied that no one knew, the zone cameras had barely captured it, and according to the humans they had never seen it and knew nothing about it. Optimus recalled that Sam had suggested the Flash might be an ally, considering that he had helped in the city battle and assisted against Megatron, and Optimus said that might be true. Ironhide cautioned that they could not let their guard down, because the humans had not told them everything. Optimus acknowledged Ironhide's concern. Ironhide trailed off before swearing under his breath, admitting he understood but disliked the idea. He knew, however, that if he wanted the Autobots to survive off Cybertron they had little choice. Ironhide agreed with Optimus and asked what the next step was. Optimus stated that their priority was to find the remaining stray Decepticons and stop whatever plans the Decepticons on this planet might have. He said they would work together with the humans to stop the upcoming threats. Ratchet reminded them that things had not gone well the last time. Ironhide added that the previous mission had been a failure. Optimus said they would improve their teamwork and combat skills. He noted that Lennox and his platoon were veterans and would be of great help in that progress. Ratchet asked about Bumblebee. Ironhide said Bumblebee had stayed with Sam. Optimus suggested giving Bumblebee time. He had been diligent in protecting the boy and would regroup when the time was right. Ratchet still regretted not being able to fix Bumblebee's vocal processor. Optimus told Ratchet not to lament. He had done everything he could. Optimus reminded them that Bumblebee was a brave soldier and would continue forward. Optimus said that they too must move forward, even after losing their home, comrades, and allies. They must keep fighting and advancing, supporting one another as battle companions and welcoming new allies. The Autobots continued talking in the hangar until someone entered through the door. Optimus said their human allies would help them improve. A soldier stepped forward, followed by a small group in green uniforms. Lieutenant Colonel William Lennox and his platoon had arrived. Lennox said they needed to improve their teamwork and learn how to fight together hand in hand. If they were allies now, it was necessary. Optimus agreed with Lieutenant Lennox. Lennox asked whether Optimus had informed the boy and Bumblebee of the situation. Optimus answered that they were informed and on alert. Lennox said they should get to work because those stray Decepticons and the Flash were still out there and they had to stop them together. Ratchet expressed hope that this would go better than the mission to hunt down Barricade and Starscream. Ironhide said those Decepticons had escaped before but there would not be a second time. Optimus ordered the Autobots to advance. Lennox ordered his troops to mobilize. Humans and Cybertronians would work together to stop the next threats targeting the planet. At the Witwicky house on Saturday at 11:30 a.m., it was a day for family and relaxation. The streets were full of people enjoying the weekend, and sleeping in was the perfect way to recover from a busy week of school. Sam Witwicky woke up late and checked the time. He went down to the first floor but no one was home. Sam called for his parents and went out into the yard, but there was no answer. He found only Bumblebee in the garage. Sam asked Bumblebee if he knew where everyone had gone. Bumblebee emerged in his alternate mode and made a few odd gestures at Sam. Sam wondered where they could have gone that day and, feeling uncertain, he went back into the house. His uncertainty did not last long. The sound of his father's car arriving outside reached him. Mr. and Mrs. Witwicky entered the house and found Sam, who had just woken up. Judy told Sam she had a surprise and was sure he would like it. Ron admitted he hoped it would not go wrong. Sam said that by now nothing could really surprise him. Judy introduced a boy named Izuku. Ron clarified that Izuku was Sam's brother. Sam noted that the boy was clearly shorter than him in stature and that his age was hard to gauge. The boy had green hair and freckles and an innocent face with a wary look. He carried a yellow backpack and nothing else. Sam reacted with surprise at the unexpected introduction. Dr. House found the name Izuku odd. He judged that the boy was terrible at lying and it was obvious he did not have amnesia. The boy might have been struck by a truck, but his head showed no evidence of blows, contusions, or other injuries that would explain memory loss. Dr. House suspected the patient was hiding something or afraid to speak. He decided to give the boy some space for now while keeping him under careful observation and considering the best way to learn the truth. The situation gave Dr. House a headache as he wondered what the boy was concealing. Hours later, Izuku sat on his hospital bed, watching television and thinking there was nothing on and not much else he could do. When someone knocked at the door and asked to come in, he recognized the same visitors from the other day. Mrs. Witwicky greeted him enthusiastically, and Mr. Witwicky asked how he was doing. Izuku welcomed them back with relief. Mrs. Witwicky asked if he was feeling better and whether his injuries were healing. Izuku explained that he had been improving, moving no longer hurt his torso or abdomen as much. Mrs. Witwicky said she was glad he was recovering and that they had come to check on him. Mr. Witwicky mentioned they had been called in to discuss something with him. Izuku looked surprised and began to ask why, but Mrs. Witwicky cut him off and, smiling, suggested he probably did not like the hospital food. Izuku admitted he was used to it and that he did not have another option, but he did not think it was that bad. Mrs. Witwicky then cheerfully said she had prepared a delicious meal and would not take no for an answer. Mr. Witwicky teased him not to get on her bad side. Izuku chuckled and asked what it was. Mrs. Witwicky explained that she had been researching typical foods from his nationality and had found an interesting recipe. An aroma he loved reached Izuku and stirred difficult memories. Mrs. Witwicky announced she had made his favorite, a pork cutlet bowl. Izuku thanked her, awkward and grateful. Mrs. Witwicky insisted it had been fun to cook and that it was delicious and that he should finish it. She handed him the food and said they had to leave for a while but might return later. Izuku thanked them and told Mrs. Witwicky she had not needed to bother. She waved it off and said accepting the food was the favor. Mr. Witwicky told him to stop using formalities and to call them by their names. Izuku laughed and agreed. Mr. Witwicky teased that being called "Sir" made him feel old, and Izuku apologized, fumbling with the formality. The Witwickies left the room, and Izuku fell into his thoughts but decided he would eat. He remembered his mother telling him she had made his favorite, asking him to bathe, come downstairs to eat, and tell her how school had gone. He could still hear himself answering that he would. A few drops of water fell on the food container, not water, but Izuku's tears, falling as he recalled those memories. He opened the meal, took the first bite, and ate alone in the quiet room, finding the food delicious despite the ache inside. Sam, nearby, was stunned by the scene. Later, after quickly explaining the situation, others understood some of the complications. They worried about what might happen if Izuku and someone nicknamed Bumblebee were under the same roof. They questioned whether Izuku could be trusted to keep a secret. Mrs. Witwicky urged him to go to school. Izuku asked if that was really necessary. Mr. Witwicky reminded him that not knowing who he was did not mean he could neglect his studies. Izuku wondered how he could attend when, as far as records were concerned, he did not exist. Mr. Witwicky confirmed that the doctor had mentioned it. Izuku showed up in the system only after coming with them, and his registration there had been completed when they brought him home. Izuku recalled Dr. House saying the same. Mrs. Witwicky said he would enjoy Sam's school and called it a lovely place. Izuku asked if he would be going with Sam, and Mr. Witwicky answered that he would. Mr. Witwicky teased him about finding a girl, and Mrs. Witwicky scolded him playfully to leave Izuku alone. Izuku laughed, embarrassed. When Izuku asked for clarification about his registration, they confirmed that from now on he would be part of the family. Mrs. Witwicky announced that he would be a Witwicky. Mr. Witwicky added that he was now Izuku Witwicky. It had been a week since the Witwickies had taken Izuku in. His daily routine settled into a quiet rhythm, waking, helping around the house when he could, tending to his wounds and changing bandages, and spending time with Judy and Ron. It had been awkward at first, but their growing familiarity and Judy's outgoing nature had helped them get to know each other. Sam left early for school and returned late. Judy said he spent his time with friends. Izuku and Sam had exchanged only small greetings and occasional conversation. Izuku suspected Sam was uncomfortable around him because he did not know him and because of the way Izuku had arrived at their home. Sam did not seem good at dealing with people, perhaps. That was the background until the morning of Izuku's first day at school in this world, when something unexpected happened. Izuku rose early as usual. Judy told him Sam would drive them to school and that they would go together. Izuku had not expected Sam to already have a car, but that was not the strange part. Izuku went into the simple bedroom he had been given. A bed, a desk by a window that looked out on the yard, and a wardrobe full of clothes the Witwickies had provided, saying the garments had belonged to Sam and that they would get him new clothes later. He had been reluctant about taking them, but Judy insisted. Next to the wardrobe was the door to his bathroom. He went in intending to shower and start the day. He removed his outer clothing and reached to take off the bandage. In the mirror he noticed an odd shimmer. Izuku looked at the bandage and saw a blue glint. The bandage began to disintegrate in a blue light, and celestial rays of light streamed from different parts of his body. He ripped the rest of the bandage free and threw it to the floor. It scattered into tiny blue sparks and vanished. The blue rays continued, blurring his vision. Confused and alarmed, Izuku wondered what was happening. After a pause, a notification on a nearby device read Energon reading detected. The garage camera system registered the reading and raised an alert. Optimus had warned that Sam might be in danger under certain circumstances. Bumblebee emerged from his hiding place and hurried toward the house to check on Sam and investigate the reading. The radiant light around Izuku slowly subsided, and he examined himself more carefully. His wounds had healed completely, his skin unmarked now except for some lingering signs on his arms. Judy called down that breakfast was ready and that they were about to leave. Bumblebee approached the window facing the yard, where the reading had originated, and could not be entirely stealthy. Ron looked toward the window, holding a cup of coffee and a bun, surprised by the movement outside. Judy identified what was outside as Bumblebee. Ron dismissed it as nothing to worry about at first, but then they both shouted for Sam. Sam paused at the noise, startled and asking what was happening. Judy informed him that his friend was outside. Sam protested that no one would notice, but Judy insisted and told him Bumblebee was near Izuku's room. Sam hurried to see for himself. Outside, Izuku watched the yard and then pulled back the curtains. There was nothing unusual at first, only bright sunlight and a tidy garden. He decided he should go downstairs soon. Bumblebee moved slowly toward the house, attempting to stay quiet. Sam intercepted him in the yard and warned him to keep away from Izuku's room so as not to alarm Izuku. Sam explained that Izuku might be frightened if he realized a large robot was nearby, and he urged Bumblebee to come closer quietly. Bumblebee tried to gesture reassurance, but Sam insisted that Bumblebee wait and that he would keep an eye on Izuku for now. Back inside, Izuku reflected that the Energon seemed capable of extraordinary things. He had recovered from injuries he had thought permanent. Suddenly he heard heavy thumps in the yard, like large footsteps. He stepped away from the window and moved toward the sound. Izuku then went downstairs to the dining room to join the others for breakfast. He greeted them and received warm morning greetings in return from Judy, Sam, and Ron, who were preparing to leave. Judy asked if he had gotten stuck to the sheets. Izuku apologized for the delay and explained that he had taken a little longer to get dressed. Judy told Ron to leave him alone and reassured Izuku that they would get him new clothes. Izuku insisted it was not necessary. Izuku then stammered uncertainly, and Judy reminded him that it was not up for discussion. Judy's expression briefly hardened. A dark aura seemed to surround her and her eyes went blank, giving her a frightening air. Ron, stuttering, urged Izuku to heat her. Izuku agreed. Judy expressed relief that they were in agreement, and the dark aura was replaced by a warm, golden light. Judy asked if he was nervous for his first day. Izuku admitted he was not very nervous and that, in fact, he felt a little excited. Judy said she was glad and suggested he might make more friends and get to know people better. Judy then asked Sam to weigh in. Sam responded affirmatively but reservedly. Judy encouraged Sam to be more expressive. Ron teased Izuku to find a girlfriend and suggested Sam's girlfriend might introduce him to one of her friends. Judy scolded Ron gently, and Ron conceded and fell silent. Sam said it was time to leave. Izuku agreed. Judy wished them well. Ron told the kids to take care and asked Izuku if he was listening. Izuku answered yes. Ron recited the Witwicky family motto to Izuku: without sacrifice, there is no victory. Izuku fell quiet. Ron told him not to forget it. Sam urged Izuku to hurry along and they began to leave. Izuku promised Ron he would not forget and said they would see each other later. Ron and Judy said goodbye again as the group departed. Izuku whispered that he could not forget it. Over the past week Izuku had focused on other things, adapting to his new life, recovering, and investigating. He had not been admiring Sam's fantastic car. The car was a yellow Chevrolet Camaro with black stripes, simple and without spoilers or other accessories. Izuku commented that it was a nice car. Sam explained that his father had bought it for him because he had done well in school. Izuku observed that Sam must have worked hard. Izuku opened the car door to climb in. Even while talking with Sam, he could not help but notice a robotic face symbol near the wheel, between the tire and the door. Sam confirmed he had worked hard. Sam asked if Izuku was nervous. Izuku said not really. Something about the situation felt familiar, though he could not remember why. Sam said it was a shame but expressed confidence that Izuku would recover his memories soon and that he should not worry. Izuku thanked him and said he hoped so. The interior of the car suggested it was new, and Izuku noticed the same symbol again on the steering wheel. Sam offered help, mentioning that his homeroom was right next to the gym if Izuku needed anything. Izuku thanked him and said he would keep that in mind. Sam hesitated, then asked if people would comment on Izuku's hair. Izuku fell silent. Sam suggested maybe he should take out the dye. Izuku explained that, as much as he wished he could, it was not dye. Sam asked if it was natural. Izuku acknowledged that it sounded hard to believe. Sam agreed that people might not believe it either. Izuku said that, fortunately, Sam's mother had made sure to cover for him and had him bring a medical exam that proved it. He allowed that he might be exaggerating a little. Sam laughed and said it sounded like something his mother would do. Izuku agreed. The symbol felt familiar to Izuku, though he could not recall from where. He also had the sense that he had seen the car somewhere else, which felt strange considering he had not gone out much that week and the memory of the car did not seem that old. He put those thoughts aside for later. For now, he only had to survive his first day at school again. Izuku waited with a door in front of him and behind that door, his new classroom. He lied about not being nervous. He was. This part of his new life only brought back memories of when he first entered UA, painful memories of the friends he had made and the way his life had begun to improve. He remembered how he met Uraraka and Ida, how his relationship with his former best friend, Kaken, had evolved. He remembered the nights in the dorms, the ruckus of the class, the cultural festival, and how they had all come together to put a smile back on a child's face. Those memories now only reminded him that he had lost all of that. Everything he had gained and lived through felt irrelevant in the present. He forced himself not to dwell and walked straight in. He could not think about it now, or he might break down right there. Izuku noticed all the stares as soon as he entered. He told himself they should at least be discreet. He had arrived without an introduction because Sam had said it was unnecessary. It was probably just a cultural difference. He picked an available seat in the back row by the window. The view was calming, a place he could get lost in if he got bored. For now he would wait for the day to end, rest, and wait for the right moment to begin moving. Outside the school the Autobots and Decepticons still clashed, and he wanted to do something. He needed to figure out what the symbols in his head meant, what this Energon could do, whether he could trust the Autobots, and why this war had come to their world. His thoughts halted when someone else entered the classroom. It was early, 20 minutes before class would start, but Judy had insisted they would be late. Only half the students were present and there was noise and movement as classmates chatted or wandered about. All the motion stopped for Izuku when he saw her step in. His eyes followed a sweep of blonde hair and then the pale blue eyes framed by round glasses. He could not believe it. He thought she should be on Island, but that place did not exist here. He swallowed a surge of panic and told himself she could not be the Melissa he knew. She did not know him and he did not know her. By luck she sat right next to him. He turned his gaze to the window beside him and tried to focus on the landscape. He wondered why she had to sit by him, why she had to come here. She asked him if he was new, and he tried to ignore her question at first, not ready for this. Izuku apologized for being distracted and explained that he had been looking out the window. He smiled nervously. She gave him a look that mixed suspicion with curiosity, the same expression she had shown when they first met. She told him not to worry and then introduced herself, Melissa Smith. Izuku registered the name Shield in his thoughts but did not say it. He introduced himself awkwardly as Izuku and corrected himself internally when he almost used a surname he could not lay claim to. He asked her to call him Izuku without formality. Melissa laughed and said they could work on that. She asked if he was from Japan, and he confirmed that he was. She asked what had brought him so far away. He admitted he did not really know and that he had a problem. She apologized for bringing it up, but he insisted it was fine. She then asked how he had managed to enter the school so late in the academic year. Izuku remembered having to take an entrance exam to prove his academic level. He could have skipped much of high school because of his intelligence, but he had deliberately answered some questions poorly to avoid suspicion. The fact that he could enroll in this school again came down to Judy's stubbornness and persistence, which had pushed for his admission. A brief memory of that stubborn advocacy passed through his mind and tied up the story of how he had gotten here. Judy told Witwicky that she could not allow anyone to enter so late in the year and that they would have to wait until next year. The extra administrator confirmed that young Izuku would have to wait despite his outstanding intelligence. Judy said she thought the man had not understood. Izuku stammered that it did not matter and he could wait. Judy asked Izuku to step outside because she needed to speak seriously with the man. A dark aura gathered around Judy. She would not let this man deny entry to her Izuku. Izuku agreed. From outside, only Judy's shouts and threats toward the arrogant man could be heard. The classroom returned to the present. Izuku asked if they had been flexible. Melissa considered and said maybe, then added that she had not known Sam Witwicky had a brother. Izuku asked if she knew him. Melissa began to answer, but the teacher entered and class began before she could finish. Melissa told Izuku they would talk later, and Izuku nodded. Across the room, a brown-haired young man had watched the interaction between the new friends and thought how lucky they were. Recess arrived. The lessons had been monotonous for Izuku. Technology in his world was already 100 years ahead, so most of the material was not difficult. History had the potential to be challenging, but he knew how to pay attention when necessary. He sighed and told himself that it was really her. She looked identical. He walked through the halls to the cafeteria and sat down without appetite. From across the room he saw her, eating calmly with what appeared to be friends. He tried not to think about it. A voice nearby accused him of staring. A brown-haired student, a bit shorter than Izuku, mocked him and called him a pervert, laughing that he had not taken his eyes off one of the school's beauties. Izuku asked what he meant. The boy introduced himself as Kazuma Satu and continued to tease, saying Melissa Smith was envied by many and desired by several, and that Izuku should not get his hopes up. Izuku answered that he did not have illusions and introduced himself as Izuku Witwiki. Kazuma responded that it was a pleasure and that he had been hearing a lot about Sam Witwiki around the school lately. Suddenly the cafeteria door slammed and a taller, muscular young man with brown blonde hair and a backwards cap burst in, searching aggressively. Kazuma identified him as Trent DeMarco, a football player who fit the school bully stereotype. The entire cafeteria fell silent. Trent demanded to know where Sam was. Kazuma commented that Sam might not like what he heard. Trent sought Sam because, according to rumors, Sam had been with Trent's girlfriend and had a better car. Sam rose slowly and approached, asking what Trent wanted. Trent said he would teach Sam a lesson, and a circle formed as people prepared to watch. Kazuma mentioned a rumor that Michaela had left Trent for Sam because of the car. The crowd buzzed, and Izuku moved toward the commotion. Kazuma tried to stop him, warning that Trent would ruin him, but the crowd blocked Kazuma and Izuku continued on. Sam tried to calm the situation and suggested they talk it out. Trent swung at Sam, and Sam barely managed to dodge the first blow. He pleaded for them to stop and discuss matters calmly, but Trent would not listen and continued to aim punches at Sam. Izuku stepped in to protect Sam and intercepted a punch, using his forearm to deflect it and pushing Trent back. Trent demanded to know who Izuku was and threatened them both. Sam called Izuku by name. Trent moved to strike Izuku again, calling him names and raising his fist. Izuku steadied himself and, in a swift, controlled motion reminiscent of a stylized fight from an action animation, redirected Trent's momentum. He caught Trent's incoming fist with his palm and then delivered a precise counter that sent Trent stumbling and skidding across the floor until he collapsed, defeated in a dramatic, non-graphic way. The cafeteria fell silent at the sudden, almost cinematic turn of events. Kazuma reacted with astonishment. Izuku admitted to himself that he might have gone too far, and Sam reacted to the shock of what had just happened. Someone asked what had just happened and whether Izuku was all right. Izuku thought he was fine and asked if the other boy had been hurt. Sam said he was fine but warned that Izuku might get into trouble because the teachers tended to side with that type of student. That reminder took Izuku back to his time in middle school. He had experience with that kind of behavior. Izuku told Sam that he thought he could handle it, or at least he hoped so. When classes ended, Izuku was taken to detention and left with a disciplinary report that his guardians would have to sign. Trent had not come away entirely unscathed, but there had been many witnesses in the cafeteria this time, so the situation had been downplayed. Trent did end up with a sore jaw for the rest of the week. Sam had tried to keep Izuku out of detention but had not been able to avoid it himself. Izuku and Sam walked to the parking lot together. Sam apologized for getting Izuku into trouble, and Izuku reassured him that he could not let that boy bully Sam. After a long silence, Sam laughed and asked where Izuku had learned that impressive move. Izuku admitted he did not know, that his hand had moved on its own like a reflex. Sam insisted that Izuku teach him if he figured it out. Izuku promised that if he discovered how he had done it, he would teach Sam. A voice called out to them. Kazuma ran up from the school entrance to catch them and praised what had happened in the cafeteria, suggesting the bully would think twice before picking on either of them again. Izuku thanked him but said he was not sure what the other boy's problem had been, glancing at Sam. Sam protested that it was not his fault. Kazuma asked if he could have Izuku's number. Izuku explained he did not have a phone at the moment. They agreed to see each other at school the next day and accepted a budding friendship. Izuku turned and headed toward Sam's car, telling Kazuma they would see him tomorrow. Kazuma watched him go, thinking of Izuku as a friend. At the Witwiki household, Sam summarized the day's events for his parents, describing a dramatic first day at school. Ron laughed and called Izuku daring, saying such an action might attract attention. Judy urged Ron to stop praising the rough behavior and thanked Izuku for defending Sam, but she cautioned that he did not need to render the other boy unconscious. Izuku acknowledged that he had gone too far and apologized. Sam blamed himself for not handling the situation differently, but Ron told them not to be too hard on the youth. In his view, young people often solved things with their fists. Judy agreed that what Izuku had done had been reckless and warned him not to repeat it. Izuku respectfully agreed. They ate late and prepared for bed. Later that night, after exchanging goodnights, Izuku excused himself and went to his room. He crouched beside his bed and took a box from under it. He felt guilty for betraying his guardian's trust but believed it was necessary. There were dangers in the shadows he needed to pursue. Inside the box was his hero suit, worn and partly damaged from past encounters. A scorch mark from a previous blast marred the torso of the suit but had not torn it. He told himself he needed to find clues about the Decepticons and began to put the suit on piece by piece. Green pants, a reinforced green hoodie, a red utility belt, red impact-absorbing wrist guards, his distinctive red shoes with reinforced knees, and finally the gray mask and the cape that had belonged to his mentor, Gran Torino. He hoped that no one would notice. He opened his window and felt the wind on his face, making the cape and mask flutter behind him. Thinking of himself as Deku in that moment, he whispered that he needed to go investigate. He slipped through the backyard without using his powers at first and scanned the neighborhood. There were only houses and trees, so he headed toward the area where the attack had happened. When he reached the trees near the attack zone, he activated an ability he called Black Whip. Multiple whips extended from his arms and he used them to launch himself through the trees, unseen in the darkness. He thought that there might be clues there. If he could figure out where the Autobots were, he reasoned, he could observe them and decide whether to trust them. He anchored a whip in each hand to two trees and used them like a slingshot to gain momentum. Then he used his float ability to carry himself toward the city center. From a high vantage point, the city lights spread below him, the breeze in his face and adrenaline in his chest. He paused at the rooftop where he had once been forced to choose between saving a falling person and stopping a crashing helicopter, and the memory returned. He realized he had overlooked a detail from that day. A person had been standing with the Autobots, and that same person had placed a mysterious cube into Megatron's spark. He had been so focused on containing Megatron that he had not noticed the person. Izuku berated himself for not seeing them. Having known who had contact with the robots would have made tracking them much easier. As he thought, a faint, familiar energon stirred in him. He remembered the last time he had activated it without intending to, a strike that had shattered part of Blackout's armor and neutralized him, at least temporarily. The memory coaxed him into experimenting again. Blue light traced his legs and traveled up his body. He pushed through the strain, telling himself that if he was going to master the power, he had to train and overcome its weight. The light continued upward and finally charged his arms. He resolved that he had to be stronger. Energon flow registered 14%, he thought, as the blue light enveloped him. The sensation of the unknown power filled him, and distant voices seemed to whisper just beyond comprehension. They suggested that he was ready, that he must learn the truth of why he was here, that he must join their descendant, trust them, and earn the confidence of leadership. The murmurs faded into the night, leaving Izuku alone with the rising determination to understand and to become stronger. The energon deactivated, and Deku fell to his knees. He was exhausted and sweating from what he had just heard. He needed a moment to recover. Deku removed his hood to breathe more easily and wondered aloud what that had been, confused by his peculiar situation. An automated alert announced that energon levels had exceeded level 3. An energon reading had been detected at approximately 17 kilometers. The warning echoed through a hangar full of unusual vehicles. In another part of the facility, a military team monitored the readings. A tall, nearly bald man with a little gray hair presided over the base's monitoring operations. General Morshower ordered his team to locate the emitter and produce images and coordinates immediately. The Autobots arrived on scene alongside Captain Lennox's team. Lieutenant William Lennox asked the general what the situation was. General Morshower reported that the young man had appeared with an energon signature almost on par with Megatron's. A soldier confirmed that they had an image and that one of the cameras nearby had picked something up. The soldier identified the location as Los Angeles. Lieutenant Lennox noted that the target was there. Optimus Prime joined the conversation and insisted they confront the young man and protect Sam. General Morshauer warned that they could not let the target be left alone, but they could not start a fight in a densely populated area. If the target resisted, the priority was to protect the boy. Optimus acknowledged the order. Lennox confirmed and ordered mobilization. Optimus instructed the Autobots to advance, and the Autobots and Lennox's team boarded an aircraft to reach Los Angeles as quickly as possible. General Morshauer said he hoped the young man would be on the right side. Deku moved across rooftops with his mask on and one for all coursing through his body, slipping through the city's darkest alleys to clear his head and test how one for all had been altered. He had been augmented with energon. He mentally labeled the combination as one for all plus energon flow, an energon booster at about 40%. Using only 10% of one for all with a bit of energon enhancement, he reached impressive speed not equal to a full one for all at 100%, but remarkable. What he really wanted to test was how powerful a strike from one for all would be when boosted by energon. His fight with Blackout had given him an idea. It might not reach full potency, but against Decepticons it could be his best weapon. The drawback was that the last time he pushed that hard he had nearly collapsed and felt a terrible ache in the arm where the energy had emanated. He would have to work on control. Deku concluded that the energon acted mainly as a booster and a healer, augmenting his body, amplifying one for all, and helping regenerate injuries. For now, he would stop and assess. Stopping on the top of a building, Deku shut off the energon. The blue trails of energy that had run along his limbs faded, briefly shifting to green before extinguishing. He tried to recall what he had heard earlier, voices telling him to save their race. The voices had been similar to one he remembered, the voice that had once asked him to save their people. He had completely forgotten about it until now. He wondered if those messages referred to the Autobots and what exactly he was meant to save them from. Previously it had been a single voice. This time he had heard multiple voices. He kept turning the thoughts over and over in his head, trying to understand. High above the United States, a large transport aircraft powered by 4 engines flew on a steady course. Inside, Optimus Prime had crouched to fit in vehicle mode and spoke with Lieutenant Lennox. Optimus asked Lennox to let the Autobots speak to the Flash. He considered the young man a potential ally but would be cautious. He expected the boy's numerous armed personnel to assume they intended to capture him. After all, they had orders not to start a conflict in the middle of a city filled with civilians and media presence. Lennox worried about the possibility that the Flash might attack first. Optimus advised staying at a safe distance and moving in to help if a conflict began. Optimus genuinely wanted answers from the Flash, how he had done what he did and why he had helped in the battle against the Decepticons. Lennox asked about Bumblebee's role. Optimus said that Ratchet was contacting Bumblebee to stay alert and help locate the Flash if needed. Lennox accepted the plan. Optimus ordered the Autobots to roll out and began transforming into vehicle mode. Inside the aircraft, alarms began to sound and red lights flashed. Turbulence signaled that it was time to jump. At the Witwicky house at midnight, Bumblebee received Ratchet's notification and learned that the green Flash was nearby. He did not want to miss the opportunity. Without waking anyone, Bumblebee drove out of the garage and prepared to move. Deku continued to study his own limits. He thought that if energon were a quirk it would be a boosting and restorative type. It could amplify his body and enhance one for all while restoring injuries. He estimated that the power of one for all felt reduced to less than half its usual strength. If he tried a pseudo 100% using his support gear and 45% of one for all, it only compared to about 50% under full control. He ran many tests to see how much power he could safely access. He decided that if he could learn to control the energon, he might become stronger, and that would be his focus for the time being. He looked down at the empty streets below. Only one vehicle moved, a yellow Camaro heading in his direction. Deku wondered if it was Sam's car. They realized it was identical, even down to the Autobot insignia on the door, and felt a sudden wave of alarm. They understood that this was the day to remember important things. Bumblebee could see it, a very faint energon signature, almost imperceptible, but clear to him. From the top of a dark building the glint must be coming. Deku realized the car looked familiar and wondered if Sam's Camaro was one of them and if Sam knew. A blue glow ran along the Camaro as it shifted into its alternate mode. The imposing form of a large robot rose up, metallic pieces snapping into place. Bumblebee's gaze rose and he saw the figure. Deku stood on the edge of the roof and looked down, meeting Bumblebee's eyes. He wondered what Bumblebee would do next. Multiple vehicles fell from the sky, transforming into imposing robots. Parachutes opened around them and armed people descended, ready for confrontation. Each robot used 3 parachutes to avoid a hard fall. They landed on quiet streets and moved into an empty alley to review strategy. Ratchet landed and reported to Optimus Prime that Bumblebee had made contact and he had their location. Optimus ordered Ratchet and the Autobots to advance and said he would reach them shortly. Ironhide declared that if anyone dared to attack he would stop them with heavier cannons, and Optimus advised caution. Ratchet urged Optimus not to delay because things might get messy. Ironhide and Ratchet shifted into vehicle mode, a modified black GMC pickup and a yellow emergency vehicle, and sped through the empty streets. Optimus Prime turned to his human allies to finalize the plan. Optimus said they would try to talk to the target, but if he chose to attack they would draw him toward the humans. Lieutenant Lennox planned to split his men to cover every possible escape route. He instructed that if necessary the target should be brought into an open street where snipers could finish the job. Optimus told Lennox he hoped that would not be necessary and departed. Deku did not know what to do. He did not understand why they were after him now. After drawing so much attention he had expected to find them later, not run into them on his first outing. He was supposed to find them, not the other way around. He could not trust them, not yet. Deku created a smoke screen and ran. A great black cloud rose from the building and he dashed away. Bumblebee scanned frantically. His energon reading picked up a faint signature on Deku. That little amount of energon was enough for his interface to localize him. Bumblebee tracked Deku running across to another building. Bumblebee transformed into vehicle mode and leapt forward. The yellow Chevrolet Camaro skidded and sped after Deku. A Freightliner truck rolled down the deserted streets, its nose painted red with blue flames while the rest of the cab was blue. The rear wheel covers were also red with blue flames. This was Optimus Prime. Ratchet told Optimus that the glow was fleeing, that Bumblebee had just reported someone leaping from rooftop to rooftop surrounded by green sparks and emitting faint energon signatures. Optimus replied that he was heading there and ordered Ironhide to advance with Bumblebee while Ratchet stayed back to monitor and report. Ratchet acknowledged the order. Ratchet reminded Ironhide that the target might be an ally and to intercept without overstepping. Ironhide, eager for action, sped through the streets in the modified GMC, leaving smoke and tire marks behind. Ratchet noted Ironhide's excitement. Optimus informed Lieutenant Lennox that the target was moving north along the rooftops near 13th Street. Lennox confirmed and said their non-lethal snipers would try to stop him, with additional teams in the area ready if the snipers failed. Optimus agreed they needed answers and preferably allies. Deku watched the yellow Camaro closing in behind him, thinking he could not lose it. A familiar sharp sensation pricked his head, the sense of danger. He spun in midair, maneuvered using his whips to stabilize himself, and grabbed the wall of the building. A projectile crackled into the wall behind him, emitting electric sparks. Deku recognized the warning again and let go of the wall, dropping through the air just before more projectiles struck where he had been standing. Deku looked for the snipers and realized he did not know where they were. More projectiles came at him. He leapt and dodged them, swinging his whips to latch onto another building and propel himself forward. He thought that he could not just dodge and run now because he did not know the terrain. Behind him, Bumblebee raced down the street in pursuit. Deku kept running, searching for a way out. Sniper 1 reported that the target was fast and had evaded several shots. It seemed as if the target knew they were being fired upon. Lennox acknowledged the report and warned Optimus to be careful, noting the target's reflexes and that his men could not land a single bullet. Optimus said he would keep that in mind and inform the others. Over the communicator, Someone added that the Flash was quick and had impressive reflexes, urging the Autobots to advance cautiously because they did not know what other tricks the target might have. Ratchet confirmed receipt. Ironhide acknowledged. Bumblebee made confirming noises. Deku announced that he would go below. He activated FA gene combined with One for All at 70%. With that immense accumulated force, Deku propelled himself toward the ground, nearly as fast as a bullet. Bumblebee was stunned at what he had seen. Deku had a sewer entrance in his sights. He planned to hide there so they could not follow him. As he neared the ground, he used air pressure generated from his fingers to land smoothly, then immediately deployed a smoke screen. Ratchet informed Optimus over the communicator that Bumblebee had lost sight of the target and that a black cloud similar to that day had been generated. Optimus told everyone to remain alert. They suspected the target could not have simply disappeared. Deku activated full cowl and emerged from the smoke, sprinting at high speed toward the manhole cover. He was at the intersection of 4 connected streets and felt close to his goal. A motor sound announced the approach of lights from the street to the left of the manhole cover. A black GMC pickup appeared and transformed. Deku cursed as he skidded on the ground to a stop, realizing the path ahead was blocked. The Autobot had transformed into a more robust mode. His bumper split into 2 halves that rested on his shoulders, wheels reconfigured at his sides and legs, and powerful circular cannons bracketed each arm. He rose over Deku, aiming his cannons and trying to sound intimidating while taunting Deku for his luck. Deku activated another smoke screen. Ironhide taunted Deku and asked where he had gone. Ratchet scolded over the communicator that Ironhide needed to stop asking personal questions to people he barely knew. Bumblebee, arriving beside Ironhide, made a noise that sounded like a laugh. Ironhide ordered him to be quiet. Deku launched upward again, gaining height above the buildings. Ironhide pointed out the target in the sky and acknowledged that they had him in sight. Deku, running across rooftops, wondered aloud to himself how they always found him no matter how far he tried to put between them. The modified GMC pickup and a Camaro followed him through the streets, and he suspected that the sniper rounds were of human caliber, implying an alliance. As he dodged more shots and deployed another smoke screen, Deku realized someone was watching all his movements and feeding that information to the pursuers. He felt monitored. Ratchet observed over the communicator that the target seemed to be searching for something, noting how Deku kept glancing around. Ratchet had positioned himself on a bridge, watching Deku from a distance to track his movements. Deku decided to drop to street level, thinking he might lose the watcher if he reduced his altitude. Using his tendrils, he propelled himself downward and began running through the streets, scanning his surroundings as he ran. The shots momentarily stopped. He reasoned they had lost an angle. Engine sounds signaled that Ironhide and Bumblebee were closing in from behind. Another vehicle arrived ahead of Deku, larger than the others, a red and blue trailer with blue flames. It pulled up in front of Deku, transformed, and from it emerged Optimus Prime. The trailer windshield sat across his chest, the bumper aligned with his torso, rear wheels settled on his legs, front wheels anchored his heels, and exhaust pipes rose from his shoulders. His head bore alien markings and small antennae at each side. Deku found himself surrounded and assumed a fighting stance. Optimus stepped forward and demanded to know who he was and what he wanted with the planet, pointing out that Deku had neutralized several Decepticons earlier that day and asking whether he was an ally or an enemy of the Autobots. Deku did not expect them to block his path just to ask questions, but he already knew how to answer. Deku replied that he only wanted to protect and save people from the disaster, speaking with a neutral but determined tone. Optimus and the other Autobots were surprised by how young his voice sounded. Optimus asked whether he fought for humanity. Deku said he simply wanted to help and do something with the gift he had. Optimus asked if the gift referred to the energon Deku carried. Deku asked if they knew about that. Ironhide noted that Deku emitted detectable energon signatures. Deku was startled that they could track him, then realized they only picked up those emissions when he surrounded himself with that emerald energy, which eased his concern somewhat. Deku then asked what about them. Deku asked which side they were on. Optimus explained that the Autobots had an alliance with the humans. They had lost their home and been granted asylum on this planet. He added that they would fight alongside the humans against the Decepticons because the Decepticons threatened life on the planet. Optimus reported that they were working to neutralize Decepticons hiding in different countries. Deku questioned what neutralizing meant. Ironhide said that dealing with Decepticons required decisive force and that there was no other way to handle them. Deku insisted there had to be another way. Ironhide responded that not when it came to the Decepticons. Optimus assured the noble warrior that they had tried peaceful dialogue first when the conflict began. Some time earlier, before Izuku manifested in this world, within the core of One for All after the fall of All for One into that void, Izuku lay unconscious in an endless emptiness. The other former holders gathered at his side, debating what to do. Yoichi observed that the ninth holder had completed One for All, but now. Nana said that he had no life left. He had given it away for a society that had rejected him. Daigoro murmured that it was a sad fate for the boy. Nana implored Yoichi, insisting there must be something they could do for Izuku. Yoichi admitted he was thinking but could not find a solution. Daigoro urged him to hurry. The core was destabilizing and the accumulated energy that had not dispersed was starting to, leaving cracks of darkness that swallowed light. Nana pleaded that she did not want Izuku to end like this and tried to hold back her tears. Yoichi expressed sorrow for Izuku but feared they could not help. One for All might disappear. The cracks of darkness spread, condemning the core further. Daigoro declared that they had reached their limit. At that moment, soft celestial rays appeared in the void, stalling the spreading darkness. A pillar of blue-tinged light rose at the edge of the core. Yoichi asked what it was. Nana asked what was approaching. Daigoro called it amazing. From the pillar of light emerged an imposing, tall, skeletal humanoid figure. The being looked around and asked where he was. Yoichi demanded to know who he was, speaking with authority and suspicion. Nana warned him not to come closer as the humanoid stepped forward slowly. Daigoro challenged him, asking what he was doing there and demanding answers, saying he was tired of new threats. The humanoid introduced himself as Alpha Trion, one of the original primes. In a desert plain, Izuku recognized the name Alpha Trion. Alpha Trion answered calmly and serenely. Back in the unstable core, Nana asked what Alpha Trion was. Yoichi requested that he explain himself, saying they were confused. Alpha Trion reminded them that he had forgotten they had no contact with humans for millions of years. He explained that he and his brothers were the original primes, leaders of a biomechanized race from the planet Cybertron. They had arrived on Earth millions of years ago searching for energon, the energy that sustained their world. Nana commented that it was impressive. Daigoro asked if Alpha Trion was an alien. Alpha Trion replied that, in a sense, he was, though not entirely in the way they might understand. He said he could sense that the humans they were talking about did not belong to this plane. While exploring the limits of his own plane with his brothers, they had found these humans. They were the most unusual humans he had encountered, and he asked what their world was like. Nana asked if their world was from another dimension. Except for a few Decepticons like Megatron, it was not until they arrived on Earth that they found compatible vehicles. Elita 1 was an Autobot who had not appeared or had little role in the films. That was the context of the previous chapter. The roar of the engine startled Izuku. The sound of metal colliding with metal and the Camaro's transformation made him take a step back, but at the same time he admired how amazing it was. Izuku expressed that it was incredible, eyes shining as he watched the yellow robot rise up and take on an intimidating posture. Bumblebee emerged from the Camaro. He looked at the green-haired human with curiosity and guarded caution, wondering why this human wanted to meet Optimus. Bumblebee tried to communicate with gestures, attempting to make Izuku understand his request. Izuku complained that he did not understand and insisted he wanted to speak with Optimus, frustrated that Bumblebee could not simply talk. Bumblebee nodded and then shook his head to indicate he could not speak. He was surprised that Izuku had figured that out so quickly. Izuku showed visible frustration at the communication barrier and apologized, admitting it must be difficult. Bumblebee crouched to Izuku's level, conveying that he did not think the human was capable of harm. After all, he would not be so kind otherwise. Izuku said he wanted to speak with Optimus about something important and asked Bumblebee to observe. A bluish glow around Izuku shifted into green, drawing Bumblebee's attention. The Autobot's optics brightened with curiosity as he watched the human shine. Izuku took something from his backpack, a shredded vigilante mask. He told Bumblebee that the mask might remind him of helping in the Battle of the Angels. Seeing the green flashes and the mask, Bumblebee suddenly remembered. He recalled that after Brawl was defeated he had seen green lightning and that mask leave, and that the same human had helped Optimus defeat Megatron. Bumblebee nodded enthusiastically, intrigued by how a human could do such things, and allowed Izuku to explain further. When the green rays faded, Izuku explained that he wanted to help but did not want to repeat the story twice because it was complicated. He said that, for some reason, his powers had fused with Energon and made some things possible. He wanted to save the society, and it seemed the Autobots did too. Together, they could stop the Decepticons who were still out there. A little disappointed that the full explanation would have to wait, Bumblebee shifted into his vehicle mode. He opened the car door and invited Izuku to ride along, curious about what he wanted to discuss with Optimus. Inside, Izuku took in the interior. He had been in a car like this before, but now he saw it in a new way. It looked like an ordinary car, yet watching the steering wheel move on its own still surprised him. He noticed the Autobot insignia on the wheel and reflected on what he knew about their home. Izuku admitted that he knew some things about his own world but asked Bumblebee for his name, since he only knew Optimus Prime. The radio changed frequency on its own, offering a voice that at first sounded cinematic and then shifted into a teenage tone. Bumblebee used the radio to state his name. Izuku remarked that Bumblebee could communicate a little and that it was a good name. Bumblebee responded through the radio with thanks. The journey continued in an awkward but not uncomfortable silence. For a first encounter they had communicated well, and Izuku could only hope everything would go smoothly with the rest of the Autobots. He introduced himself as Izuku, using a nickname if it helped, and reminded Bumblebee that Sam must not find out about any of this yet. Bumblebee reassured him through the radio that he should not worry and that it was a pleasure to meet him. Izuku returned the sentiment. The road led them into the mountains. The Camaro slowed and turned into a meadow with a clear view of a city lit brightly despite the late hour. Izuku stepped out and stood beneath the lone tree, watching the skyline. Memories of similar rooftops from his world surfaced times when he had gone up to his school roof or stood atop ruined buildings during that war of heroes and villains. He shook off those thoughts and focused on what he was about to discuss. Heavy engines approached in the distance. A Freightliner FL-86, a modified GMC van, and a yellow rescue vehicle. Izuku already recognized Optimus, but the other two were unknown to him at first. Emerging from under the tree, he stood beside Bumblebee as the three vehicles stopped and transformed into towering mechanical beings, larger than Bumblebee. One of the larger robots, the modified GMC, spoke with an irritated tone and asked why Bumblebee had brought another human. Ironhide expressed his displeasure at Bumblebee for bringing yet another human. The yellow rescue vehicle, Ratchet, admonished Bumblebee that humans were not pets and asked why he had brought one. Only their arguments echoed across the meadow while Optimus watched in silence, intrigued by Izuku and sensing a power emanating from him. Izuku marveled at their ability to change form at will and remain fully functional, noting how every piece of the vehicle fit perfectly into the humanoid mode. He observed that they could draw weapons from their own structures and that they were not just technology but something more, though he struggled to find the right words. He imagined the possibilities: stealth missions, surprise attacks, and the thought made him murmur excitedly as he took them in. Meanwhile, Bumblebee attempted to intervene and asked them to wait. Izuku raised his hands forward, trying to explain, but the Autobots only heard frustrated murmurs as he struggled to form his words. Ironhide judged that Izuku was not understanding anything. Ratchet suspected that Izuku wanted to be harmed and transformed his arm into a weapon in response. Bumblebee stepped back a few paces, looking startled and unsure whether to be offended. Izuku began to mutter rapidly, his words spilling out in a rush about Energon and One for All, about whether Energon was a life source and how it might interact with One for All, whether it could create weapons or allow bodies to change, whether a vehicle needed to be compatible or could be altered to suit them, and whether mass could be modified. His voice was a hurried jumble of ideas and questions. Ironhide accused him of analyzing them and then extended the cannons on his arms, aiming at Izuku. Ratchet said they needed to get rid of him and started recharging his weapon. Bumblebee reacted with alarm. Optimus Prime stepped forward and ordered an end to the escalation. His presence made everyone, Izuku included, stop. Optimus asked Bumblebee to explain what was happening. Bumblebee, tired and reluctant, indicated Izuku and stepped back with his shoulders down. Optimus considered Izuku carefully. He could not be older than Sam, and there had to be a reason Bumblebee had brought him here, though that reason was not yet clear. Optimus asked Izuku his name. Izuku looked at Optimus and the other Autobots. The van did not look pleased, and the rescue cars studied him intently. Izuku answered that his name was Izuku Witwiki. Ratchet ran a scan and found no record of Sam having a brother, noting that his database would update. Optimus admitted he had not known of any brother and asked if Sam had told him everything. Izuku explained that Sam had not really told him anything. He had pieced some things together on his own, but he did not think Sam would reveal the whole truth. Izuku clarified that he was not truly Sam's brother. Sam's family had taken care of him since he left the hospital after an accident that left them believing he had lost his memories. Optimus asked whether Izuku was deceiving them. Izuku responded that perhaps he was, but that it was better that way because revealing his true past might put Sam's family at risk. Optimus pressed for the truth and asked what Izuku had really come for. Izuku braced himself and prepared to explain something he did not fully understand himself. He knew he had to be ready in case the Autobots did not take the news well. He hoped Bumblebee might be an exception. Izuku said that much of the truth about the conflict, the reason for the battle in that city, came from his connection to Energon. He explained that Energon had fused with part of his power and that he carried the name Deku. He removed a damaged, mud-splattered helmet from his backpack to show them. Optimus recognized him in that moment as the one who had fought the Decepticons in the city during the battle for the Spark. Izuku recalled being called the Flash and assumed the government knew about him as well. Ratchet confirmed that the government had been tracking him for interrogation and was already dealing with many new variables. Izuku went on to explain his origins. He told them he was not from this world, nor exactly from the stars, but from an alternate reality where humans began to be born with special abilities, an evolutionary leap. He said he had not been born with powers himself, but he had inherited the power of the world's greatest hero, All Might. That hero had passed to him the power known as One for All, which had been passed through 8 generations and became Izuku's as the 9th bearer. Izuku described his mission to stop a villain named All for One, a figure who had sought to take over others and had caused destruction and chaos across cities in Izuku's homeland. He left everything behind to confront that threat. He said he had defeated All for One, pushing his body to its limits in a climactic struggle, and he had collapsed afterward. The energy of One for All had been so intense that remnants of it remained even after that collapse. He said that he had been found by a pure source of Energon and brought into this new world the night before the Decepticons mobilized in Los Angeles. Because of that connection, he had come to speak with the Autobots. Izuku explained that he wanted to fight the Decepticons to protect the people who, though they did not truly know him, had given him a home. He did not want the collateral damage of this war to destroy innocent lives. He wanted to use his power and the Energon's opportunity to protect those he cared about, as his teacher would have wanted. Izuku finished by asking the Autobots why they fought for humans and what their purpose was in this world. The universe was so vast. Why were they on this Earth? Even after their story had ended, the Autobots continued to think about it. They could not forget that a child had carried such a great responsibility, and even after losing his world, he was willing to fight again. Optimus Prime set aside his reflections and addressed the others, explaining that humanity was one of the few species that had allowed them to call Earth home. He said they had been welcomed to this planet after losing the chance to save their own when the Spark had been destroyed. He added that the Decepticons were searching for something on Earth. Nobody yet knew what, but humans and Autobots would stand side by side to protect the planet. Bumblebee, their comrade, had traced the location of the Supreme Spark and arrived on Earth about 10 years earlier. Bumblebee, striking a slightly boastful pose, explained that the supreme spark had been destroyed for the sake of humanity and perhaps the universe. He argued that it was better this way than allowing it to fall into Decepticon hands. Ratchet reported that they had detected several Decepticons in different parts of the country and that they were tracking their trail. Ironhide, a weapons specialist with a gruff manner, offered to have Izuku join them in fighting Decepticons, telling him it would be easy with his strength. Izuku looked to Optimus and expressed a desire to help, but he worried that Sam and the Witwickies could not know. Optimus informed him that Sam was already a target and that hiding it would not change that. Izuku asked for a little time to tell them, admitting he had been lying by omission. Optimus allowed him the time and addressed him by his chosen name, saying Deku would be acceptable for now. Ironhide apologized for calling him short and introduced himself properly as Ironhide, weapons specialist, while spinning the twin cannons on his arms. Ratchet confirmed his analysis. There was energon inside Izuku. Izuku acknowledged that he could use it to amplify his own power and that it seemed to accelerate his regeneration, though he was still learning how to control it. Ratchet offered to study him and help find ways to harness that energy, introducing himself as the medical officer. Izuku made a light comment about explosives, remembering previous mishaps, and Ratchet cautioned that integrating weaponry would be complicated. Izuku accepted that. The Autobots continued to talk until Optimus Prime reminded them that the human military allies needed to know about the alliance. Optimus asked if Izuku would inform the military. Izuku preferred to remain anonymous, willing to present himself publicly as Deku and to say that Izuku was Sam's adopted brother until circumstances required otherwise. Ratchet agreed and suggested they move immediately. Ironhide teased that the Commander Lennox would be in for a shock, calling Izuku an anomaly. Optimus confirmed that Lennox was the commander of the squadron that fought alongside the Autobots and urged them to leave right away. Izuku excused himself to change. Moments later, the imposing green figure of Izuku, now suited and masked, walked toward the Autobot squad. Optimus Prime found the sight impressive. Ironhide remarked sarcastically that he looked like a harbinger of doom and shivered, while Bumblebee added in a playful tone that he was indeed intimidating. Ratchet suggested upgrading Izuku's equipment so he could do more than use his fists. In war, all options counted. Ironhide offered to teach him to shoot if necessary, and Ratchet promised that if Wheeljack came to Earth, he would commission something for Izuku. Wearing his suit and with his voice slightly altered by the mask, Deku expressed enthusiasm at the idea of upgrades. Optimus warned that they should leave before anyone noticed their presence. He assigned Bumblebee to accompany the boy and called the others to move out. 4 alternate mode vehicles roared down the road, engines growling as they sped toward a destination. At a military base on the outskirts of the city, a group of soldiers gathered around a few questions. Commander Lennox asked how long it had been since Optimus had left. Epps, second in command, suggested the Autobots might simply be out on patrol. This planet was new to them, after all. Lennox ordered the use of the prototype energon detectors to search within a 10-kilometer radius. A car horn cut him off as the Autobot squad arrived. Optimus, Ratchet, and Ironhide shifted into their alternate modes and approached the hangar. Lennox demanded to know why they were late. Ironhide said the delay had a humorous explanation tied to a flash they had tried to intercept earlier. Epps asked if the boy had anything significant about him, and Lennox pressed for more information. Optimus explained that Bumblebee had called an alert requiring only Autobot presence and apologized for the surprise. Lennox sighed, still not fully trusting the alliance but unwilling to make a scene. A screech of tires announced Bumblebee's approach. The lights of the Camaro drew nearer as it slid across the asphalt toward the hangar. Bumblebee transformed in a dramatic, acrobatic maneuver, landing with a flourish. Suddenly, a green glow pulsed from his interior, small green arcs of energy rippling across his frame. His optics brightened, and for a heartbeat he gave off a striking, otherworldly presence. Dark energy ribbons flicked outward and anchored to the ground, propelling him in a stylized landing that made the floor tremble, an impressive, anime-like display of power that drew every eye in the hangar. Bumblebee landed beside Deku, who remained silent as everyone watched with heightened alertness. Bumblebee then signaled to Deku with a festive gesture, announcing the moment with enthusiastic flair. Commander Lennox looked at Optimus Prime, astonished by what he saw, while the others took in the sight of the powered boy standing among the Autobots. Lennox hesitated, taking in the sight of the Autobots and the lone human-like figure standing before him. The newcomer had spun a tragic tale about a destroyed world and being the last survivor of a civilization beyond Cybertron. According to that story, Deku was the only one left of his kind. They looked like children, waiting for their tale to distract adult logic and scrutiny. Lennox asked if the Decepticons had attacked Deku's planet, pointing toward Deku, who remained close to Bumblebee, and whether that attack had wiped out his people and left him alone and determined to bring justice. Lennox did not entirely believe the story, but he trusted enough to see that Deku was not openly malicious. After all, he would not have aided them against Megatron otherwise. He decided to wait for the truth and to use the opportunity to observe Deku's abilities up close. Ratchet agreed. Ironhide said it could be possible. Optimus summarized the situation, and Bumblebee simply nodded. Deku stayed silent at first, surprised that they had managed to convince such a seasoned veteran so easily. He thought their performance had been unconvincing and contradictory, but it had worked. By now, Deku's narrative placed him as the last survivor of a race unknown to humans, among the strongest of his people, and his goal was to avenge his world by confronting the Decepticons. It made for a tense day. Epps, the second in command, mocked them and called them brats. He spoke in a childish tone as a show of derision and joked about keeping the small newcomer, pretending he could be destroyed by a sneeze. He taunted that Lennox had seen what Deku had done to Megatron and asked if he had noticed. Lennox told Epps to calm down and reminded him that the Autobots were on their side. Epps complained theatrically that he was tired of all the new destructive things and felt small and fragile, insisting he had not joined the military for this. Lennox ordered him to stop whining and get to work. Deku internally chastised them for not agreeing beforehand on how to explain the situation to the base. Epps took a moment to compose himself and try to relax. Lennox turned the conversation to practical matters and asked about Deku's capabilities. Optimus explained that Deku's powers could be the result of a local experiment using technology from their planet, which had amplified abilities he already possessed. He could manipulate near-pure energon to boost his strength, in a way comparable to how Autobots reinforce their armor. Optimus emphasized that Deku was very powerful. Lennox admitted that this information was chilling but pressed for specifics. Optimus replied that Deku was reserved and spoke only when necessary. Deku did not seem to trust them or humans yet, but if he wanted to fight the Decepticons, he would have little choice but to accept their assistance. Optimus framed this as a practical justification for Deku's silence. With a voice quieter and more distant than usual, Deku said that he could not track the Decepticons. He requested to be present the next time the base detected an incursion. After Deku spoke, everyone fell silent and regarded him with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. Lennox answered without flinching, stating that if Deku wanted to accompany them, he would need to prove he was on their side and asked how they could be certain of that. Deku considered how to gain the military's trust. The Autobots believed him, but they could not help him reclaim what his world had lost. He recalled a piece of information his spark had hinted at a name, Fallen. Deku admitted he could not promise anything, but he suspected a powerful enemy might come to Earth searching for something important. Lennox asked what that object or goal could be. Optimus turned to Deku and asked him to explain further, noting that he had heard nothing about such a thing and wondering how powerful any newcomer would be if Megatron had already been defeated. Deku considered his words carefully. The name Fallen had come to him in one of those sudden surges of information in his mind. It felt important. He whispered the word Fallen to himself until it faded from the edges of his thoughts. Outside the city, the two rookies were on their way to meet Optimus. They were near a forest teeming with wildlife. Night had settled over the land, stars scattered across the sky and the moon casting a pale light. A large object fell from the heavens, flames extinguished around it as it descended. Deku watched and wondered whether it had anything to do with why Optimus had called them. Alongside the road, a distant excavation site spread across a clearing. Heavy mining equipment and industrial machines filled the area, and the most prominent piece of machinery was an enormous crane fitted with a massive saw. Deku noted how impressive it was. In his world, most people used their quirks for heavy labor, so advanced engineering had not always been necessary. He allowed himself a moment of distraction before remembering that Optimus was waiting. In a forest clearing, Optimus stood with Ratchet and Ironhide, watching the star-filled sky and the blazing object that continued to fall and draw closer. Optimus observed that Deku and the others had been the first to answer his message. Ironhide approached from behind and, in a calm voice, assured Optimus that they would not be the last and that many more Autobots were out there who would soon come. Optimus felt a trace of guilt at the thought of Autobots scattered among the stars. If he had acted sooner, perhaps more of them would still be on Cybertron. Ratchet reminded him that he had done what he could and that caution had likely prevented Megatron from accomplishing whatever plan he had been carrying out. Optimus accepted Ratchet's words and shifted his focus to the present, hoping that the approaching arrivals would improve relations with humanity and provide safe haven for more Autobots. The sharp screech of tires on dirt announced new arrivals. Lights broke through the trees as Bumblebee approached. Optimus acknowledged Bumblebee's arrival as Bumblebee skidded into the clearing, transformed with a quick flip, and paused mid-motion. In the middle of that transformation, Deku leapt out of the Camaro and landed lightly on the ground. Bumblebee completed his transformation behind Deku, pieces still settling into place. Deku admitted that he did not understand Bumblebee's expression. Ironhide wondered aloud whether the dramatic entrance was practiced or instinctive, and Ratchet noted that it was not the time for idle questions while still finding it intriguing. Optimus apologized for calling everyone so late and explained that he wanted them all present. Deku asked whether the arrival had to do with the object in the sky. Bumblebee listened with curiosity while Ratchet and Ironhide fell silent to let Optimus speak. Optimus explained that the object was not just an ordinary falling thing. He said it had several names, one of which was Santium. It was a vessel used in ancient times on Cybertron for exploring the far reaches of the universe and transporting all manner of resources. Deku, thinking of his planet's destruction, wondered aloud why such a ship would matter now and what might be aboard it. Optimus revealed that he had sent a message out to the darkest reaches of space, calling to the Autobots who had taken refuge among the stars and telling them that Earth was waiting. The flying object drew nearer at high speed. Deku questioned whether more Autobots were on their way. Ironhide and Ratchet confirmed that Lennox had authorized their arrival and emphasized that any additional help against the Decepticons would be invaluable. Ratchet reminded them that they had lost Jazz on arrival, and Optimus lowered his gaze at the reminder, thinking that if he had not engaged the Decepticons on the road, things might have been different. Ratchet spoke of the necessity to gather the Autobots here, keep them safe, and train them to survive on this planet. Time moved back to a few days after the battle for the Supreme Spark. 4 Autobots stood on the deck of an aircraft carrier, a newly repaired Bumblebee, Ratchet, Ironhide, and Optimus. They watched as the wreckage of Megatron was cast into the sea, where the crushing water would hold it deep below and ensure it would not return. Optimus felt sorrow for someone he had once considered a brother, but he could not linger on that sadness after everything Megatron had done. Nearby, the combined body of Jazz was being towed, secured in a net, ready to be laid to rest in the water. Optimus thanked those present and acknowledged General Lennox and Epps, who had come to pay their respects. Lennox noted that Jazz had done much to help the retreat and had faced Megatron during that effort. Under the setting sun and the steady sound of the waves, Optimus stepped forward to stand before Jazz. He addressed his fallen comrade and vowed to do everything in his power to keep the remaining Autobots safe and to end the conflict. He promised to gather the scattered Autobots from the stars and bring them to Earth, where they would have shelter and safety. Optimus expressed the hope that Jazz's spark would somehow witness the peace they sought and that Jazz would see the beauty of this planet. Optimus ended with a quiet promise to see the plan through, carrying the memory of his comrade with him as they prepared for what lay ahead. Optimus Prime stood in a forest clearing under a bright sky and made a solemn promise to himself that he would never let anyone else die and would never be late again. The others around him hoped that promise would hold. Optimus Prime declared that he would gather all remaining Autobots and, together, they would defend their new home from the Decepticons. Izuku, Ratchet, Ironhide, and Bumblebee, having heard his words, resolved to give their all in every battle. A ship streaked down through the sky, trailing fire, and crashed into the forest ahead of the clearing. Izuku asked if the passengers would be all right after the impact. Ratchet examined the ship and explained that it had been built to absorb impact and protect its passengers. Izuku observed his wrist, where a metallic red bracelet sat, and thought about the ship's impact-absorbing design. Ironhide admitted he did not understand the technical details, and Bumblebee shrugged in agreement. Optimus announced that the ship was approaching. The Santium finally struck the forest, toppling trees and leaving a trail of scorched earth and flames in its wake. The powerful impact shook the ground beneath their feet and brought a sudden, tense silence to the woods. The arrival signaled the coming of more Autobots to Earth, the beginning of what would become a significant Autobot presence. The ship came to rest after creating a long path of destruction. Optimus Prime urged everyone to move, and he, Izuku, and the other Autobots ran toward the wreckage. They crossed the forest and approached the damaged Santium, now surrounded by burned trunks and smoldering ground. Optimus expressed the hope that the first Autobots to arrive had landed safely. Ratchet inspected the ship more closely, assessing the damage and whether it could be repaired. Izuku asked Ratchet if repair was possible. Ratchet noted that the ship's engineering was remarkable but unfamiliar to him, that extensive manpower and knowledge of its components would be required, and that for the moment it would be best to leave it as it was. Izuku acknowledged this. Ironhide approached from behind Optimus near the ship's door. The heavy steps of the giant Cybertronians and the crackle of burning wood were the only sounds in the quiet, moonlit night. Ironhide told Optimus not to torment himself over what might have been, saying that allies would arrive and they would be safe. With Megatron gone, he expected the remaining Decepticons to fall back. Optimus, however, worried about Fallen. Optimus pointed out that Fallen was one of the original Primes and incredibly powerful, and he questioned how they were supposed to face him. In that moment of doubt, Ironhide, more than an ally, acted as a friend with whom Optimus could lower his leadership mask and speak of his concerns. Ironhide admitted uncertainty but reminded Optimus that they had new human allies, including Deku, and that Optimus himself would lead them. He instructed Optimus to open the hatch and welcome their new allies. Optimus nodded silently and approached the ship's door. A panel slid aside revealing a keypad with symbols. Optimus recalled what Sentinel had taught him and entered the code he remembered. After about 6 digits, the door released with a metallic sound and a rush of sealed air escaped. Inside, for silhouettes some smaller than others moved forward. Optimus remained cautious, mindful that Autobots should have control of the Santium. He drew his Energon sword and aimed toward the cockpit, commanding the newcomers to report so he would not be forced to doubt them. A faint purple glow in his optics gave his tone a sharper edge, which surprised Ironhide. The approaching silence made everyone uneasy. Heavy steps came closer as the 4 figures stepped into the moonlight, their protoform metal gleaming. Ironhide remarked on the darkness and positioned his arm cannons toward the ship. One of the newcomers identified himself as Sideswipe and reported in as a rookie soldier. He also acknowledged Optimus Prime as faction leader. Recognizing him, Ironhide and Optimus lowered their weapons. Ironhide greeted Sideswipe with a friendly fist bump, and Sideswipe returned the gesture. Optimus expressed that it was always good to see a familiar face and that he was glad a young Autobot had made it this far. Sideswipe informed Optimus that he had not come alone. 3 more protoform Autobots descended. RC reported for duty, Skids introduced himself and commented on how pleasant the place was, and Mudflap announced his presence while chiding his brother to be more respectful. You are in the presence of a Prime. 3 young Autobots had staged a playful scene in the forest. The rest arrived when they did not hear any signs of a confrontation. Ratchet checked that everything had gone well and asked if anyone required medical attention. Sideswipe confirmed that everyone was fine and that they had arrived safely. Bumblebee reacted cheerfully. Deku observed that the Autobots' original protoform modes looked like this, without any scan vehicles. Sideswipe felt a stare and turned to see the biological life form watching him, 2 green points of light behind a dark mask. Feeling a little unnerved, Sideswipe asked Optimus if the species of this planet were usually so intimidating. Ironhide laughed and said it was fortunately not the case for him. Optimus said there would be time for introductions later and that they needed to leave before local authorities arrived. Skids complained that he had wanted to meet the little green one, and Mudflap teased that it must be a weakling. Deku thought that these supposed ancient warriors behaved like spoiled children. Unbeknownst to Deku, someone else was analyzing him, the smallest Autobot in the group and the only one who looked different. RC noted that the newcomer must be important to be allowed here with the faction leader, but wondered why a human dressed that way. Then several flashes in the sky drew everyone's attention. About 9 bright streaks indicated something was approaching. Ratchet suspected they were Decepticons and asked Sideswipe if they had been followed. Sideswipe insisted he had checked and had not seen anyone. Ironhide said it did not matter now and ordered everyone to prepare. The objects would fall nearby. The sound of engines reached the clearing as several armed military vehicles arrived. The newly arrived Autobots braced for conflict. Ironhide ordered Sideswipe to lower his weapons, explaining that the troops were allies. Sideswipe acknowledged the order and signaled the others to stand down as well. Lennox stepped out of one of the vehicles and approached Optimus. He asked Optimus if he had expected more allies. Optimus answered that he had not and that he feared the Decepticons were approaching seeking a fight. Lennox agreed to engage but said he could not allow inexperienced soldiers to be involved in something so serious and stressed how difficult coordinated work could be. Optimus understood and requested someone to escort the newcomers to the base. Lennox assigned someone and said he needed to know where the fall would occur to establish a perimeter. Optimus ordered Ratchet to calculate a trajectory and told Ironhide to get the newcomers out of the area. He did not want complications. Sideswipe was surprised, and RC wondered if they were leaving. Skids protested. Mudflap insisted they should be allowed to fight and take on the Decepticons. Ironhide explained that the situation on Earth was complicated and that cooperation was essential, something new for the arriving Autobots. Sideswipe hesitated but accepted the instruction. Ironhide showed them the essentials of weapons handling and, just as importantly, taught them to listen and analyze appropriate actions. Sideswipe understood. Optimus arranged for a vehicle to escort them to the base and told them to wait there. He instructed Ratchet again to estimate the fall point. Ratchet reported roughly 2 kilometers to the east. Optimus told Lennox they should move out and ordered the Autobots to leave the area. The newly arrived Autobot team withdrew from the likely battle zone. The military advanced toward the predicted impact site. Ratchet, Ironhide, Optimus, and Bumblebee moved swiftly through the forest. Deku swung through the trees using dark tendrils and brief levitation, green sparks of energy flickering across his body. He volunteered to scout the terrain alone and, without waiting for the truck's reply, charged with a burst of stored power in his legs, using the tendrils as slingshots while drawing on one for all. He thought to himself that he would be faster than a bullet and launched toward the impact direction. He reached a mining site, a shallow excavation roughly a kilometer across. Objects had already fallen from the sky, kicking up smoke and dust from the impacts. Machinery sounds and metal clashing echoed through the cloud. The dust and haze obscured vision. Deku considered returning to the others, but they had already arrived. Optimus transformed and requested a situation report. Deku reported that the impact had raised a dust cloud that obscured sight and that metallic noises suggested the newcomers might have seized the mining equipment. He added that they could contain the threat within the mine and prevent collateral damage if they kept the forces inside the excavation. Optimus acknowledged the strategic assessment. Lennox ordered everyone to mobilize and establish a perimeter so nothing could leave the site. He assigned the Autobots the vanguard and said his men would provide cover while he and his squad went with them. When the dust cleared, Deku and the Autobots saw something that confused and alarmed them. A gigantic piece of mining machinery now stood in the pit where none had been before. Its sudden presence and scale made it clear this would not be a simple or discreet engagement. The group stepped back from the kinetic shockwaves of the impact and realized the seriousness of what they faced. Lennox registered the new threat with concern. Deku swore under his breath, aware that the coming fight would be difficult. The military mobilized. Deku hovered above the area while the Autobots, led by Optimus, inspected the rim of the great mining canyon where the giant Decepticon had taken mechanical form. The night was dark and moonlight filtered through the trees, illuminating the forest and revealing the Decepticon in all its terrifying arsenal and the obvious trouble it would cause. Lennox communicated over the comms to all the Autobots and to Deku that there would be no reinforcements and they did not want to attract any more attention. He ordered his men to spread along the canyon rim, with teams ready to descend and attack the Decepticon's limbs to topple it. Lennox explained that the Autobots should strike from every side and deliver the final blow when it fell. There would be no aerial missiles, no drones, no fighters, just 2 human squadrons for Autobots and 1 unknown ally. Having heard the plan, Deku considered the Decepticon's unpredictability and told the group that he doubted it would remain still. He committed to distracting it long enough for everyone to take position and emphasized that they must prevent it from leaving the canyon. They could not stop attacking at any point. The sight and power of the Decepticon reminded him of Gigantomachia and the desperate efforts to contain that threat after it had ravaged cities, but Deku pushed the thought aside. This was different. He would not let it move from this place. Optimus Prime asked if Deku could contain the Decepticon long enough. Ironhide offered support with staggered missile strikes to give them breathing room. The Autobots approached the canyon edge and prepared their weapons. Deku acknowledged the plan and readied himself. Lennox ordered everyone into motion. Optimus directed the Autobots to move forward and told Ironhide to take a better firing position and join them once Deku was free and they were all in place. Ironhide confirmed he would follow the plan. Cannons and missile racks began to form on the Autobots' bodies, primed and loaded. Deku steadied himself and dove toward the Decepticon, gathering his power. He activated his one-for-all full cowl, but the voice of a memory reminded him that the power had been reduced and that using it came at a cost. He engaged the energon booster at 40%. A faint, celestial glow of energon began to trace across his body, starting at the left side of his chest and spreading outward as he prepared a direct strike to the Decepticon's head. Even at reduced strength, the energon covered him and he resolved to keep fighting. The energon streaks gathered at his fist. The technique channeled Cybertronian energy through him, amplifying his strikes in a way that balanced power with safety. Filling his whole body more quickly would be too risky, but the 40% boost was effective without causing harm. Deku slammed into the Decepticon's face with a thunderous impact that echoed across the canyon. He followed each strike by wrapping a black whipping tether to hold onto the Decepticon's head while continuing to punch with controlled force. The Decepticon roared in irritation at the persistent nuisance on its face but did not cede the attack. As Deku fought, the saw-like teeth around the Decepticon's maw began to whir with a new, dangerous rhythm. He realized his blows were only a nuisance. His 40% boost could not penetrate the Decepticon's heavy armor. Then he sensed something charging and the danger warning in his instincts flared. The Decepticon unleashed a massive roar and expelled a searing plume of energy from its mouth that threatened to engulf Deku. Anticipating this, Deku generated powerful gusts of air with his own energy to propel himself away and to defuse the worst of the blast, buying him just enough time to escape the direct path of the attack. Ironhide seized his moment. The Autobots were already deploying to the canyon floor and the human squads took position around the rim. Ironhide unleashed a rattling volley from his arm-mounted launchers and a storm of missiles streaked toward the Decepticon in a coordinated barrage. Deku watched the fiery rain strike, using his tethers and quick air bursts to swing and dodge the splashes of heat while staying latched to the Decepticon. The missile impacts rocked the Decepticon and nearly toppled it. Optimus assessed its stagger and ordered the Autobots to attack its limbs with everything they had. Ratchet extended weapons and opened fire from his chassis while Bumblebee formed a cannon and Optimus withdrew weapons from his back to join the assault. They struck in unison, aiming to bring the giant down. The Decepticon retaliated by preparing another frontal assault, charging its mouth with concentrated energy and roaring as it aimed at the Autobots on the ground. Optimus immediately warned everyone to take cover. Lennox decided to support from the human side and called for his team to fire mortar rounds to distract the beast and draw its attention away from Optimus. Heavy mortar impacts landed across the Decepticon's back, prompting furious roars as it was struck repeatedly. Deku admitted to himself that his 40% limit prevented him from delivering decisive damage. He would have to improvise. From high above, he drew on another internal skill, Fa Gene, and used it in tandem with his Energon charge. Pushing off into a downward dive, he latched onto the Decepticon with the black tether and funneled the Energon booster into his legs, combining the Fa Gene momentum with the extra power he could muster. He announced to his team over the comms that he would attempt to bring it down with this single decisive blow. Lennox confirmed that everyone had heard the plan and prepared for Deku's maneuver. A shout ordered a ceasefire and everyone to take cover. All eyes fell on the Emerald Flash, which shifted to a sky-blue glow as it prepared a strike that might end the battle. He combined 100% one for all with Fa Gene and a 40% Energon booster, and Manchester positioned himself to deliver a diving axe kick. A thunderous crash filled the canyon. Deku's strike connected with the Decepticon's spine. Bursts of sky-blue energy erupted in all directions, reflecting the power that had just been unleashed. For a moment, everything went silent. Deku floated in place, wondering if it was over. The danger sensors screamed to life. The sound of metal clashing warned them of what was coming. Smoke from the impact and the surrounding artillery made it hard to see. Suddenly the Decepticon spun in place, and its two metal tails whipped toward the hero. Deku moved instinctively and managed to dodge one tail, but there was no time to evade the second. Deku was struck and sent flying into a wall of rock and earth in the canyon, buried beneath the debris. Optimus Prime watched in alarm as his ally was slammed against the canyon wall and covered. He sprinted at full speed toward the Decepticon, dodging attempts by the enemy to crush him underfoot, then caught hold of its leg and began to climb. Optimus extended an Energon hook in one hand to cling to the Decepticon while firing his weapon at its face with the other. He called for a status report from Deku but received no response. Bumblebee fired everything he had from his handheld cannon while Ratchet did what he could with his own weapons, targeting limbs and evading counterattacks. Ratchet warned that their approach was not sustainable and that they would run out of ammunition, noting that the Decepticon had not yet unleashed its full arsenal. Bumblebee expressed concern with urgent beeps, and Ratchet reacted with puzzled frustration. Optimus leaped from the Decepticon's limb onto its face, anchoring himself with two Energon hooks. Once steady, he drew his blade with one hand and began to strike, slashing and pounding at the foe. The alien metal rang with a strange sound that made it clear this opponent was not of Earth. The assault imposed pressure on the Decepticon, but it did not last. Optimus declared his intent to end the threat, and then the Decepticon roared. It threw its weight forward and shook its head violently, trying to dislodge the Autobot. Before Optimus could finish, the Decepticon lowered its head and dragged him across the ground, hauling him into a rocky wall. Optimus crashed through the rock and tumbled free. Ratchet ordered the Autobots to attack, urging everyone to give their leader time to recover. The military, Ironhide positioned outside the canyon, Ratchet and Bumblebee pressed their assault, buying a moment for Optimus to get back on his feet. Optimus warned them to take cover. The Decepticon began to hum and whir as different parts of its body shifted. Dozens of compartments along its spine opened with mechanical clicks, and the Autobots realized what was charging. Optimus instructed Lennox to have the teams fall back to safety. Ratchet told everyone to run, and Bumblebee signaled deep concern. Strange missiles launched from the Decepticon as its counterattack. They shot into the sky and then dove toward their targets. Ironhide shouted for others to get behind him and unleashed his own barrage, intercepting many incoming missiles before they could strike. Explosions rocked the canyon as some enemy rockets still found their marks. The fire spread like a rolling wave and the battle zone became a burning gauntlet. The destruction was massive, yet the early hour kept the city largely unaware so far. The Decepticon reached a canyon wall and began to climb. If it reached the city, chaos would follow. Deku's head spun and his body ached. The impact had buried him in the canyon and then propelled him farther into one of the cave tunnels. The Decepticon was still out there, and he needed a way to stop it for good. Trying to get his bearings, he noticed tracks for a mining cart and a small trolley ahead, along with multiple warning signs on the tunnel walls. He formed a plan and moved quickly into action. From the rim of the canyon, Lennox insisted they could not allow the Decepticon to escape. Ironhide admitted he was running out of options to contain it and asked Optimus what to do. The rest of the Autobots pressed forward through flames and debris, watching the enemy climb. Optimus confessed that he had no plan. Through the communicator, a voice said they did have a plan and called for Deku. Optimus Prime asked if Deku was all right. Deku answered that he was, apologized for being disoriented from the blow, and explained he had a plan to give them a chance for a finishing strike but needed everyone to move out. Deku then asked what the enemy was doing. Optimus reported that the Decepticon was trying to climb out of the canyon. Deku instructed that when he gave the signal they should weaken the enemy's grip and attack where it held on so it would fall, and promised he would finish it off. Optimus said they trusted Deku. Optimus then ordered everyone to move. Lennox called for all available artillery. Lennox and his teams, who had taken shelter with Ironhide, heard the plan and wondered what the alien of unknown origin had in mind, hoping the fight would end soon. Deep inside the mines, the only sounds were impacts on rock. A greenish light revealed Deku's striking support pillars and structures that kept the mine stable. He hoped this would work and would neutralize another potential hazard. He continued pounding with steady force to avoid being buried alive. Farther along the mine walls, warning signs warned of methane gas in the area. Outside the canyon, reports came in that they had cleared the ridge but the Decepticon was emerging. The Autobots gathered while the military teams dispersed. A powerful roar announced the Combiner as its massive head appeared at the canyon's base, smoke issuing from its mouth as it prepared to crush the Autobots. The Autobots braced and readied their weapons. At that moment Deku activated his plan and pushed his power to full flow. The ground beneath the Autobots trembled as Deku burst from the earth, charging a powerful strike in his right arm and reporting his Energon booster at 55%. He drew back and struck the Decepticon, forcing his Energon beyond its usual limits. A gust of wind shoved the Combiner toward the abyss. Immediately, detonations and concentrated fire from the Autobots and artillery struck the giant to force it to fall. The Combiner clung to the rock with a massive claw and roared, while Deku, clutching his sore arm from the strain, watched as the metal behemoth refused to let go. The Combiner was hit by mortars, bazookas, missiles and Energon cannon fire. Deku prepared one final push and unleashed a full-power airstrike that sent the Decepticon tumbling toward the depths, but the enemy retaliated with a last barrage of missiles. Ironhide intercepted those missiles, exchanging his own fire to protect the others. Optimus Prime ordered the Autobots to scatter and shield the troops. Bumblebee raced to support a military team, transforming to position himself behind them and using his plasma cannon to neutralize incoming rockets. Although the Autobots avoided the worst of the attack, Deku still had missiles pursuing him. Using his combination of abilities, he propelled himself and dodged while the Combiner struggled to climb back up. Deku deployed black whips, evaded the incoming projectiles, and then used the whips to catch and redirect them, an improvised technique he had not used before. Pushing himself and calling for everything he had, Deku redirected the missiles with his whips so they flew straight back at the Combiner. One by one the strikes landed and the enemy was driven lower until it finally plunged into the mine. The impact triggered a collapse that sent it falling even farther down. Additional volleys converged on the site and a massive explosion followed. Flames rose and a blast wave rolled outward. The Autobots shielded the soldiers from the shock. The force of the blast reverberated through the ground. In the dramatic aftermath, the collapse and fires sealed the Combiner's defeat without graphic detail. Moments later, the Autobots regrouped amid the ruins of the battle and walked slowly among the scorched debris. Optimus Prime asked Deku what he had done. Deku explained that he had led the Combiner to a pocket of methane in the mine where dynamite had been stored and had weakened support columns so that when the Decepticon fell the structure would collapse into the gas. Ratchet called the plan ingenious, and Ironhide remarked on Deku's destructive talent. Optimus agreed that the solution had been clever. Deku admitted the approach had been flashy but noted it provided a plausible public explanation, an accidental gas release in the mine that caused an explosion and collapse. Lennox thanked Deku for thinking of everything and announced it was time to withdraw. telling Optimus they would meet at the base. He gave Deku one last look and departed with his team. After they left, Deku asked Optimus what the Combiner had been. Optimus explained that Combiners are normally groups of Decepticons that merge into larger, more formidable opponents, but this one had been different, apparently a single construct. Ratchet suggested the abomination was likely the work of Shockwave, whose experiments matched that kind of creation. The question of Shockwave's involvement hung in the air. Izuku asked if Optimus Prime had spoken. Optimus Prime explained that a general of the enemy, a brilliant scientist with twisted ideals and methods, was expected. If this general was behind the recent events, then he must be on Earth or heading here. Ironhide wondered whether the general would assume leadership now that Megatron was gone. Optimus Prime commented that taking leadership had never been the general's style, but whatever he did would not be good. If the enemy knew a general was on Earth where Megatron fell, Optimus Prime was sure they would gather forces. Izuku declared that they would face them. Izuku admired the sky and never imagined he would have to confront such threats greater than All for One. The moon and stars looked beautiful and bright. Light pollution was low in the area, so he had a great view. It was sad to think that from such a beautiful place terrible threats could come. Ratchet affirmed that they would face whatever came. Optimus Prime added that Shockwave never gave in to emotion and that the enemy did not seek revenge but something on Earth they needed. They would find out what it was. Optimus Prime told Izuku that they would stay in contact and fight together. Izuku responded that he would never stop fighting to protect others. The three Autobots took their path while Bumblebee and Izuku went their own way. Lying in bed, exhausted, Izuku could not stop thinking about Optimus Prime's words. The enemy was looking for something on Earth, but what was it? Did the symbols in his head mean anything relevant? Even though he was tired, those questions kept him awake. He had to look for clues. He used the computer that had been left on the desk in the room and began searching everything about extraterrestrials that the internet could offer. The internet was full of junk things he already knew, but it was important to check when doing research. He did not find anything particularly useful, only a page full of videos about the incident, conspiracy theories, and a kid named Leo spouting nonsense. There was nothing he did not already know about those videos. The boy had fought there. Something interesting, however, was happening in the comments of one of the many videos. A user named Robo_Guerrero_S7 dismissed the content as trash. A channel or user named FCTvo.com defended the videos as exclusive material not found elsewhere. Robo_Guerrero_S7 accused Effectivo.com's security and urged people to visit his own site to stop following the amateur. The exchange grew heated, with FCTvo.com telling Robo_Guerrero_S7 to stop attacking the site. Izuku found Robo_Guerrero_S7's profile and clicked on the site. There was little to see. Much of what the user published appeared to have been censored, and the profile had a note indicating membership in some kind of exclusive information club. He decided to send a message. Using the handle Mighty Boy, he sent a greeting. Robo_Guerrero_S7 replied, asking if he wanted to know the truth about the world and saying that he was in the right place. Izuku asked what the user knew about alien symbols. Robo_Guerrero_S7 said he knew a lot and asked what Izuku was looking for. Izuku replied that it was hard to describe and considered sending a photo. Robo_Guerrero_S7 provided something that helped, and Izuku indicated he wanted to talk further. Robo_Guerrero_S7 gave him a location to meet. Izuku thought that either the person had important information or he was about to get himself into danger. He hoped it would turn out well and that he might learn more about what was coming. Witwicky House, 6:47 a.m. It was a quiet morning for Izuku. He had slept deeply after a tiring night and was enjoying the warmth of his blankets with the curtains drawn against the intrusive morning sun. But reality was calling him back. Judy arrived in his room and told him to wake up, teasing that if he did not get up she would have no other option. Izuku barely opened one eye to see who had disturbed his sleep. Judy moved toward the window, and Izuku panicked at the thought of the curtains being opened. Judy pulled the curtains aside and let the bright sunlight flood the room, and Izuku reacted with a groan. At breakfast, Izuku sat with one eye more closed than the other and nearly dozed off at the table until Sam nudged his foot to wake him. Ron asked if Izuku had slept well, and Judy warned that they did not want him dozing off at school. Izuku admitted that he might have overdone it with video games, though that was not the whole truth. His body now ran on a kind of energon and could suddenly shut down to recharge, and he had been up late fighting Decepticons and staying awake to investigate. He wished the Autobots could help with that problem. Sam announced that it was time to leave, and Izuku thanked everyone for breakfast, masking how exhausted he felt. Ron and Judy said their goodbyes and worried quietly about Izuku's well-being. Izuku assured them that he would be fine as long as he concentrated, and Sam, getting into the driver's seat of his Camaro, said he would drive. Izuku said he would try to sleep a little on the way so he could recharge. While Sam and Izuku prepared to leave, Ron and Judy exchanged thoughts about the doctor's instruction to keep an eye on Izuku. They guessed they would find out more in time and let the conversation trail off. The ride to school was silent, with Izuku dozing and Sam focused on the road. Izuku's life had changed recently. He had a new friend in his own car, an adoptive brother who fought well, and an involvement in a long-running interplanetary conflict that had stretched across ages. He hoped his family and friends would stay safe and planned to ask Bumblebee about what might come next. For the moment he tried not to dwell on the dangers ahead. Izuku woke, stepped out of the car, said goodbye to Sam, and headed to class. The day at school was ordinary. Idle chatter with Kazuma, a brief exchange with Melissa, and paying attention in lessons that covered familiar material. He admitted to himself that some classes bored him because he already understood much of the content, though he still took interest in history, where the class rarely explored the deep past and he could learn new context for the worlds he'd known. He stood out in gym class and drew a variety of reactions: admiration, envy, and the flutter of infatuated looks that made him think it was better to keep his distance. After school, the important part of the day began. Izuku said goodbye to Kazuma and went down the familiar stairwell to meet Sam, who was waiting to drive him home. Sam's girlfriend Michaela sat in the passenger seat and planned to ride along, but Izuku said he wanted to walk for a while to clear his head before heading closer to home. Sam accepted the decision, admitting he would like a moment alone with Michaela but not wanting to force Izuku to go with them. They exchanged quick goodbyes, with Sam joking nervously that their mother should not worry, and Izuku waved and left. Izuku appeared harmless as he waved goodbye, an image that contrasted with the knowledge that he could cause massive destruction in extreme circumstances. He distracted himself with a small, private thought about hoping he could eliminate Decepticons as easily. He checked the address he had written in his notebook and hoped that Robo_Warrior would turn out to be a useful contact. With no other leads, he began to walk. After an hour of walking, getting a bit lost, asking for directions, and wandering through the city, he finally reached the address, or so he thought. It turned out to be a butcher shop. He told himself that a public place would be safe enough and decided to go in. A bell chimed as he entered. A line of customers waited to be served, and the cool scent of refrigerated meat filled the room. A customer requested a breaded cutlet, and the butcher asked whether it should be beef or chicken. The employee answered in a dead tone. He was a man in his 40s, somewhat dark-skinned, a little large-nosed, tall, and the cap he wore made it impossible to tell whether his hair was gray. The customer asked for chicken. The employee said there was no chicken. The customer then asked for beef. The employee said there was no beef either. The customer complained and decided to leave. The employee politely acknowledged the customer's departure, rang a small bell on the counter, and called for the next person. A woman called Seymour's name from nearby, and Seymour responded that it was his mother. The woman ordered him to treat customers well or else he would be out on the street. Seymour dismissed her as crazy to the customers, and one of them muttered that Seymour should be taken seriously. Seymour motioned for the next person. Izuku stepped forward. Seymour told the boy to mind his turn and warned there were no breaded cutlets. Izuku said he was actually looking for someone known online as Robo_Guerrero and asked if anyone knew that handle. Seymour asked if Izuku was the one known as Mighty Boy and whether he spent his time on the internet posting conspiracies. The implication made Izuku uncomfortable, but before he could leave, Seymour called to another employee with prominent teeth to cover the counter. The other employee agreed, so Izuku could not simply walk away. Seymour admitted he had not expected Izuku to come so quickly and led him toward the restaurant's freezer. On the way, Seymour introduced himself as Seymour Rutherford Simmons. A former agent of Sector Izuku asked what Sector 7 was. Seymour said he would explain later, then added that Izuku had come asking about alien symbols and that Seymour had an enormous amount of information on the subject. He kicked open a hatch in the floor. Izuku hesitated, knowing it might be unwise to go underground with a stranger, but he could defend himself, and if this man truly knew something it might be helpful. Izuku gave his name. Seymour welcomed him to the small circle of people who wanted to know the truth and urged him to follow down into the hatch. The basement was filled with stacks of papers, folders, and maps plastered on the walls. Glass cases displayed various artifacts. Izuku realized Seymour really did have information. Seymour warned the boy that he was about to learn a truth that might be horrifying, and that only the two of them could know it. It was not a club for the faint of heart. Izuku replied that the existence of aliens had been public knowledge since the incident and that it would not affect him much. Seymour agreed to start from the beginning. He explained that Sector 7 had been a government organization that monitored any extraterrestrial activity on and near the planet. For years they had confiscated, contained, and kept secret anything that was not of this world. Izuku asked if it had been an official organization. Seymour confirmed it, then said that about 3 months ago the government had made direct contact with the aliens, who called themselves Cybertronians. Seymour described two opposing factions among the Cybertronians. One faction seemed intent on destroying or enslaving humanity, while the other allied with the government to stop those invaders. That division led the government to decide that a department devoted to containing the threat was no longer feasible, support was cut, and Sector 7 was effectively shut down. Seymour bitterly blamed the closure on a young man and a woman who had interfered with a Camaro, a detail that left Izuku puzzled but did not change the broader story. Sector 7's closure gave way to a new department focused on an alien alliance, a development that Seymour found nauseating. Izuku pressed him about the symbols. Seymour said they had seen those symbols everywhere and asked how Izuku had come to know about them. Izuku stammered, then admitted he had found them during the incident. Seymour listened and then produced photographs showing the same markings in alleyways, rubble, and at sites of wreckage. Seymour explained that after the incident there had been many scattered remnants and wreckage, broken machinery, and shattered components that were not human-made. Those remnants bore the symbols. Over the years Sector 7 had monitored anything related to the Cybertronians and had documented the symbols across the globe. They had been present for centuries, but the conflict had only recently escalated. Izuku asked why they had fought now if they had been on Earth for so long and what they had been doing before. Seymour said they could not translate the symbols, only a member of the Cybertronian race could tell them the meaning, and Seymour claimed he had managed to obtain contact information he had kept secret. Before the department shut down, Seymour said he had acquired the location of one Cybertronian that appeared to be in a dormant state. They had catalogued thousands of these beings disguised as vehicles, moving silently and apparently searching for something. Some had reached Egypt, where the highest concentration of those symbols was found. But more than a century ago many of the disguised units had gone dormant as if their power had drained. Now they behaved like ordinary cars or sat in junkyards. Izuku was skeptical about traveling to Egypt, but Seymour suggested a more immediate and dangerous course. Ask one of the dormant units directly what the symbols meant. Izuku questioned the logic and pointed out that the information belonged to the now closed sector. Seymour gestured around the room at the maps, files, and salvage devices he had managed to take when the department closed, and revealed he also had the location of the nearest dormant unit, an abandoned vehicle in a junkyard in the city, where it had been left and watched. Seymour dismissed objections and insisted that sometimes one must take risks to learn the truth. He urged Izuku to come along, framing it as an adventure. Izuku realized he had been drawn into something reckless, but he also acknowledged Seymour's useful information. The Cybertronians had been on Earth for over a century, and one of the nearest dormant units had been tracked to a local junkyard. They arrived at the junkyard. Seymour stood in front of the gate for a moment, striking a dramatic pose that made Izuku think of a classic hero. The place was a chaotic sea of discarded cars, rust everywhere, mud underfoot, and a metallic tang in the air from oxidized metal. A detector-like device hung from Seymour's hand. Izuku asked what the device detected. Izuku looked at Simmons with an expression of curiosity and confusion. Simmons explained that the device was an energon detector and that these beings carried that energy in their bodies like blood or life itself. He warned that a careless moment could let the detector point straight to someone and that the energon would need to be contained. Simmons added that he had built the detector himself from a prototype salvaged from the S7 before it shut down. Suddenly the device began to beep. Simmons said it might be working better than he had imagined and urged them to run, excited that they were close to a discovery. Izuku followed closely, running and jumping toward wherever the detector pointed, moving through moments when the signal grew stronger and weaker. At one point the detector intensified in front of an old car. Izuku asked whether this was the place. Simmons replied that he thought so. Before them sat a worn, heavily rusted car that could not have its engine started. Izuku expressed doubt that the vehicle could possibly be alive, but Simmons reminded him they had not come all this way for nothing. Izuku noticed a plate on the hood covered in superficial rust and saw a small symbol beneath. He admitted they did not even know if it belonged to an ally or an enemy as he moved closer and worked to remove the rust hiding the emblem. The moment Izuku touched the car, a tiny particle of electricity left his finger, a pale blue spark of energon. The vehicle glowed faintly blue as lines of that color traced through it. Simmons asked in alarm what Izuku had done. Izuku, startled, said he had barely touched it. The rust cleared to reveal a small emblem. Izuku recognized the symbol and Simmons reacted with concern, identifying it as Decepticon. Exchanging looks, they both understood the danger and ran for cover. As the pair scrambled to hide, the Cybertronian being in the junkyard began to awaken from a long sleep, alerted by something it had sensed. It cried out as metallic parts bumped against its body and sought to reattach. Old, rusty pieces fell away as it struggled to assemble itself. It weakly called for the Matrix, asking where it was and whether it had been found, then managed to stand with effort. Izuku and Simmons crouched behind a stack of scrap and caught only parts of the awakening being's words. Simmons insisted they make it talk, while Izuku urged caution and told him to stay hidden, worried about what the damaged Decepticon might do if it discovered them. They both agreed they could not reveal any special abilities to a stranger. The damaged Decepticon, kneeling in the dirt, suddenly rose when it heard voices nearby and moved toward the scrap heap where Izuku and the former S7 agent were hiding. It shouted for them to stop hiding and lifted the old car in one motion, flinging it aside. Simmons begged not to be harmed, terrified. Izuku thought wryly that Simmons had earlier promised to make the being talk. The Decepticon, irritated, demanded to know where it was and cursed the primitive solar system. Izuku informed it that they were on Earth, which drew an indignant response from the robot about risking its spark for their species. Simmons, confused, explained that they had thought the being was a Decepticon. The robot, with visible pride and resentment, said it had joined the cause of the Prime Brothers and that it had acted against a traitor named Fallen, who possessed something that could destroy life and sparks. The robot accused Fallen of planning to use a powerful object on his planet to ensure the survival of their species. Izuku asked whether the object might be what others had been searching for, something Alpha Trion had mentioned, the Matrix of Leadership. The Decepticon said its sensors had detected the Matrix's energy and that the detection had woken it, though its current damaged state limited its function. Simmons admitted he did not fully understand yet. The Decepticon warned that the planet stood at the brink of a millennia-long war and that if Fallen found the Matrix, Earth would be lost. It said Fallen's minions had been searching the planet. The robot recalled a great battle in which Fallen fled and the Matrix was lost somewhere on the planet. Izuku remembered weeks earlier when alien robots had fought in a city and carried a cube they called the Spark. He told them the cube had been destroyed. The Decepticon said that was for the best, since the cube could contain information leading to the Spark's location, and that it was only a matter of time before someone found it. Simmons asked where that great battle had taken place, hoping they could get ahead and find the object first. The Decepticon replied that it had been millennia ago and that the landscape had changed, but that the site had been a vast desert of rocky mountains and sand. The damaged robot lamented that it could not return home. As Simmons muttered that the robot might have a loose bolt, the ground beneath them began to tremble. The stacks of wrecked cars started to collapse and the earth shook, a strange sound rising from below. The Decepticon assumed it had been found and warned that Fallen's minions knew it possessed knowledge. Simmons asked whether they had become targets. The robot said it could not reveal more details and urged them to leave immediately. Izuku and Simmons prepared to move. Izuku, wearing a confused expression, said that he had already given the important information and asked them to make sure it reached the right people. He insisted that he would not get out of this and urged them to leave now before the mysterious figure arrived. One of them began to protest, but Simmons told Izuku they should go. Simmons then grabbed Izuku by the arm and pulled him, running toward the outskirts of the scrapyard. Izuku wanted to fight, to face whatever came for the robot that had provided the intelligence, but he knew the world was under threat and that he had to deliver that valuable information. Glancing back, he saw a metallic, worm-shaped creature with several tentacle-like appendages emerge from the ground. The scrap Decepticon leapt into action. Provisional Anti-Decepticon Operations Base, 1,200 hours. Optimus Prime called for Driller as he stood in the hangar in his vigilante armor, surrounded by the Autobots and Lennox. Deku had just finished recounting the information he had obtained. Optimus Prime explained that Driller was a very dangerous artificial life form created by the deranged Shockwave. Deku confirmed that his report meant Shockwave was on Earth. Ratchet noted that the matrix of leadership was here as well, and he had thought it was only a legend. Ironhide observed that legends could be real. Optimus Prime declared in a serious tone that whatever the Decepticons were planning, they would not be allowed to succeed. He intended to put an end to Shockwave himself. As he focused his gaze, the purple color returned to his optics. Optimus Prime asked Deku where the Matrix might be and what else the Decepticon had said. Deku answered that the Decepticon had mentioned a vast desert filled with rocky mountains and valleys. Ratchet asked what had happened to the Decepticon. Deku recalled that after escaping, he had tried to return as quickly as possible after separating from Simmons. When he arrived, there was devastation everywhere: fire, rubble, and upheaved earth. He reached an area where it looked as if a pit had collapsed. The Driller must have taken the Decepticon. Deku could not follow because the tunnel had collapsed on itself. Ironhide regretted that they had not been faster and might have been able to help. Optimus Prime told Deku not to blame himself. He warned Deku that facing Shockwave alone would be dangerous. Deku told himself he would have to become stronger and learn to control the energy he had sensed. He then asked what the Matrix of Leadership actually was. Optimus Prime explained that the Matrix was a powerful artifact from their home planet. It could choose a bearer and grant great power and the responsibility to lead. However, it had been lost long ago. Deku apologized, and Optimus Prime replied that there was nothing to lament. The Matrix had been taken from the wrong hands, and they intended to keep it that way. Ratchet pointed out that a desert gave them little margin for searching. There were thousands of deserts on Earth. Deku identified Egypt. The others were confused. Deku said that according to his records, Egypt was the place with the highest concentration of extraterrestrial symbols. Lennox confirmed this while reading files. Ratchet asked what symbols Deku meant. Deku walked to a whiteboard that had been set up for strategy and erased everything before beginning to draw what he had seen in his head. The Autobots tried to read it and strained to understand, but they could not. Optimus Prime apologized and explained that the writing was ancient Cybertronian, a language lost many millennia ago. Ratchet said finding someone who could read it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, as humans like to say. Ironhide suggested simply searching Egypt. If those symbols were there, they might find the Matrix first. Deku questioned what they would do with the Matrix if they found it, arguing that it might be better for it to remain hidden. The group considered Deku's words and agreed it was a reasonable point, but Optimus Prime cautioned them not to assume the Decepticons would be unaware of its location. Fallen was an ancient Cybertronian who could likely read those symbols. Deku conceded that it was a good point and asked what they would do next. While the Autobots, Lennox, and Deku considered their options, threats were already moving in the shadows. 17 kilometers. Underground, in a network of artificial tunnels, the creature known as Driller moved swiftly through the dark, earth-filled passages until it reached a larger, dimly lit cavern. The space looked like a makeshift base, stocked with resources, screens displaying information incomprehensible to humans, keyboards, crates, and buttons. A humanoid figure about 8 meters tall, horned, stood with its back to the entrance, watching a monitor. The driller approached and caused a commotion. The figure turned, revealing a single red optic and a stern metallic face. It was Shockwave. Shockwave, speaking in a deep, monotone voice devoid of emotion, acknowledged the driller's return and asked if its mission had succeeded. The driller performed strange movements and expelled a mass of scrap metal at Shockwave's feet. It was a scrap Decepticon. The scrap automaton groaned and struggled, clearly damaged and missing parts. Shockwave coldly told Driller that he had not asked for mere scrap. He then ordered a closer inspection to determine why this presence had been on Earth. Shockwave explained that he had sent his creature to seek an anomaly and error, something illogical, and that a human with matrix energy was worth careful study. The scrap Decepticon reacted with contempt, assuming Shockwave served Fallen and calling him pathetic. Shockwave dismissed the idea as illogical and demanded to know what the scrap had told the human. The scrap seemed confused and tried to deflect, and Shockwave grew impatient. Shockwave seized the scrap Decepticon and restrained it on a table. Instead of violent mutilation, Shockwave attached a neural interface device to the scrap Decepticon's head and began an invasive extraction of memories. Images and recordings streamed from the device to the lab's displays. Shockwave watched the projections with detached interest. On the screens, various images of Deku appeared, along with photos of Izuku in his daily life. Shockwave concluded that Deku possessed a power he did not understand, the energy of the Matrix. Shockwave was disturbed that such energy had been used against Megatron, an outcome he found highly illogical. The scrap Decepticon tried to protest and plead, but Shockwave continued the extraction until the memory feed showed only one coherent piece of information. The scrap Decepticon finally revealed in a broken voice that all it could say was that the location was a vast desert full of rocky mountains and sand, cursing the planet in frustration. A short neutral bridge sentence followed the scrap Decepticon's final revelation to keep the narrative moving. He could not return to his home. A roar of engines echoed through the cavern as something flew toward the Decepticon lair. An F-22 fighter emerged from one of the many tunnels connected to Shockwave's cave, then shifted and dropped to the ground a few meters away. It was Starscream. Starscream demanded that Shockwave reveal whether he had the anomaly in his possession, invoking the name of the Fallen with frantic urgency. Shockwave replied coldly that there had been a setback but that he had taken care of it. Starscream responded that there was no room for setbacks, warning that if the Fallen learned of the being's existence it would mean terrible consequences. Shockwave regarded him with the same terrifying calm he always wore. Starscream found himself intimidated. He asked what the heap of scrap on the floor was. Shockwave explained that a particular individual had provided information to the anomaly information concerning the battle for the Matrix and the Matrix's approximate location. Starscream reacted with disbelief and alarm, insisting that the location of the Matrix had always been unknown and that the Fallen would not like anyone to discover it before him. Shockwave dismissed his panic as illogical and pointed out that once they revived their master Megatron, Megatron alone would know how to obtain the Matrix. Starscream muttered begrudging references to Megatron and questioned how Shockwave planned to revive him, since not even the Fallen could accomplish such a feat. Shockwave considered the question and answered that he would exploit the Autobots' suspicions, those sown by the scrap's words, and use them to his advantage. When he asked about the second wave of Decepticons, Starscream, quieter now, reported that they were on the 4th planet of the system, awaiting orders. Shockwave instructed him to give the second wave orders to move to the coordinates he would assign. In the Autobot hangar, a soldier interrupted a briefing and summoned Lieutenant Lennox, holding urgent detection reports. Autobots and Deku gathered around to listen. The soldier reported that dozens of unidentified objects were approaching the planet. Lennox asked if they were waiting for reinforcements, but Optimus explained that the Decepticons were already mobilizing. They calculated the trajectory and found the objects would impact the African continent. Deku asked where, and Ratchet asked which desert there might be on that continent. Deku identified the Sahara. The impact was estimated to occur in approximately 12 hours, at 1,200 hours the next day. Deku asked how quickly they could get there. The fastest transport would take up to 15 hours from America to Africa. The realization that the Decepticons would arrive first struck everyone with dread. Optimus ordered haste, Ratchet rallied the troops, and Lieutenant Lennox put the entire base on alert. Soldiers armed, vehicles loaded onto transports, and nearby bases were contacted. An assault was being prepared, and the team ready to respond. Deku climbed aboard the aircraft worrying that something did not feel right, though there was nothing to do but prepare. 15 hours later, over the Sahara, only the Autobots and Deku remained on the plane. The Autobots stayed in vehicle mode, ready to disembark, and Deku stood with Optimus, admitting his uneasy premonition. Optimus acknowledged the uncertainty but emphasized that they could not allow the Decepticons to carry out whatever they intended. Suddenly the aircraft was violently shaken. The pilots ordered an immediate evacuation. The combined roar of the Autobots' engines filled the cargo hold as the battle unfolded outside. The rear ramp opened and the wind hit them hard. Optimus positioned himself behind Deku and told him to go. Deku sprinted and leapt from the plane. The Autobots followed, transforming into their vehicle forms and jumping into the air. The sky was filled with smoke, explosions, and the sounds of distant gunfire as tanks formed a defensive line and helicopters converged on the invasion. Deku activated one for all, green energy flickering around him, and supplemented his strength with an energon booster set at 50%. The Autobots deployed parachutes, then cut them to accelerate their descent and land faster than Deku. Sand flew as the Autobots struck the ground with thunderous impacts, raising a cloud that hid them briefly. Deku hit the desert a moment later with a powerful landing that scattered the sand. The flow of energon cushioned the blow. Autobots and Deku regrouped, ready to engage. Ironhide declared their intent to defeat the invaders. Deku admitted his persistent unease but steeled himself to fight. With one for all enhanced by the energon booster, they charged into the battle in coordinated bursts of action and resolve, the confrontation unfolding in brisk, high-energy combat. Deep beneath the surface, the driller moved at high speed toward its objective. Shockwave accompanied it to make sure the plan proceeded without interference. The stage was set for the next clash. Explosions, sand flying, smoke everywhere, and flames turned the area into a battlefield. A line of tanks tried to hold back the Decepticon assault. If they advanced, they would reach a nearby town and cause civilian casualties, which could not be allowed. In the distance, multiple helicopters carrying Lennox and infantry approached, but some were shot down and the soldiers could not reach the fight. Dozens of Decepticons attacked and fired on the humans with their own tanks. Only a few rocky sand ridges shielded the Autobots' allies from the fire. The Autobots landed behind those ridges and began to form a plan. Optimus Prime ordered the Autobots to cover the arrival of reinforcements and to prevent any more men from falling. Ironhide acknowledged the order and began to deploy the cannons from his arm. One by one his missiles launched. The Decepticons kept firing, lifting sand that temporarily clouded the view. Ironhide aimed carefully. His missiles rose over the rock ridges, striking multiple Decepticons and forcing some enemy tanks to leave their positions and attack in protoform. The Decepticons communicated in an unintelligible language and then opened fire more fiercely. Ironhide warned everyone to take cover as a barrage of projectiles approached. The impact damaged some of the cover they had. Optimus Prime ordered them to stay under cover and told Ratchet to tend to the wounded and fall back. Ratchet, pinned behind a small rock and unable to move because of the enemy fire, shouted that he could not abandon his position at that moment. Optimus called to Deku. Deku, who had been under cover with Ironhide, told Optimus that they needed covering fire to withdraw or they would be trapped. Deku acknowledged the order and prepared to create a distraction so the Autobots could retreat. The Decepticons continued to fire with everything they had, raking the field with bursts, projectiles, and explosions. Allied tanks burned as they were struck, columns of smoke rising into the sky. Deku leapt onto a piece of cover and dropped onto the side where the enemy could easily target him. All weapons turned toward him, but Deku triggered a thick gray smoke screen that obscured the enemy's sight. With their view blocked, the Autobots pulled back to gain better cover where they could fire more effectively. Optimus Prime moved the team behind a large rock and reminded Ratchet to attend to the wounded. Ratchet ran toward the downed helicopters to tend to any survivors, quickly scanning the fallen to assess injuries, severity, and how much time remained to help them. He got to work. Optimus ordered Bumblebee to open fire and told Ironhide not to let the enemy advance and to use everything he had. Bumblebee deployed his arm cannon while Optimus aimed his blaster and Ironhide rained fire on the Decepticons. From behind the rocks, they fired in coordinated bursts, toppling Decepticons and breaking their formations. Enemy tanks exploded one after another, and several Decepticons were knocked apart and sent tumbling as mechanical debris scattered across the field. Deku tried to take down a few with his wind-based attacks, but he was less efficient at long range. This was a problem. Optimus Prime demanded they eliminate the enemy to ensure the infantry could land safely. Ironhide replied that he was trying and launched another barrage of missiles. The explosions sent sand flying and smoke rising. From that haze, multiple Decepticons that had evaded the initial strikes emerged and closed in. Allied tanks fired frantically, managing to slow a few more. The long-range phase of the fighting reached a tense lull. Optimus Prime told Deku and Bumblebee it was time to fight up close. Deku knelt and prepared himself, activating One for All at full power along with an Energon booster at 50%. Blue and green lightning enveloped him as the surge of power readied him for the coming clash. Optimus assigned Ironhide to cover their backs, and Ironhide confirmed he would. Bumblebee lowered his battle mask and leapt into the fray. Optimus rallied the team and led the charge into the close-quarters fight. He let out a battle cry and transformed his hands into Energon swords. Both of them launched into the fight. Bumblebee entered the field and opened fire at a Decepticon in front of him. Closing in, he grabbed the enemy by the head and struck with a blunt blow that knocked it down, then finished it with a blast from his powerful cannon that left the foe motionless. Another Decepticon approached and fired at Bumblebee from behind. Bumblebee quickly spun around, striking the attacker with his arm as he turned and firing a few shots from his cannon. He ducked to avoid the counterattack and surged forward, tackling the enemy to the ground. He pummeled the opponent repeatedly until the Decepticon could no longer resist, then fired his cannon to neutralize it. More Decepticons were advancing from behind Bumblebee. Optimus Prime arrived and drove his blade into one, aiming at its spark. The enemy collapsed and was immediately neutralized. He charged straight into the rest of the attackers. The Decepticons tried to fire, but Optimus parried every shot with his Energon swords. He disabled one enemy's arm and sent it flying, then spun to strike another. The blow staggered the second Decepticon, damaging its exoskeleton, and Optimus delivered a precise strike that ended it. The disarmed Decepticon attempted to counterattack, but Optimus landed a blow that damaged its spark enough to keep it from rising again. The lifeless body thudded into the sand, sending a small spray of grit into the air. Even more Decepticons closed in, weapons raised and firing. Cybertronian tanks trained their guns on the advancing forces, ready to open fire. Infantry took a bit longer to arrive under the enemy barrage. Optimus and Bumblebee steadied themselves for the next wave. Black Whip. Multiple black tendrils lashed down through the air above Optimus and Bumblebee. Deku had arrived. The whips latched onto a nearby enemy and dragged it to Deku, who met it with a powerful two-armed hammer strike that sent the Decepticon tumbling into the sand. Deku stood over the foe and struck repeatedly at its chest until a final, forceful blow extinguished its spark. Deku then announced that they would cause no more harm here. He pushed off toward another enemy, preparing to break through its armor with a single strike. Energon booster 51%. FA Gene +1 for all 100%. With a thunderous impact, Deku crashed into a Decepticon. His energized strike did more than pierce the armor. It shattered part of the torso and sheared off the entire arm. The enemy fell to its knees. The Decepticon, dazed, wondered who could shine with celestial blue and green light. The thought came too late. Loyalty to the Decepticon cause had kept it in place, and that loyalty had led to its defeat. Deku slid across the sand on his knees, sprang up, and leaped onto the fallen enemy to deliver a decisive strike to the head, rendering it immobile. More Decepticons closed in on his left and right gray, dull machines, the opposite of the bright Autobots. A strange anomaly appeared in the center of the battlefield, a cyan-green flash that opened into a kind of portal. From it emerged Barricade, one of the Decepticons who had escaped during the incident. Barricade ordered the others to attack, and the Decepticons surged forward with renewed ferocity. The Autobots and Deku braced themselves. Deku lashed his black whip at a Decepticon to his right, pulled it in, and with a single kick pierced its spark. He pushed off toward the next target. Optimus fought another group of enemies, seizing the arm of one that tried to strike him and cutting it away with his energon sword. With a swift spin, he delivered a clean finishing blow that neutralized the foe. He shielded himself from the hail of fire with the arc of his blades. Bumblebee arrived at Optimus's flank, firing as he ran toward an enemy. He leapt onto the Decepticon, pinned it to the ground, and fired his cannon at point-blank range. The attacker had no chance. Optimus protected his rear against other Decepticons who were closing in and let out a terse, defiant shout as the battle around them intensified. Optimus roared and with a single, precise slash rendered a nearby Decepticon inoperative, sending it apart in a burst of energy. Suddenly a tank projectile struck him and knocked him to the ground. Optimus called for Ironhide. From afar, Ironhide quickly rained fire down on the enemy tanks. Commanding the line of allied tanks, Ironhide ordered them to open fire. Explosions rocked the battlefield as the allied barrage struck the Cybertronian tanks. Some fell back, others were driven into unstable protoform states, and several were neutralized by the onslaught. Ironhide signaled for another round, prepared his cannon, and fired missiles to support the vanguard. Deku, clinging to the back of a Decepticon and striking with all his strength, was suddenly thrown to the sand. He rebounded, kicking up grit, but the Decepticon tried to keep him down. It fired repeatedly, but Deku was quicker and darted around it. More Decepticons were arriving to surround him. Ironhide called another volley. Deku watched multiple projectiles arc toward his position, then realized they were aimed at the enemies. Drawing on his training, he loaded F-18 into his legs and launched himself. He struck one Decepticon with a fast kick, then another, and the momentum sent him skyward. Between missiles midair, he saw the explosions bloom against his foes. Plunging toward the ground, Deku prepared to land directly on an enemy. Using shot style, he slammed down and rendered the Decepticon inoperative. He then used float to seize another by the head and slam it into the sand, delivering a barrage of blows until it was neutralized. The wind whipped his cape and shifted his mask as dust rose over the battlefield. Deku felt a single thought settle in his mind. This was wrong. Spurring himself toward another Decepticon, he struck with his legs and pushed it into others, denying it any chance to rise. He finished it with a decisive strike that shut down its core systems. His internal danger sensors flared. Dodging multiple shots from behind with a backward somersault, he leapt onto a Decepticon and, in midair, used a black whip to snatch its weapon. Landing, he prepared his next move. Combining F-18 with an energon booster, he propelled himself into the enemy with a powerful kick that knocked it out of the fight. Deku could only think that the attack felt senseless. From the distance, Barricade watched. His gaze never left the young fighter, cataloging his power, agility, and speed as he dismantled wave after wave of Decepticons. Barricade had no concern for the expendable soldiers. He answered only to Megatron. After confirming his observations, Barricade reported the anomaly and the presence of Shockwave. Helicopters finally touched down. Lennox, his team, and other squads advanced to the tanks, ready to support the evacuation. Lennox ordered mortar teams to provide covering fire and instructed them to target enemy optics. He checked with Ratchet, who was still tending the wounded. Ratchet warned that the injured needed immediate specialized medical attention or they would not survive. Lennox called for extraction. Alcone D3 and Alcone D4 were requested to pull out the wounded at once. Pilots acknowledged the request but warned they would need covering fire to reach the casualties. The helicopters had barely managed to land under fire. Lennox ordered Ratchet to get the wounded moving and to set up a protected route. Lennox moved to direct the counterattack while Ratchet prepared the evacuation. Optimus found himself under heavy fire. He brought his swords up to shield his frame, but the incoming barrage was intense. Sheathing his sword at his right side, he drew his blaster and opened fire. He shoved a nearby Decepticon into position as a makeshift shield while returning fire. A sudden volley of missiles slammed into the area and sent him and the disabled enemy flying. He hit the sand and forced himself to rise. More Decepticons were converging. Breathing heavily, he readied himself despite exhaustion. The roar of an engine sounded behind him. Bumblebee arrived in his Camaro with Deku riding on the hood. The car leapt over the downed Optimus. Transforming in midair, it propelled Deku into the enemy lines. Deku toppled one opponent and disabled it with a single decisive strike. Seizing two more with his black whips, he rose into the sky, spun, and slammed them down into the incapacitated foe below. Bumblebee continued to engage another group of Decepticons. From the plates of his arms, two short blades extended for close combat. He executed a swinging X pattern that breached an enemy's armor systems and disabled it. With a twist and a kick he knocked another down. When an enemy lunged, Bumblebee restrained its arms and used a knee strike to stun and immobilize it. He then forced the opponent offline, shifting its limbs to distract a returning attacker, and used that opening to finish the second threat. After the skirmish, Bumblebee proclaimed himself impressive in a brief, self-aware moment of humor. Optimus, having recovered, rose and continued to fight, alternating between sword and blaster. The battlefield was chaos. Lennox keyed his radio and reported into Prime, requesting cover for a withdrawal and the urgent extraction of the wounded. Optimus acknowledged the order and called on Deku and Bumblebee to hold the line and keep the enemies occupied. Deku, dodging gunfire and blows, confirmed the plan. Bumblebee kept fighting with his blades. Optimus accepted the mission and called out for Ironhide. Tanks filled the battlefield. Ironhide continued directing the Allied attacks while firing his cannon. Slowly, the Cybertronian tanks were gaining the upper hand against the Allies. Some burned, already destroyed, others were badly damaged. Ironhide ordered the humans to retreat and warned them not to die there. The failing tanks pulled back as best they could, crew members abandoned immobilized vehicles and ran for cover. The Mustang that had become the Decepticon barricade issued new orders, commanding the Decepticons to execute the next maneuver. Barricade ordered control of the skies so no one could escape. Several Decepticons immediately transformed and rose into the air as Cybertronian jets, heading straight for helicopters carrying soldiers. Optimus told Ironhide to advance and take out the armored vehicles. Ironhide confirmed he was on his way. Ironhide moved up from behind the Allied tanks and shifted into his alternate mode. The modified GMC truck skidded across the sand, dodging attacks from Decepticons that were not his priority at the moment. He drove straight toward the enemy tanks, weaving through their projectiles. Explosions rocked the field as Ironhide closed in. He transformed with a leap to dodge a missile, rolled along the sand into a tactical firing position, and unleashed a barrage of missiles from his cannons. Flames and powerful explosions consumed a pair of Decepticon tanks as Ironhide joined the close-quarters battle. Ironhide taunted the Decepticons as he aimed at multiple targets, his voice full of menace. Optimus announced they would stay on the ground to fight while assigning Deku to deal with the ships. Deku confirmed he would handle the aerial targets. Deku activated Float and FA Gene, propelling himself into the sky to strike. He engaged his Energon booster and, using a black whip, brought down one of the Cybertronian jets with a single powerful strike. He followed with a devastating kick he called the Manchester Smash that sent the jet spiraling into the ground and exploding in a fiery blast. The explosion did not harm him, but the jet was destroyed. Deku reported that he had taken down one, with many more to go. He fired up his boosters and surged toward the rest of the jets, spinning through the air and landing a forceful blow on the wing of another that sent it out of control and crashing into the ground in another massive explosion. He struck another craft, shredding its right wing and causing it to nosedive. Leaping onto the top of a different ship, Deku struck it like a hammer, sending it into a malfunction. Flames began to lick at its hull and Deku jumped away to continue the fight. Soon, though, multiple ships started tracking him, dozens of Cybertronian craft pursuing him and launching missiles. Deku realized he had to lose them and find an opening to strike. He darted across the battlefield, evading missiles with quick movement aided by his quirk, sense of danger. He dropped into a dive toward the ships. Multiple projectiles raced toward him. As he fell, he smashed through one jet with a single devastating blow, then continued toward the ground with enemy ships on his tail. Deku thought fast. He flew low, skimming just above the surface, and several pursuing ships failed to handle the tight turns. They and some of the missiles slammed into the ground and detonated. More missiles and jets still pursued him, so he flew directly into the heart of the battlefield, weaving between Decepticons who were being taken out by Allied fire. Explosions dotted the war-torn field. With missiles still tracking him, Deku briefly ran across the sand, then launched back into the air at the last instant so the missiles struck only the ground. With fewer aircraft on his tail, he devised a way to bring them down. He raised a curtain of smoke with his quirk, blinding his enemies, then attacked a ship head-on, destroying its forward section in a single strike. Another ship approached. Deku grabbed it, tore off an entire wing with a twist, and kicked it so it crashed into the ground. When another ship opened side turrets and fired, Deku faced it directly, dodging its shots and closing the distance. At the border between Arizona and California, in the late afternoon, Sector 7 was being closed and its resources reassigned. At Hoover Dam in Black Canyon on the Colorado River, trucks, helicopters, and hundreds of men worked to clear the facility. The massive dam dwarfed the operation. Its failure would have been catastrophic, but it had been built to avoid such incidents. Among the artifacts stored there, one item had already been secured in a circular capsule inside a safe in an armored truck guarded by dozens of armed men. Humvees and helicopters monitored any activity nearby. This artifact had been delivered by the Autobots. It was meant to be the salvation of Cybertron and, potentially, a threat to Earth, the last remnant of the Supreme Spark. It had been handed over as a symbol of trust between humans and Cybertronians and had been authorized for research purposes. Optimus understood that there was little to be done with it for now. A captain in charge of the clearance ordered everyone to move. They had to vacate the area within a day. The soldier in command preferred this task to facing extraterrestrials on the front lines. At least here he might avoid that danger. Then a soldier reported seismic activity detected nearby, and the captain asked what was happening as the alarms began to rise. The captain asked whether the helicopters had gone to monitor the area. A soldier replied that the helicopters had not spotted anything. The captain dismissed it as a light tremor and ordered everyone to keep working. He continued supervising the other activities, unwilling to be delayed. One of the soldiers privately hoped it really was only that. On the battlefield, Optimus and Bumblebee fought back-to-back. Ironhide bombarded the Decepticons and put Cybertronian tanks out of commission with heavy cannon fire. Ratchet supported from the rear with his sidearms. Deku flew at top speed, weaving through bullets and striking wherever he could. Lieutenant Lennox ordered the troops to keep firing and prevent any advance, urging them to give Optimus cover and to assign anti-air missiles to protect Deku so he could strike. Optimus, still cutting through Decepticons with his swords, contacted Lennox to report that the fight had dragged on too long. A projectile came at Optimus. He parried with his blade but was knocked backward. He landed in the sand and continued to request more support. Lennox told him he was working on it and called for Epps, his second in command. Epps, still firing and directing his team, answered with sarcastic frustration about being busy. He grabbed a radio from his belt and, after a dry comment about surviving the day, sent the call for immediate air support to Niger Air Base, describing multiple targets and marking key enemy armor with laser designators. At Niger Air Base, the radio call put everyone on alert. The tanks on the ground had been delaying the invaders until reinforcements could arrive. Now the base ordered drones pulled back and a A-10s dispatched. The commander confirmed targets and told the runway crews to send the A-10s. Epps warned everyone to watch for friendly fire. The base confirmed receipt and gave an estimated arrival time of 2 minutes. On the runway, pilots prepared quickly. The A-10s roared and took to the sky. Epps informed Lennox that air support was en route, and Lennox relayed the good news to the field. From a distance, several aerial predators closed in at high speed, ready to rain fire down on the enemy. Everyone was warned to keep distance from the incoming strike aircraft to avoid being caught in crossfire. Optimus, still engaged with Decepticons, heard the order over the intercom and instructed the Autobots to fall back and told Deku to prevent attacks on the incoming air support. Deku obeyed and shifted his focus. Two Cybertronian jets that had been chasing him broke off pursuit to target the A-10s. Deku called upon his black whips and launched himself toward them. He used a powerful, focused burst of air to destabilize the enemy jets and disrupt their missile launches. Their ordnance failed to gain traction and detonated harmlessly nearby. Both enemy craft were neutralized and fell from the sky in a flurry of stylized, non-graphic explosions. Deku pressed on toward the remaining aerial opponents. Ironhide dodged a projectile with a quick turn, responded with 2 rounds from his cannon, igniting and disabling a tank with precise fire. He followed up and ensured it was no longer a threat. Lennox ordered Epps to lock the laser markers on the enemy. The A-10s confirmed coordinates and prepared to engage. The A-10s opened with turrets and a second wave of targeted missiles. Decepticons were struck by the barrage and began falling under concentrated fire. Optimus kept the Autobots clear of friendly fire and told them to take cover behind a rocky outcrop as the first wave of strikes swept the field. The A-10s made their runs, pivoted, and returned for follow-up attacks. A second A-10 announced a missile strike and engaged on command. A Decepticon vessel moved to intercept one of the A-10s. A-10-01 reported being hit and spiraled down, alarms and smoke filling its cockpit. The pilot radioed that the ejection system was damaged and they could not get out. Deku sped toward the descending aircraft, latched onto it with his whips, and used coordinated force to pry open the canopy. He pulled the pilot free and delivered calm reassurance as they separated from the falling plane. The rescue was quick and precise, carried out with the urgency of an anime-style action sequence rather than graphic detail. A pilot was reassured that he would be fine. Someone secured him to his ejection seat and the pilot was launched clear of the ship. The rescuer activated the parachute and watched as the vessel slammed into the ground in a massive explosion. In the distance, Decepticons were forming a perimeter and continuing the assault. The commander thought that it was time for this to end. So far, operations had been proceeding smoothly. If things kept going this way, all the items from Sector 7 could be transferred elsewhere without interruption. He did not have to fight with the anti-Decepticon battalion and had been occupied with tasks like this instead. Everything seemed calm. The captain believed he could wrap things up in another day. Suddenly, a powerful tremor ran through the zone. People fell to the ground, vehicles shook, and the earth seemed to split. The captain asked urgently what was happening. A grinding sound announced a rupture in the ground. From the earth emerged a worm-like creature with a huge maw and multiple tentacles ringed with clawed appendages. The creature paused as it surfaced and emitted strangled, mechanical noises. Its upper section opened, releasing a plume of vapor that obscured what climbed out. A single red light glowed through the haze, a towering silhouette with a single, menacing, red eye. The figure strode confidently toward a particular armored truck, causing the ground to tremble and everyone nearby to freeze in fear. Shockwave inspired dread wherever he went. The captain demanded that Shockwave stop, warning that they were on restricted government property and threatening to open fire if he did not withdraw. Shockwave responded by ordering Driller to handle the nuisance. The captain's warning was ignored. The Driller, which had remained motionless until then, obeyed and surged at the clustered troops. Shockwave kept walking toward his objective as bursts of gunfire and terrified shouts filled the air. The soldiers trying to halt the monstrous machine were overwhelmed amid flashes and falling debris. Many were neutralized or forced to retreat. Shockwave reached an armored truck. Nothing stopped him. With a single strike from the weapon mounted on his arm, the vehicle was obliterated, its shell collapsing and leaving the interior exposed. Within the wreckage, a small circular capsule glowed with a faint azure light, the last fragment of the supreme spark. Shockwave explained to himself that this was one of the key pieces in their plan and that Lord Megatron would soon rise again. He retrieved the fragment, secured it inside his chassis, and began to turn away. Only one thing remained, the anomaly. Wounded and lying on the ground, the captain managed a final defiant statement, accusing Shockwave of not getting away with this. Shockwave observed that it was illogical for the man to issue threats in his state. He told the captain to focus on surviving and, to ensure that would be difficult, he charged the antimatter cannon mounted on his right arm. He fired a controlled, powerful blast toward the breach. A shimmering field began to unravel and a surge of water rushed through, sweeping across the site. Shockwave taunted the humans, daring them to survive. Climbing onto the driller, he dove into the earth and escaped with the fragment of the supreme spark. Back at the front, Epps called urgently for more fire support and reported the downing of an A in the operations room at the Niger Air Base. The commander demanded confirmation that the AC-130 was in position. The operator confirmed that the AC-130 was ready. Ground Command requested heavy ordnance. Give them everything, make it rain fire on the northern direction where multiple targets were visible. On board the AC-130, the mission crew received the request, confirmed the targets, and initiated the attack. The captain ordered the gunners to unleash everything. The gunners loaded rounds and locked on. In coordinated volleys, the AC-130's fire rained down on the remaining Decepticons. Explosions and impacts disabled many attackers. Sparks, smoke, and scattered wreckage marked the strike. The air support's bombardment steadily reduced the number of hostile units. From a distance, the Decepticon barricade watched an anomaly float and signaled that Starscream should act. Deku had finished taking down the Decepticon jets and hovered in the air, watching the remaining forces fall back under the AC-130's assault. He admired the sunset from altitude. A sudden danger sense alerted him. He turned only to be struck by a supersonic object. He had let his guard drop. Thrown about in the air and fighting to stabilize, Deku saw the object bank away and come around for another pass. It was an F-22 fighter, but the way it attacked was wrong. Missiles streaked toward him. He recognized the aggressor, Starscream. Deku maneuvered nimbly, evading the incoming missiles as they detonated behind him. He reminded himself that he had downed Starscream once and could do it again. Starscream partially transformed, taking on a flying robot form to engage directly, and ordered the remaining Decepticons to open fire. The remaining Decepticons fired at Deku as they could. The other Autobots realized something was wrong. Optimus evaluated the situation from below and asked what was happening. Ratchet identified the attacker as Starscream and reported that he was striking at Deku. Ironhide remarked that Starscream had returned for another beating. Optimus decided they would support Deku and finish off the remaining Decepticons. He ordered the Autobots to advance. Lennox urged caution and warned that Deku was in danger. He cautioned the others not to enter the immediate zone of fire. They could still be reached. Optimus warned that they would be careful. Optimus did not care that he might be shot down by the powerful gunship. He had to help Izuku. He would not lose another soldier. Deku dodged the Decepticons' fire while battling Starscream in the air. He evaded a shot, sent bursts of wind to keep the Decepticon at bay, and then had to dodge another shot from the ground. Starscream demanded that Deku surrender. Deku demanded to know what they wanted and what they were planning. Starscream refused to answer. He tried to dive on Deku again, but Deku literally controlled the air they flew through and kept him at a distance. On the ground, the Autobots fought fiercely. Ironhide fired projectiles in every direction while dodging enemy fire and allied debris falling from the sky. Optimus fired his blaster and felled enemies with his sword. Bumblebee fought up close with his blades and Ratchet fired as best he could. Optimus ordered them to stop the barrage against their position. The sand shifted. Hidden and buried beneath the desert, a Decepticon rose with a terrifying presence, sand still falling from its many weapons. It looked toward the sky, seeing the fight between Deku and Starscream. Its orders were clear: take down the anomaly. It prepared all its weapons and aimed at its target. Optimus moved to stop it, declaring that it would not do so. He leapt at the Decepticon and drove his swords into its torso to climb. The Decepticon spun and shook violently, throwing Prime to the ground. Its massive cannon rose, charged with orange energy that glowed with dangerous light. It fired. Optimus rolled and narrowly avoided the direct blast, but the weapon's force sent him flying. The explosion threw sand into the air and a curtain of black smoke rose. Heavy footfalls shook the ground. The Decepticon emerged from the smoke and readied its full arsenal, its weapon overheating with orange power and strange whines. It fired into the sky. Dozens, almost hundreds, of missiles streaked toward Deku. Deku landed a punch that pushed Starscream away and complained aloud about how tired he was of the fight. Then he realized the full arsenal was aimed at him. He propelled himself through the air, generating bursts of wind that destabilized some missiles and caused them to explode harmlessly away. He intercepted others at close range, striking them with precise gusts. So they detonated far from him. The large orange beam closed in fast. Deku instinctively put his hands up to protect himself. His arms flared with pale blue sparks that drew the energy in and dissipated it. Deku realized he could absorb energy attacks as he watched his hands. He heard a weapon reloading behind him. Starscream dove in from behind and warned that he would absorb this next one. A powerful explosion struck Deku. He was knocked back, coughing and sputtering as his mask was torn away by the impact but not destroyed. His chest smoldered and his suit was singed and marked by blows. He plummeted toward the desert, moving fast while his mind replayed events slowly. Deku admitted to himself that he had been distracted for a single second. Optimus pushed himself up and watched the hero descend in a cloud of smoke and small flames around his suit. He shouted in alarm and ran toward the Decepticon, sliding under it. He climbed to its head and drove both energon blades in, cutting through vital mechanisms. The Decepticon collapsed and went silent. Optimus ran to the crash site. Deku struck the ground hard, the impact shaking the earth and sending sand flying in every direction. Before he could react, a massive metal boot struck him and left him disoriented. Starscream landed beside him and ordered Barricade to tell Shockwave to open the space bridge. Starscream insisted they had to leave before anyone else could react and counterattack. Barricade complied and contacted Shockwave, reporting that they had the object. A bluish-green portal formed in the desert. Barricade took Deku and passed through it while Starscream stayed behind to cover their retreat, urging them to move. Optimus arrived just in time to see Barricade cross the portal with Deku and watched Starscream flee through the anomaly with a mocking look. Optimus fired his blaster, but Starscream had already passed through before the portal closed. The shot only detonated on the sand. Optimus cursed and struck the ground. Then everything went dark. He was thrown violently to the ground and landed on his back. Over him loomed a vast figure with a single red eye. Shockwave declared that the plan would finally be set in motion, raised a great metal foot, and brought it down. Then everything cut to black. The Fairchild Republic 8-10 Thunderbolt II, known as the Warthog, is a United States Air Force close air support aircraft designed to destroy armored vehicles and support ground troops. It is equipped with a powerful 30mm Ju-8 Avenger rotary cannon as its primary weapon and is renowned for its toughness and ability to survive in combat, even as its retirement has been debated in recent years. Back at the anti-Decepticon operations base, Optimus Prime realized it had been a trap. He grew furious over the loss of a comrade and soldier, and the situation worsened when he learned that the last fragment of the Prime spark had been stolen. With a faint purple glow in his optics, he demanded whether there were any leads on Izuku's whereabouts. Lieutenant Lennox apologized and reported that the satellite monitoring those activities had nothing. Ratchet suggested searching for an energy signature similar to Izuku's, but explained that uploading the data they already had on Deku would require access to human satellites. The time it would take depended on the sophistication of human technology and how well the Decepticons had hidden him, Ratchet added, and uploading the data could take several hours. Lennox observed that it appeared the Decepticons wanted to accomplish two goals at once: bring Izuku into a battlefield where they could find him, and ensure no one could face Shockwave while the fragment was taken. He noted that the collapse of the dam had left few survivors. Those who remained were interrogated and treated, and through those accounts they learned of Shockwave's involvement. Ironhide remarked that it all seemed like a plan devised by that one-eyed fanatic. Optimus brooded over the name Shockwave and vowed to stop him and undo what had been done. The purple flash in his optics flared briefly before subsiding. He insisted they find Deku and the final fragment of the Prime Spark. Whatever the Decepticons had planned, it would be dangerous for Earth. Optimus urged Ratchet to hurry. Ratchet requested satellite access from Lieutenant Lennox to upload Deku's data. Lennox hesitated, aware that he was responsible for the base and uncertain how the High Command would react to granting full access to alien allies, but he decided to trust them and accept responsibility later. He agreed and led them to begin the search. Meanwhile, Izuku had decided to walk to school alone that day and left a note on his bed saying he wanted to walk by himself. Judy grew concerned when night fell and he still had not returned. He did not answer his phone and showed no signal of coming back soon. Sam had not seen him at school and he had not returned with him. Judy hoped he had made friends and gone out with them, or that he had been chasing a fragment of memory from his past. Whatever the reason, she simply hoped he was safe. She pleaded silently for Izuku to come home. Izuku found himself swallowed by darkness and unable to sense his body, unsure whether he was alive. Faint whispers drifted from the distance, growing clearer until he could make out the words he had always wanted to hear, that he could be a hero. Suddenly he realized he had seen this before. From a distance he watched a younger version of himself. The image showed him on his knees, clutching his chest and falling, tears streaming down his face. He wore his middle school uniform and a yellow backpack. It was him, the same boy, but a version from his past. He remembered that day, the day everything had begun, the events that had set him on this path. The scene brightened as streets and buildings reappeared, the sun lowering toward the horizon and the sky turning the warm yellow of sunset. Standing before the younger boy was All Might, Toshinori Yagi, telling him that he could be a hero. Izuku watched from afar, visible to them yet unable to interact, baffled by how this vision was possible and what he was witnessing. He wondered about his memories. What was happening? Moments passed rapidly, like watching a compilation of his own training. He saw himself dragging hundreds of kilograms of trash, gathering debris, trying to clean a beach used as a dumping ground. He watched himself collapse from exhaustion at the edge of fainting, but never give up. 10 months of training flashed by in seconds until the day his power was transferred. All Might stood dramatically in front of him and ordered him to take it. Izuku swallowed the transfer item, grimaced at the bad taste, and waited for it to take effect. Now he had a test to pass. With his legs ruined and one arm badly damaged, he hovered briefly after delivering a devastating strike that toppled a zero-point training robot. Midoriya Izuku experienced, for the first time, the raw force of one for all. He saw himself on the ground, being rescued by Ochako Uraraka and her zero-gravity ability. He watched his life unfold before his eyes with a melancholy expression. He felt glad to relive those memories in this way, but saddened as well because it was something he had already lost. He did not understand what was happening or why he was here. The memory moved to the entrance exam. He focused the power of one for all into his finger and sent the test ball soaring with overwhelming force. He told his teacher that he could still move, speaking through the pain of his broken finger while determination drowned out the hurt. Then the scene shifted. So this is your nature, the origin of your power. He turned sharply and saw it. A massive metallic figure with a faint purple sheen rose nearly 8 meters tall. It had a single red eye, 2 horns, a large cannon where its right arm should be, and a huge sharp blade on its left arm. Izuku assumed a fighting stance and asked whether the figure was a Decepticon. The robot remained impassive, then identified itself and explained that it had joined the Decepticons some time ago. It said there was no point in fighting here since they were inside Izuku's mind. It was only a projection sent to investigate. Izuku was confused. The figure called itself Shockwave and said it was investigating him. Shockwave declared that an anomaly like Izuku did not belong here, that the energy within him should only be wielded by a prime or a descendant. A human could not logically withstand that kind of power. Izuku tried to strike. He passed through Shockwave as if the robot were a ghost, leaving it unhurt. Shockwave observed that attacking was pointless and identified himself by name, claiming he always found answers. Shockwave explained that parallel dimensions were known to the Cybertronians but had not been exploited. It would be illogical to waste resources to enter unknown realms during wartime. Izuku demanded to know what Shockwave sought. Shockwave answered that he sought answers about why prime energy existed in Izuku and would find out. Izuku refused and attempted another attack, only to see the surroundings warp and collapse where Shockwave should have been. Shockwave reminded him that he could not be harmed here and that they could not be prevented from watching his life. The memory shifted to the USJ attack. Aizawa was immobilized by the gnome. Tiu, Mineta, and Izuku watched in terror as their teacher was overwhelmed. The rest of the students fought bravely. Shockwave questioned the logic. If Izuku had the power of the strongest being in his world, why had he been unable to act when someone was attacked right in front of him? Izuku silently watched the scene, reliving the anguish and fear, the desperation of not being able to do anything because he had not yet mastered one for all. Shockwave repeated that it made no sense for Izuku to possess prime energy under those circumstances. The memories continued: the sports festival, internships, the training camp. Izuku had fought for what was right and performed many heroic acts. He had gradually learned to control his power and make progress. Shockwave, however, aimed to shatter Izuku mentally. They reached the fight against Muscular. Shockwave asked whether Izuku had been left so battered by fighting a villain alone. Izuku declared that he had saved Koda, because that is what a hero does, save anyone he can. Shockwave countered that it seemed he had not been able to save his friend later. The scene changed to the forest battle where Bakugo had been taken by villains and Izuku had watched, unable to intervene. Shockwave accused him of failing to rescue his friend because he had been left in that condition after saving a stranger. Izuku felt the sting of guilt from that moment. Shockwave insisted that it made no sense. Izuku's power seemed destined to take him to the top of his world, yet he could not always save those close to him. Izuku insisted that he did save his friend later. With the help of his friends, they rescued Bakugo. Shockwave asked if that was all. The memories sped forward again. The disaster on Kamino unfolded. All Might warned that Izuku would be the next symbol. The Izuku from that time shed tears, understanding the true weight of those words. He was meant to become the next symbol. Shockwave criticized him, saying he had not even helped his teacher, which had forced his mentor into retirement and led to the disasters that followed. Izuku reacted angrily, but Shockwave reminded him that it was not the first time he had seen the boy's memories. They were simply reviewing them again. The space around them twisted, and the scenes shifted. Shockwave advanced to the moments he wanted Izuku to see. The fight against Shigaraki appeared. Shigaraki kept his opponent airborne and pummeled him relentlessly to continue the fight. Shigaraki fired the Quirka racing projectile, and it struck their teacher. What came next was something the younger Izuku would never forget, no matter how he tried. Aizawa had to make a brutal choice to free himself enough to keep fighting the threat. Izuku of the past exploded with fury and struck Shigaraki with greater force. Shockwave accused him again of failing to help someone right in front of him, calling it a waste of power. Izuku watched the scene, consumed by guilt. Shockwave added that it was worse to be saved by friends afterward. Izuku's body had moved instinctively, Bakugo had pushed him out of the way and taken the attack instead. Shockwave reminded him that he had been supposed to be a symbol. The scene shifted quickly to his final confrontation with Shigaraki and All for One. Izuku attempted to tell All for One that nothing could save him now, that it was the end. Then Izuku unleashed One for All in a decisive, earth-shaking attack. All for One shrieked and was overwhelmed. His form fractured as bright emerald energy spread across him. He offered final words, and Izuku heard the desperate cries of his friends, helpless to intervene. Then everything went black. That was the end of that life. Those were the last memories from that other world, and there was nothing more to show. Shockwave suggested that Izuku's mentor and friends would be very disappointed. Izuku lifted his gaze, furious at Shockwave's words, and demanded what he meant. Shockwave replied that despite all the power Izuku had, He had failed to meet others' expectations to be number one, to become the symbol to inspire everyone. Instead, Shockwave said, Izuku had disappointed everyone in his world. Izuku insisted that he had done what was necessary and that it had been enough to keep people safe. Shockwave pushed further, asking what if it had not been. Izuku fell silent. He had nothing more to say. The darkness persisted. They stood in a void with nothing else to show. Shockwave grew confused and asked why there was no logic in the transition from Izuku's world to this one. He vanished briefly and then reappeared, agitated, demanding why he could no longer view anything more of Izuku's memories. Izuku said he did not know what Shockwave meant. Shockwave reappeared again, increasingly upset, and demanded answers about why he could not continue seeing the memories. Izuku repeated that he did not know. Suddenly, Izuku's body filled with electric blue light. He glanced down at himself, bewildered as energy flared. Shockwave tried to stop him, but before he could reach Izuku, a wave of azure power exploded outward, forcefully ejecting Shockwave from Izuku's mind and forcing him awake. Shockwave opened his eyes to darkness. He seemed to be chained, hanging in an underground space. He was suspended from the ceiling, fully restrained, and the surroundings were dim. Lying on the ground below him was a broken headpiece affixed to his forehead, scorched and smoking. He shook his head and the shattered device clattered to the floor. Shockwave wondered if that device had been watching his mind. He rose from the ground and walked straight toward the hanging figure. At the height of his suspended position, he was directly in front of Shockwave's head. Izuku activated one for all full cowl. Shockwave warned him not to try anything. He attempted to free himself, only to realize the chains seemed to drain his energy. No matter how hard he tried to break them, they held him firm. Shockwave, growing impatient, demanded to know how Izuku had obtained the power of the primes, asserting that Izuku had destroyed his artifact and that the truth would come from Izuku's own mouth. Izuku considered the claim. He remembered that Alpha Trion had brought him back, but he did not think that information would help Shockwave much. He resolved not to say anything. Shockwave struck him, throwing Izuku hard against the cave wall. He crashed into the rock, and the impact left the cave shaking. Shockwave hauled on the chain that bound Izuku, pulling him back into reach. Shockwave called the boy an anomaly and insisted that speaking would be in his favor. Izuku refused. Shockwave accepted that defiance and responded with another blow. Below ground, elsewhere, there was movement. Lennox asked if there were any updates. Ratchet replied that he was working on it and almost had something. Optimus urged Ratchet to hurry, noting they did not know Izuku's condition. Ratchet announced that he had a reading. A signal for Deku appeared on a map displayed on a screen in the hangar. Lieutenant Lennox ordered the image to be zoomed in. The map focused on the area where the signal originated. Lennox pointed out that it was near the Hoover Dam. Optimus reminded everyone that it was where Shockwave had attacked. Ratchet urged haste if Shockwave had him. Optimus told Lieutenant Lennox that they needed to rescue Deku. Ratchet noted that the signal suggested Deku was underground and warned it could be the driller. Optimus agreed that was possible and called for alertness. Lennox informed them he would prepare his unit but could not accompany them underground. Prime and the Autobots would have to go alone. Optimus acknowledged the order and called for Ironhide. Ironhide approached Optimus to hear his instructions. Optimus told Ironhide to contact Bumblebee and bring all available support if it was Shockwave. Ironhide confirmed and was ordered to rendezvous there. Optimus instructed Ratchet to prepare to administer medical attention if necessary, and asked the lieutenant to ready medical evacuation if Shockwave had harmed Deku. Lennox admitted they did not have experience treating aliens but would ready a medical unit and a helicopter for extraction if needed. Optimus ordered the Autobots to move out. Izuku was in bad condition. He had been struck many times and was disoriented, staying conscious only through sheer will and refusal to give Shockwave information. Pale blue flashes of energy attempted to knit at his wounds. His face was injured and he struggled to keep focus. Each blow left him weaker, but he remained silent. Shockwave accused him of being illogical for resisting and warned that accepting would spare him pain. Shockwave insisted the Autobots would not find him here. Izuku, hanging by chains with his head down, responded with difficulty that even if his friends did not find him, he would not divulge anything. A metallic clatter echoed through the cavern as Shockwave searched Izuku's bindings. He produced a cylindrical container and, carefully, retrieved a shard from within. Shockwave explained that it was the last fragment of the Prime Spark and that he intended to use it. Izuku asked, confused, whether Shockwave had stolen it. Shockwave scoffed at the idea that entrusting such a thing to humans had been logical. Shockwave brought the shard close to Izuku. The fragment pulsed with faint blue light as it detected Izuku's energy. Izuku's body began to emit similar light in response, and he felt his strength being siphoned away. Shockwave declared his plan to extract Prime energy to further Fallen's purposes. He then pressed the shard against Izuku through the chains and began to draw on his energy. Izuku cried out in pain as he felt his life force being drained. An explosion rocked the cave roof. Falling rock tumbled toward Shockwave and slammed into the ceiling above him. Optimus Prime leapt into the gap with a battle cry. He drew both of his energon swords and cut through the chains that bound Izuku. Optimus checked the young man's condition and removed the fragment of the Prime Spark, holding it carefully. Izuku winced but felt some relief as the device was pulled free. Ratchet arrived immediately and took Izuku into his care. Optimus ordered that Izuku be treated at once and declared he would deal with Shockwave. Shockwave rose from the debris and called out to Optimus, insisting he was not alone. The cavern trembled as something large burst from the rock. The driller surged out of the wall and slammed into Optimus, forcing him to drop the Prime fragment. Optimus used both hands to hold the driller and prevent being swallowed by the collapsing ground. He told Shockwave that his creature would not defeat him. Gathering all his strength, Optimus pushed the driller and bought time to escape. The creature crashed into a wall, cried out, and burrowed back into the earth. Shockwave taunted that a Prime's power was impressive but asked how Optimus would fare against reinforcements. A greenish-blue portal opened in the cave, and Starscream and Barricade stepped through. Optimus assumed a defensive stance with his swords. He recognized the portal as ancient Cybertronian spatial bridge technology. Shockwave admitted he had attempted to replicate Sentinel's technology on a reduced scale. It was temporary, but sufficient for the moment. The mention of Optimus's mentor hardened Optimus's expression as he wondered whether that mentor still lived. Optimus announced that he was not the only one with reinforcements. Bumblebee and Ironhide landed just behind Optimus, arriving from where Optimus had jumped. Ironhide called for calm and aimed his cannons at the Decepticons. Starscream mocked the threat. Ratchet examined Izuku from the rear and assessed the damage. Multiple fractures, internal injuries, severe bruising, and damaged organs. Ratchet urged Izuku not to lose consciousness. Izuku, speaking with difficulty, insisted he would be okay and that he only needed a moment. The flow of energon seemed to be stabilizing him. The Decepticon struck. Starscream ordered the attack. Ironhide fired a projectile that slammed into Starscream, sending him crashing back into the cave wall. Soundwave remained neutral as the fight unfolded. Shockwave scolded Starscream for always trying to take the lead and reminded him that Shockwave needed Deku alive to harvest his energy. He instructed Barricade to bring Deku. Barricade lunged toward Ratchet, attempting to seize Izuku. Bumblebee intervened and fired shrapnel projectiles that knocked Barricade off balance and sent him tumbling to the side. Bumblebee taunted that Barricade was not going anywhere. A voice came through the intercom as the battle lines tightened. Optimus Prime took a fighting stance and prepared to engage Shockwave in close combat. Barricade also assumed a combat position nearby. Optimus Prime declared that he would not let Shockwave escape. Shockwave answered that he did not intend to leave without completing his objective. Optimus Prime insisted that Shockwave would not succeed here. Optimus Prime launched himself forward with both energon blades ready. Shockwave met the attack, blocking one slash with his blade and firing his cannon at reduced power. Optimus Prime used his other sword to deflect the shot, then shoved Shockwave in the torso to buy another opening. Optimus Prime taunted that Shockwave was no match for him, sheathed his sword, and drew his blaster from his back to aim at Shockwave. Shockwave acknowledged the threat. The ground trembled as the driller resurfaced and charged at Optimus Prime. Optimus fired his blaster while backing away to avoid a collision. Shockwave continued to pepper the battlefield with his antimatter cannon, not yet fully charged. Bumblebee fought Barricade with fierce determination. Bumblebee struck Barricade in the head, forcing him back into his knees. Bumblebee followed with a knee strike that brought Barricade back to his feet and then dodged a counterattack. Bumblebee kicked Barricade to the ground, then pinned him and rained blows on his chest as sparks and debris flew. Bumblebee disabled Barricade's arm and left the Decepticon incapacitated. There was no mercy. Bumblebee proved himself a skilled close-quarters warrior. Starscream unleashed a volley of missiles at Ironhide. Ironhide evaded the incoming projectiles by leaping over them with the boost of his own cannons. Dropping to his knees, Ironhide immediately fired 2 energy blasts from his cannons that struck Starscream and forced him to retreat. Starscream cursed and Ironhide called him pathetic, then launched the missiles from his own cannon. Starscream evaded them partially while returning fire with his machine guns. Ironhide braced through the strafing shots without flinching. Starscream demanded to know why Ironhide would defend the planet, accusing him of sharing the same contempt. Ironhide dodged another missile burst and declared that he fought for what he believed was right. Starscream dove in for a close attack, closing the distance quickly, but Ironhide warned him not to and delivered a powerful blow that sent Starscream skidding on his back across the ground. Ironhide called him a coward and fired his cannon at full power. The force of the blast sent Starscream slamming into a cave wall, causing rocks to fall and dust to fill the air. Starscream cried out as he was buried beneath rubble. Ironhide spat that the Decepticon was despicable. Izuku recovered slowly from the earlier damage. Ratchet checked him and asked if Energon could regenerate human tissue. Izuku said he did not think so, that the Energon felt like it was supplementing his energy, but he did not know what it would do to another human. Ratchet found the situation fascinating. Optimus Prime ran with the driller in pursuit, firing his blaster to try to slow the creature long enough to strike. It did not work. Shockwave kept firing his antimatter cannon intermittently at Optimus Prime. Optimus stowed his blaster, drew a single sword in one hand and an Energon grappling hook in the other. Both melee weapons glowed orange with prime power. He charged, slipping the driller slightly behind him, and then positioned himself in front of the creature. Optimus Prime challenged the driller to come at him. The driller lunged at full speed. Optimus Prime dodged at the last instant and drove the grapple into the driller's flank, anchoring himself and beginning to be dragged. The driller roared in pain. Optimus Prime cursed the creature and plunged his Energon blade into it. The driller screamed and thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge the Autobot. Shockwave continued to fire at Optimus Prime. Noticing this, Optimus Prime twisted his sword while still embedded in the driller. The creature's convulsions altered its trajectory, sending it charging toward Shockwave. Shockwave barked orders at the creature and urged it to move. The driller slammed into Shockwave, sending the Decepticon flying into a wall and triggering rockfall and clouds of dust. Shockwave, recovering, began operating his weapon with frantic precision. He admitted that Lord Megatron should have the honor of finishing Prime, but he intended to reduce Optimus Prime to atomic destruction himself. The antimatter cannon charged and began to glow with a purple light. Optimus Prime kept struggling with the driller, attempting to inflict enough damage to stop the creature, until the driller managed to throw him off. Optimus Prime was hurled forward and rolled along the ground, coming up with one foot planted and the other ready to rise, sword in front to continue the fight. Shockwave approached from behind, hefting his heavy cannon. Izuku had watched the battle from the start and saw Shockwave closing in behind Optimus Prime. Izuku told Ratchet to hurry. Ratchet confirmed that Izuku's vital signs were stabilizing and that his bones were slowly repairing. He was regenerating steadily. Izuku urged himself to get up, but struggled. Ironhide, having just driven Starscream into the rubble, turned to the scene, and Bumblebee watched as well. They were terrified because they knew what Shockwave's weapon did to its victims. Many comrades had fallen to it. Ratchet cried out for Optimus Prime, and Optimus turned and met the barrel of Shockwave's cannon aimed directly at him. Izuku tried to move and urged himself to rise. Shockwave taunted that this was farewell for Prime. The cannon flared with a blinding purple light and then discharged in a devastating blast. The energy strike swept toward Optimus Prime in a slow-motion nightmare. Izuku reacted. Tentacles of black energy, the manifestation of his black whip, extended from his sword at first, forcing him to his feet. He deployed 2 more lashes in his hands and used them to propel himself toward the scene. He pushed One for All to its limit and combined it with an energon booster at significant power. He moved faster than bullets, but without the refined F-Aging technique and with One for All strained, he could not reach Optimus Prime in time. With no other option, Izuku put himself directly between the 2 Cybertronians and braced to stop the impact with his own body. Optimus Prime cried out in anguish at Deku's action. The blast struck Izuku, sending him crashing into a wall and scattering dust and rock. The Autobots were stunned and had no time to react. Optimus Prime screamed in pain. The Autobots charged at Shockwave with their swords. The rest of the Autobots also opened fire on him. One combatant braced behind a weapon, holding back from destroying the anomaly outright, but it would serve. Driller slammed forward at full speed, shielding the retreating Decepticons from the Autobot projectiles and buying time to open the space bridge. Starscream and Barricade sprinted for the exit to flee. The Autobots tried to stop them, but Driller covered their escape. Starscream announced that it was not over and that next time the Autobots would fall. A bluish-green anomaly opened in the cave. The Decepticons crossed it and it closed immediately. Driller burrowed away into the earth and fled. Optimus Prime fired after him, but the shot did not stop the machine. Optimus Prime called for Ratchet and demanded to know where Deku was. Ratchet pushed through the rubble where Izuku had fallen and found him severely damaged, his frame showing widespread breaks and teal energy flickering across him. The Energon was trying to stabilize him. Ratchet reported that Deku still had a chance but needed immediate help from Prime. Optimus Prime ordered a retreat and instructed Lennox to prepare on the surface. He commanded the Autobots to move. Optimus Prime could not bear the thought of losing another comrade. He silently begged that it would not be this time, not the boy. On the surface, Lennox and his team of soldiers waited for the Autobots' call. They could not provide effective support inside the confined cave, so they remained above. Optimus Prime transmitted that Deku was injured and that they were en route. Lennox acknowledged and requested medical evacuation. A helicopter approached the cave entrance and the pilot reported he was in position for extraction. Cradled in Optimus Prime's arms, Izuku only heard distant echoes as consciousness slipped away. Lennox and the medics rushed. They were in place for the extraction. When asked what was happening, someone said explanations would come later because Deku needed immediate care. A soldier recognized the boy as Deku. Then once more, everything went black. Chapter End. 0. The air was heavy with a sorrowful silence. Emerald energy glowed against a backdrop of rubble and ruined buildings. The gray sky seemed to mourn the loss of the hero who had been meant to stand as a symbol. Emerald light spread through the sight, a bitter reminder of the fall of their hero. Izuku Midoriya had died. Toshinori Yagi, known to most as All Might, stood atop the debris where moments before his student had fallen. The remnants of power drifted through the city. His outstretched hand had reached for his pupil, his successor, someone like a son. He had promised to protect him. He had failed that promise. Toshinori collapsed to his knees, his hand sliding slowly to the ground. The hand that had not reached Izuku could not save him from that cruel fate. The whole world had been spared from the greatest evil in history, but at what cost? Toshinori let out a raw, anguished cry. Tears blurred his vision as he grieved Izuku and the impotence of being unable to change what had happened. The first students arrived, those who had witnessed the colossal battle. Ochako Uraraka watched as Izuku was consumed by a burst of emerald light. The scene was surreal and tragic. Ochako covered her mouth and fell to her knees, weeping and mourning her friend, wondering why he had faced that danger alone. Katsuki Bakugo had hoped for a chance to prove himself after everything ended, to show the kind of hero he could be and to be a real friend to Izuku at last. Instead, rage and despair broke through. He slammed explosions into the ground in furious bursts, sending up smoke and scattering debris in an angry display of emotion. The rain began to fall, and Bakugo, despite his anger, shed tears for the friend he could not save. Guilt gnawed at him for all the things he had done and had not had the chance to make right. He would carry that burden. Toshinori looked over his devastated students and felt the same helplessness. He could not comfort them and could not undo what had been done. He bowed his head and wept, apologizing to the fallen Midoriya for failing to keep his promise. He had never appeared more vulnerable. Inko Midoriya waited in one of the UA refuge rooms, terrified and helpless. She had heard that Izuku had finally confronted Shigaraki in the decisive battle for Japan. She could do nothing but wait, consumed by fear and anxious hope. When Aizawa and Toshinori arrived and met her at the door, their expressions told her everything before they spoke. She staggered and fell to her knees. Aizawa helped her to the bed, and Toshinori knelt and bowed, begging for forgiveness and admitting he had not been able to protect her son. Inko went into shock, then slowly began to cry. She called her son's name in anguish, crying that he was not supposed to die, demanding to know why this had happened and reminding Toshinori that he had promised to bring Izuku home safely. The room filled with grief and cries, and Aizawa watched, thinking about the unfairness of it all and how the adults should have borne this burden, not a young man. Nothing would be the same after this. Izuku found himself in a void, hearing voices and seeing fragments of memory like slides. All Might, Bakugo, Uraraka, Aizawa, his mother, everyone mourning him. He felt like he did not deserve this life. Confusion and anger rose in him at the thought of why he remained. A distant voice echoed through the darkness, slow and resonant. Blue flashes appeared, and then Izuku felt his whole body shift. He landed on solid ground or something that passed for it, at the edge of the void, and saw a figure approaching. The figure was large and imposing, metallic black with orange highlights, skeletal, humanoid, and clearly mechanical. Izuku recognized him. Alpha Trion, one of the 6 original primes, a leader among the Cybertronians and a creation of Primus. Alpha Trion spoke in a calm, serene tone, addressing the young Midoriya and noting that Izuku seemed lost. He explained that his brothers, the other primes, had not appeared because it was not yet the right time. Alpha Trion described how the residual energy from Izuku's last blast and the destruction around it had transmitted impressions across worlds to their original source, Izuku himself. Izuku struggled to understand and asked how he could have seen another world if he was dead. Alpha Trion told him that he had not yet died. He had been spared by a narrow margin, though he would face consequences upon waking. He explained that surviving a direct strike of antimatter was effectively impossible, but Izuku's power was greater than he realized. Izuku, still bewildered, questioned how he could still be alive and what it meant when Alpha Trion pointed to his unusual power. Referring to the Energon, the power of the primes, Alpha Trion explained that it was his now, along with a great responsibility. Alpha Trion made clear that it was not borrowed nor was it Trion's any longer. It belonged to him. Izuku remained silent, wondering what more he would have to face. He thought that he should not be alive. Alpha Trion acknowledged the thoughts of the young man and reassured him that everything had a reason. Alpha Trion suggested that Izuku might feel undeserving or reluctant to accept the responsibility, but he was confident that in time Izuku would understand that it had been worth it. Izuku stayed quiet, absorbed in those words. Alpha Trion then said it was time to wake up. When Izuku opened his eyes, a gray ceiling was above him. This was different from the usual white hospital ceiling. It was at least a change. The room was neither very large nor brightly lit. The walls were gray. Around him there was only an 4 and a monitor measuring his heart rate. Across the room there was a table with several drawers. On a chair beside the desk lay his suit, badly damaged with a large hole in the chest and the mask completely ruined. It would be difficult to repair. He sat on the bed and tried to piece together everything that had happened. The attack by Shockwave came to mind and reminded him of everything he had lost in his world, the people he might have disappointed. He had tried to stay calm and not dwell on it, but being reminded in that way shook him. He pressed his hands to his head, fingers tangled in his hair. Now he could see a little of what had happened after he left. Thoughts of his mother surfaced. The door to his room opened. A tall man with brown hair and a small beard entered, limping and carrying a cane. He wore casual clothes with a blue jacket rather than a typical doctor's uniform. The man remarked that Izuku had woken up and teased that he had slept too long. The voice stopped Izuku's spiraling thoughts and he looked up at the newcomer in surprise. Izuku realized the man's face and reacted to him as Dr. House. The visitor asked, with a hint of sardonic curiosity, whether Izuku was an alien, mentioning that someone had told him he would be treating one. Izuku, confused, thought his claim of being from another planet might no longer be plausible. He replied that he was not from another planet and confirmed that he was human. Dr. House tapped his injured leg with his cane and, with a mock-serious tone, said the single word, Vietnam, as if claiming veteran status. When Izuku expressed surprise, Dr. House immediately said he was not serious. He explained that he had been called by an acquaintance and that he specialized in unusual cases, treating people whom no one else could diagnose. He identified himself as part of the diagnostic department. Dr. House informed Izuku that he had come in badly hurt and might not have survived without treatment. He warned that if the team had not attended to Izuku's severe injuries, Izuku's body might have collapsed entirely. Izuku lowered his gaze and looked at his hands, scarred by previous battles, reflecting on how lucky he had been not to die. Izuku thanked Dr. House and asked him not to tell the Witwiki. He wanted to be the one to explain things to them. Dr. House reassured Izuku that the secret was safe with him. As Dr. House left the room, he began calling out to someone named Wilson, teasingly asking what powers the boy might have, and then walked away with his cane. Izuku rose from the bed. He was tired of lying down and knew he had to face the situation. He searched the drawers for clothing and found simple military attire, a gray shirt and green cargo pants. He grabbed a pair of boots and left the room. The corridor beyond his door was gray and lit by rows of white lights stretching down its length, with many doors that revealed nothing of their interiors. He followed a light that appeared to indicate an exit. When he finally stepped out, the sight stunned him. He stood before a giant hangar. Multiple military vehicles occupied designated areas, and screens lined the walls. Metal walkways ran along the edges of the hangar at a height that seemed intended for staff to move around and perhaps to converse with tall Cybertronians face to face. A sign overhead indicated the medical wing. Elevated rooms opened off the walkways. Military personnel monitored screens and hurried from place to place with stacks of paperwork, paying him little attention as he explored. Beyond that hangar he could see several others of the same size, a runway, and another hangar full of combat aircraft and helicopters. This was new to him. He searched the hangar for Autobots and spotted a peculiar bay where different vehicles sat. He wondered whether they were sleeping or if they ever slept at all as he approached the bay. The machines before him began to emit metallic noises and fold into new shapes. Pieces locked together with clattering clicks, metal resonated with each mechanical movement, and from that transformation the Autobots emerged. Ratchet, Bumblebee, Ironhide, and their leader, Optimus Prime. They took positions in front of Izuku and turned their attention toward him. Optimus Prime expressed relief that Izuku was alive and well. Ratchet remarked on the speed of Izuku's recovery. Ironhide commented on Izuku's readiness to fight Decepticons and suggested he packed a punch. Ratchet inquired about how Izuku felt. Bumblebee tried to join the conversation but could not speak, only making urgent noises. Izuku had barely begun to respond when their friendly onslaught of questions continued. Optimus Prime then asked the Autobots to stop their barrage of questions and noted that Izuku appeared tired. Optimus Prime told the Autobots to give Izuku space and asked what was wrong with them. The Autobots fell silent and left Izuku alone. Ironhide made a small, teasing exclamation, and Ratchet explained that he only wanted to be sure. Izuku laughed nervously and asked how long it had been since they rescued him from Shockwave. Ratchet calculated that 12 hours of recovery plus 30 hours since the kidnapping totaled 42 hours of absence from his human duties. Izuku worried aloud that he would have trouble with that. He felt he had betrayed the Witwiki's trust and did not know what to tell them. He feared their reaction if he told the truth. Optimus Prime called his name, and Izuku stopped worrying to listen. Optimus said they would figure something out, taking one problem at a time, but added that another matter had to be addressed. Optimus apologized and explained that Izuku's identity had been revealed and a high-ranking officer would speak with him that day. Optimus admitted his own carelessness had put Izuku in danger and led to the exposure, and he told Izuku that he owed him his life and was grateful. Izuku replied that he would do it again. He thought his secret would have fallen eventually. The deception could not have lasted forever. He only wished for more time to prepare. With his gaze lowered, he worried about the consequences and how he would explain everything to the Witwikis. Optimus noticed Izuku's distant look and signaled his Autobots that he would speak with the boy in private. The Prime team and the newer Autobots remained in the hangar while Optimus Prime invited Izuku for a walk. Optimus asked Izuku to walk with him. Izuku was confused by the request but followed. The sun was setting over the base, its last yellow rays lending a calm before night. Human and Cybertronian, hero and warrior, Izuku and Optimus walked together, watching the team they would work with to defend Earth. They observed soldiers finishing drills, aircraft being readied or stowed in hangars, and patrol vehicles making their rounds through the compound. Optimus told Izuku he looked troubled. Izuku admitted he had been thinking. When Optimus asked what had happened with Shockwave, Izuku tensed and said that Shockwave had invaded his mind. He described how Shockwave had shown him every aspect of his life, exposing his mistakes and failures. The confession left Izuku looking pained and disappointed in himself. Izuku explained that he had had a duty in his world. He had once been meant to be a symbol of hope and wanted his presence to make people feel safe. He remembered the faces of those he had saved and how fear had shone in their eyes. Even in this new world, people he tried to help had sometimes responded with alarm or hostility. Instead of being a pillar others could lean on, Izuku felt he had failed to be that for them. His voice trembled as he spoke of the one thing he had done in the end: sacrifice himself to defeat his enemy. He believed he had disappointed many people and had left his mother alone, unable to keep his promise to return safely. Tears glimmered at the corners of his eyes. Optimus listened and then offered calm, steady counsel. He told Izuku that sometimes life had a way of surprising people with a larger path than the one they expected, that destiny arrived on its own terms and was not always something one chose. He reminded him that mistakes were steps along the way and that Izuku had done what he had to do. Optimus asked whether the people Izuku had left behind were now safe from the villain he had faced. Izuku thought and confirmed that his family and friends were safe from all for one. Optimus acknowledged that Izuku had fulfilled his duty and that because he was still alive, he had more of his path yet to face. Optimus added that Shockwave had likely used words to wound him because Shockwave was clever and preferred mental tactics over direct combat against a formidable opponent. When Izuku asked how one defeated such a strategy, Optimus answered that it required outwitting an opponent and addressing the attack on the mind. Izuku insisted he did not use tricks. Shockwave had only told him harsh truths. Turning away, Izuku stepped a few paces ahead, and Optimus sighed, recognizing that the boy needed more than words to heal. At that moment Lieutenant Lennox approached them. Optimus Prime addressed him by name. Lennox informed Optimus that the Secretary of Defense was arriving and would speak with Deku, and asked Optimus to tell Izuku to return to his room. Optimus replied that Izuku needed time. Lennox gave a serious look and sought clarification. It was a delicate situation. There had been nothing like it before: aliens invading the planet and a child with the power to devastate cities. They had to be cautious and not tempt fate. No one knew what the government would do with him. One of the officers, looking worried, admitted that he did not know the boy but did not believe the government intended to harm him, and asked for the boy to be returned to his room. Without another word, the speaker turned and walked away. Optimus released a sigh and then moved toward Izuku. Nearby, Lennox walked over to his partner Epps, who was standing and watching a helicopter approach in the distance. Lennox asked who else was coming. Epps replied that, fortunately, only the Secretary was aboard. He said the Secretary would meet with General Morshower and speak with Deku about the circumstances of his stay. Lennox said that at least Galloway would not be present, and Epps agreed with a tired tone that suggested he did not like Galloway. Both men watched the helicopter land and the suited man step out. Izuku waited in his room, sitting and staring into space. He did not know what to think, what to do, or what to expect from the meeting that had been called for him. He wondered how he would explain everything. A soldier opened the door, inspected the room, looked him over deliberately, and then left the door open while reporting that the room was clear. Izuku heard the exchange from outside before a suited man entered the room. The visitor was an older man with gray hair, dressed in a navy suit. His bearing and gaze suggested a past on the battlefield. A small insignia and service ribbons were visible on his jacket. He surveyed the room for any threat his guard might have missed and found only a young man who looked confused and afraid. The older man introduced himself as John Keller, Secretary of Defense of the United States. He addressed Izuku by the nickname Deku and noted the name Izuku Witwiki, commenting that the first name sounded Asian while the surname was American. He asked Izuku to sit, and Izuku complied, standing to confirm that he was indeed known by that name and then taking a seat while trying to explain that his current name had not always been his. John Keller listened with curiosity and asked for clarification. Secretary Jahan waited expectantly for what Izuku would say. Izuku introduced himself and admitted that his name was or had been Midoriya Izuku, and he sighed, calling it confusing. Secretary Jahan repeated the name and asked if he was truly Midoriya. Izuku raised his voice slightly, losing his calm for a moment, and insisted that he was human, but not from this world. Jahan listened closely as Izuku explained that he came from another dimension where superhuman powers, called gifts, were normal, and that he had inherited one of the strongest gifts in humanity's history. Secretary Jahan asked how a boy like him had ended up in a world that was not his. Izuku looked at his hand, where flashes of One for All appeared, impressing the secretary. He explained that his gift had a counterpart. While he had been given the responsibility of helping people with his power, his nemesis reveled in others' suffering and destruction. His homeland, Japan, had been plunged into a dark era when that nemesis revealed himself and turned the country into a war zone. Jahan observed Izuku's eyes that had already seen the darkest side of the world and of humanity. Izuku admitted that he had not been strong enough to stop that evil without dying in the attempt. Secretary Jahan closed his eyes, surprised by what Izuku had been forced to do. Izuku said that to keep everyone safe he had to fall with his enemy, and that, dying and surrounded by darkness, something had brought him to this world. He acknowledged that it was difficult to believe, but insisted that it was the whole truth. Jahan replied that a few months ago he would have called him crazy and ordered him committed, but recent events had changed his stance. He explained that robots capable of taking the forms of all kinds of Earth vehicles aliens had invaded and tried to unleash a power that would exterminate them. That was only one of many strange things that had happened in recent months. He then asked Izuku what he intended to do with his power in this new world. Izuku did not hesitate, he already knew. He wanted to keep helping. Jahan welcomed him to Nest and assigned him the designation Soldier Deku. Izuku then asked what Nest was. A short time later, Izuku sighed in relief as he walked out of the medical wing, holding a cotton ball against his arm. The doctors had asked for his blood, despite his explanation that it would not reveal anything because his power did not come from his blood. Secretary Jahan had insisted on the test just in case. At least he no longer had to pretend to be an alien and could work alongside the Autobots without that worry. With that settled, he only had one other problem: the Witwiki family. In the hangar, Optimus Prime stood deep in thought. He watched the newcomers exploring alternate modes in a corner while Ironhide inspected his cannons and Ratchet worked with Bumblebee on his voice module. Optimus was thinking about how Izuku would fare. He had already informed the secretary that alternate dimensions were a fact and that Izuku came from one. Now Izuku only had to make a good impression. Optimus noticed Izuku approaching the hangar slowly, as if lost in thought, and walked over. The other Autobots paused to watch. Optimus asked how everything was going with Izuku. Izuku met Optimus's gaze with little emotion and said that everything had gone well and that he would continue fighting alongside them. Ironhide stepped closer and joked that if anyone had said no, he had his cannons ready to fire. Optimus told Ironhide to control himself. Izuku watched the exchange with mild amusement before remembering the reason for his visit. Izuku thanked Ironhide and said he still had to figure out what to tell the Witwiki family. Optimus asked whether he intended to tell them the truth. Izuku replied that he did not want to cause them extra worry. They had enough on their plate already, since their real son had been a key figure in stopping a recent invasion. He did not want to stress them. He planned to come up with an excuse to explain his 2-day absence from.